Hello and welcome to my channel. This is Redeeming Sixth by Chloe Walsh. Hope you enjoy.
Bitter disappointment. Joey. I thought the worst image I could see today was that of my mother cradling her premature, undeveloped baby, followed closely by the screaming and keening and begging that had occurred when it was time to leave him behind at the hospital. It had taken me hours to get her to leave him. I thought that was the worst of it. The worst that could possibly happen. I was wrong. Walking into the kitchen tonight and seeing my father with his hands on my girlfriend, with her bent over the table like a fucking dog, with her underwear around her ankles and his jeans undone was worse. So much fucking worse. Trembling violently in the passenger seat of the car, Malloy refused point blank to look at me as she wrapped her arms around herself, knees bopping restlessly. Get me the fuck away from these people, Joey. It didn't take a genius to decipher that she included me in that sentiment. She couldn't bear to look at me, and I didn't fucking blame her one bit. Jesus Christ. It had finally happened. The bullshit that was my life had finally broken her. The look in her eyes. Fuck. She had looked at me like I was the enemy too. I was supposed to be at work. I wasn't supposed to be there. Where were you? She blamed me. She didn't say it in so many words, but I knew she did. This was my fault. I was on my own until Malloy. She came into my life, and all of a sudden, I had a partner, a friend, a true equal who was willing to go down in flames with me. Someone to pull me to safety. Someone on my side, regardless of whether I was right or wrong. And my father took that away from me. He took her away from me. I could still smell her on my hoodie, in the car, all around me, and the scent was too fucking much for me to take in this moment. The fuck was I thinking that I could have a normal, healthy relationship when my life was the polar opposite? Feeling utterly dead inside, I phoned up Kavanagh, much to his disgust, and told him that I was on the way to collect my sister. When he threw open the front door a few minutes later, he looked like he was ready to throw slaps. Shannon, appearing in the doorway, quickly put to rest any notions of that. Joe. It's time to go, Shan. It is? Yeah. Mom needs a hand with the kids. I watched as a resigned sadness settled in her eyes. Okay. She can stay, Kavanagh argued, and then turned to my sister. You can stay? No, we need to go. I bit out, too fucking worn out to handle another argument, as I led my sister to the car. Thanks for your help, Kavanagh. Thanks, Johnny, Shannon croaked out, looking over her shoulder as we walked away. For everything. Shannon, you don't have to. Come on, Shan. I cut him off and snapped. We need to get home. I didn't want to do this. I didn't want to bring her back to hell with me. But I didn't exactly have a choice, and whether he realized it or not, I was doing him a huge fucking favor by taking my sister away. I was protecting them both. Because if our parents got wind of her being here, it would bring the world of trouble to his door. Leaving her here would open a can of worms that I didn't plan on sticking around to clean up. I couldn't do it. Not tonight, not anymore. My entire fucking world was caving in around me, and fighting another person's battles was something I was incapable of doing in my current frame of mind. Too much had gone down in the past 48 hours for me to comprehend or even think rationally. My mother had given birth prematurely, and the baby was dead. My father had tried to rape my girlfriend, and now my girlfriend can't stand the sight of me. She wanted space, and I couldn't blame her for it. It was understandable. It fucking hurt like hell, but I got it. I was the direct source of her pain, the link that had put her in danger to begin with. It was entirely on me. Uneasy and reckless, with notions whizzing around in my mind, I could feel the shift, the slip happening before it had, and I hated myself for it. Still, I knew exactly where I was going the second that I had dropped my sister home. Even though I accepted it, made peace with it, I still found myself despising myself for it. Is that what happened? Shannon asked, dragging me from my thoughts as I tried to keep my eyes on the road and focus on the conversation I was attempting to hold with my sister. Was she in the hospital all weekend and we didn't know? I nodded. Oh, Joey. She covered her mouth with her hand. She was all alone. She was with him. I bit out, hands tightening on the wheel. He was with her. And he's home now. What are we going to do, Joe? I don't know. I shook my head. I don't know what to do anymore, Shannon. It's okay. She was quick to soothe, reaching across to rub my shoulder. You don't have to know. You're only 18. Yeah, I was 18. But that was all my sister was right about, because none of this was okay. It had never been okay, and it never would be. Of course, I needed to know what to do. Deep down inside, I'd always known what to do. It was a matter of overcoming the brainwashing fear that had paralyzed me into silence. And seeing what he did to Malloy tonight. Yeah, that was my break in pointing. Never again would I cover for them. Fucking never. I can't be there, Shan, I admitted, unwilling to go into the details of tonight's events, thinking of Malloy's wishes. I can't live like this anymore. I know, she replied, but it was a generic response that didn't mean shit. Stiffening with tension, I opened my mouth and uttered the words that I knew would cause a shitstorm, but needing to say it regardless. I think we should consider what Aoife said. What? About what Aoife said? She was quick to ask, turning to watch me. She knew exactly what I meant. Calling this in? I admitted anyway, and embraced myself for the bomb I was sure would erupt. You must be joking. I couldn't answer her. I could hardly look her in the eye. The betrayal blazing from her blue eyes directed at me was too fucking much. I am not going into care, Shannon screamed. You're fine. You're over 18. You'll get to live your own life and walk away. I'll be put in a home. Shannon, I tried to placate, needing her to hear me out on this. I knew she was scared, and so was I, but this had to stop. We couldn't live like this anymore. If something didn't give, someone was going to die in that house. It would either be him or me. Aoife was talking to me last night about my future, and it made a lot of sense. Your future, she spat. like it was the most disgusting thing I could possibly say to her. No, not just my future. That didn't come out right. My shoulders slumped in shame. Not just me, Shannon. All of us. I can't believe you would even think about doing this to us after what happened to Darren, she cried, shaking her head. How could you think about doing that to us, Joey? Tears stung my eyes, and I had never felt so fucking lost and hopeless. Mam feared me. Shannon felt betrayed by me. Malloy couldn't stand the sight of me. The only 3 women I had ever loved in my whole life, and I was letting them down left, right, and centre. I couldn't seem to do the right thing by anyone. You are such a fuck-up, lad. If you want to go, then go. Shannon screamed accusingly. Go off and leave us. Go and be with Aoife and have a wonderful life together. I'll protect the boys. You can't even protect yourself, I roared, losing my cool as my pain hemorrhaged out of my body in words. I'm doing that, Shannon. Me. I'm the one trying to soften the blows, and they just keep coming. Then maybe you and Dad will both get lucky, and you'll finish me off the next time, she sobbed, dropping her head in her hands. It'll save you the worry, and him the energy. Don't fucking say that, Shannon, I strangled out, flinching from both the impact of her words and the thought of it happening. She couldn't have hurt me more if she stabbed me through the heart. Why not? Gasping for air, she clutched her throat, panic overtaking her. It's the truth. Shannon, breathe. I reached over and rubbed her back. Take a breath. Sagging forward in her seat, she clutched her skinny knees and wrestled to get her breathing back on track. Good girl. Pulling up to the footpath outside our house, I parked the car, but left the engine running. Nice and slow. She remained in the car long after her breathing had steadied, and the longer she lingered, the heavier my conscience became. Shannon? Silence. Are you listening to me? She nodded once, but kept her eyes trained straight ahead. If he touches you again, Shannon, I want you to grab the sharpest knife you can find, and I want you to plunge it into his heart. Finally she turned to look at me, eyes full of despondence. You're not coming back, are you? I can't, I strangled out, willing her to understand that my sanity was at stake. If I go back inside that house, I'll kill them both. The look on her face assured me that she didn't understand. The look on her face assured me that I had broken her heart. Bitterly disappointed in me, my sister unfastened her seatbelt and climbed out of the car. Goodbye, Joey, was all she said, before slamming the door shut and walking away.
I'm fine. Aoife. Aoife. My father stood in the doorway of my room, eyes full of concern. Are you all right, pet? Fine, I choked out, pacing my bedroom floor like a maniac as I tried and failed to process that last few hours of my life. Why wouldn't I be? You don't seem fine. That's because I'm not. What do you want me to do? Take a fucking lie detector test? I snapped, running my hands through my hair, only to shudder violently at the sensation. I said I'm fine. It's just that I can hear you banging around up here from the sitting room, and I can't hear my film with all of the stomping. What do you want me to do? I demanded, throwing my hands up. Cut my legs off and crawl instead? Jesus, Dad muttered, rubbing his jaw. Right, I'm off out for a pint with your mother. Stamp away to your heart's content. The minute he closed my bedroom door behind him, a full-body shudder rolled through me and I shook my hands out, desperate to rid myself of this horrible anxiety. Stripping down to my underwear, I quickly balled up my clothes and walked over to my window, not hesitating to throw them out of it. It wasn't enough. I could feel his hot breath on my neck. It repulsed me. It made my skin crawl. Tears streamed from my eyes as I reached behind my back and quickly unhooked my bra, letting it fall from my shoulders before pushing my knickers down my legs and stepping out of them. Grabbing my dressing gown off the back of my wardrobe door, I slipped it on and bolted for the bathroom, determined to wash the feel of that man off my skin.
The 11th hour. Joey. All the way back to Malloy's house, I fought an internal war inside of my body, where two parts of my mind battled it out for dominion over me. On one side there was a demon that lived just beneath the surface, that horrible fucking voice that controlled every impulse, urge, and reaction I'd ever had. It was the one that assured me that my life had indeed gone to shit, without any chance of recourse, and if the only relief I found came in the form of narcotics, then so be it. Because I'd done enough, fought enough, tried hard enough for everyone else. I'd paid my goddamn dues, taken enough shit to earn my right to passage. I wasn't hurting anyone. Not really. And if I was careful this time, I could control my urges instead of letting my urges control me. On the other side, all by its lonesome, and looking less appealing by the second, was my conscience, crippling me with flashes of memories and images of the past. It urged me to step back and think about what I was doing. No good will come of this, my conscience urged. You'll break her heart all over again. Remember last time? Remember her face? Your father already broke her, and you gave him the access. The demon hissed. Do you want to sit with the visual of him spreading her legs open like a broad fucking mare? Or do you want to forget everything bad you've ever seen, felt, and experienced? Because your conscience won't do that for you. You know what will work, though. You can make it all go away. You don't have to suffer like this. I want to forget. I strangled out, chest heaving, as he pulled up outside Malloy's house and killed the engine. I need to forget. Locking the car, I let myself into her garden and walked over to the front door to push the keys through the letterbox. I turned to walk away, but stalled, unable to get my feet to cooperate. Don't do this. My conscience reared its unwelcome head. All you have to do is just keep trying. 1 hour at a time, remember. You've got this. Exhaling a frustrated breath, I took 2 steps towards the gate before muttering out a string of curses and veering off in the direction of their garden shed. Bad idea, bad idea, bad idea. Hoisting myself onto the roof of the shed, I took a running jump at the side of the house, catching a hold of the ledge with a familiarity that should have concerned me. Using all of my upper body strength and ignoring the burn in my torn knuckles, I quickly pulled myself up onto Malloy's windowsill and climbed inside her open window. Her bedroom was empty when I stepped inside, so I walked over to her bed and sat down, needing to stay very much inside of this room and out of trouble. This room, and the girl who it belonged to, had become my safety net, my safe place. Several minutes ticked by before her bedroom door finally opened inwards and she appeared, bundled up in a fluffy white towel. The minute her eyes landed on mine, I saw that temporary fear, the momentary flash of horror. Because it was like she said, I reminded her of him. I know that you want space. Standing slowly, I held my palms up and backed over to the window, giving her as much space as I could to put her at ease. I heard ya. Her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes were bloodshot and swollen from the sheer height of crying, and her cute little button nose was red from sniffling. Tightening her hold on the front of her towel, she walked over to her bed and sat down, keeping her eyes trained on mine. The fear was gone now, replaced with the usual affectionate familiarity I saw when she looked at me. But the fact that it had existed in the first place troubled me deeper than I could ever explain. But, she whispered, crossing one leg over the other. I shrugged helplessly. How could I not come back? Joe. Her voice cracked as she bowed her head, shoulders shaking violently, as she burst into tears. I was so scared. I'm sorry. I strangled out, closing the space between us. I'm sorry. I'm so fucking sorry, baby. Sinking down on my knees beside her, I placed my hands on her hips and then recoiled in horror when she flinched from my touch. Mine. Jesus, I'm so sorry. I told her again, beyond torn apart by it all. Tell me what to do. Tell me how to fix this for you and I'll do it. I leaned back on my heels to give her space, but she scrambled closer and gripped a hold of my arm. Taking that as my green light to come closer, I placed my hands on her hips. This time, she didn't flinch. I never should have left you there, I said hoarsely. I didn't protect you, and I'm so fucking sorry for that. You're not supposed to have to protect me like that, she cried. You're not supposed to have to worry about that happening. Fathers aren't supposed to do the things your father does, Joe. I knew that. Of course, I fucking knew that. I'm not him, I choked out, needing her to hear me, to fucking believe me. I'm not Eva. I swear. Reaching up to cup her face between my hands, I pulled her head close to mine and whispered, I am nothing like that man. I know you're nothing like him, she cried, leaning close to rest her brow to mine. But I'm nothing like you, Joe. What does that mean? It means that I can't brush something like this under the table the way you can. I'm not asking you to, I heard her say. I'm not. I'll take you to the station myself, Eve. I won't cover for him any more, I swear to you, and I will never ask you to do that. That's not what I mean, she whispered. I meant it when I said that I didn't want to report it. Sniffling, she added. It's not like he actually did anything. I mean, what did he really do aside from push my pants down and pull my hair? Only because I walked in on time. Don't play it down. Don't give that prick and out for what he did to you?" I snarled, trembling with anger, as my mind tormented me with flashing images of what I'd walked in on. "He did enough, Aoife. Looking in your direction was too fucking much." "That's still not what I meant, though." "Then what?" I shrugged, at a loss. "What did you mean?" "How you live. What you live with. I thought I knew about it. I thought I understood, but I don't, Joe. I never had a clue," she admitted harshly. "I don't come from a home like yours. I never had to be afraid like that." Sniffling, she cupped my face between her hands and exhaled a broken sob. "Tonight, I felt a kind of fear that I never want to experience again. I don't know what to say." I couldn't change where I came from or how it had morphed me into who I was. "What do you want me to say here?" "I'm just—" Shaking her head, she expelled another ragged breath before saying, "I'm seeing a lot of red flags shooting up around us now, ones I never used to see before tonight. It can't get out of my head ever since." Struck fucking dumb. I just stared at her, unable to read the signs or hear the meaning of whatever the fuck she was trying to tell me. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying that your life scares me, and maybe you were right when you told me that you were a bad idea for me." Her words hit me like a slap across the face, and I physically recoiled, feeling like she had cut me open and left me to hemorrhage at her feet. "Do you really mean that?" "No. Maybe." Sniffling, she shrugged her shoulders. "I don't know what I mean anymore." "Okay." Cold to the bone, I stared at her for the longest moment before shaking my head. "Okay, I should leave." "What? No, don't go." Sinking onto my lap, she threw her arms around me and buried her face in my neck. "Don't leave me." "I don't know what you want from me," I admitted harshly, as wave upon wave of devastation continued to crash over me, fucking drowning me. "I don't know what to do here, Aoife, because you're telling me to go with words and to stay with your actions." "I know," she cried, shaking her head, as she wrapped her arms around my neck and her legs around my waist. I know, I'm sorry, okay?" "Are you breaking up with me?" I forced myself to ask. "Is that what you're trying to say?" "I don't know what I'm doing, or how I'm feeling right now." Clutching the front of my hoodie, she choked out the most heartbreaking fucking sound I'd ever heard. "But I know that it hurts, and I don't want to feel it." Her lips were on my neck when she cried out. "This feeling is killing me. I feel like I'm dying here, and I don't want it." Well, that wasn't one bit comforting. And her words caused a tightening sensation around my windpipe to significantly worsen. "What do you need from me?" I asked her. I practically begged her to show me how to make this right. "Whatever you want me to do, whatever you need, say the word and I'll do it." With tear-filled eyes, she stared at me for the longest time before exhaling a ragged breath and fusing her lips to mine. I froze, hands still on her cheeks, uncertain and fucking terrified of doing something wrong. "Kiss me back," she cried out against my lips. "Show me how to forget it. Jesus. Trembling, I did exactly what she asked, kissing her with everything I had in me. Our tongues and teeth and lips clashed in a frantic kiss that was nothing like how we usually kissed. This kiss was one of desperation, I realized. It was a matter of necessity. Needing to have her mouth on mine was as much as she needed mine on hers. Technique or suavity didn't matter one bit right now, because the need to comfort the other was too fucking strong to think about anything other than touching, feeling, kissing, being. When she reached a hand between our bodies and loosened the front of her towel, I felt my shoulders bunch up with tension. I don't want this if you don't want this, I warned, needing her to be very sure of what she was doing here. She was all messed up in the head right now, and Christ, I didn't blame her. But I was not the man people thought I was. I was not my father. I would never take something that wasn't offered to me with a free heart. I mean it. I pushed. Don't fuck me if you're going to regret me afterwards. Don't you want me? She breathed, reaching for the hem of my hoodie and roughly dragging it over my head along with my t-shirt. You know I want you, I replied as my dick strained against her. But I don't want you to do this if you're not in the right frame of mind. Tracing my bottom lip with the tip of her tongue, she leaned closer and teased my tongue with hers. What I want, pushing hard on my shoulders so that I fell onto my back. Molly quickly rid herself of the towel and straddled my hips, is for you to make me forget. Her fingers traced the tattoo on my chest, and she leaned in close to trail her tongue over the ink. Can you do that for me, Joe? Raising up on her knees, she pulled at the waistband of my sweatpants. Tilting my hips up, I allowed her to roughly pull the fabric down my legs, right along with my jocks. The moment it was freed, my dick shot to attention, visibly fucking straining to get to her. Can you make me block it out just like you block everything out? She was saying all the right things and making all the right moves, but her eyes were all wrong. Her voice was strained, and the bruising on her neck assured me that this was not okay. I don't think this is a good idea. My words broke off in a hiss of pained pleasure when her hand came around my shaft, fisting me roughly. Fuck, you like it, don't you? She breathed, reaching her free hand between my legs to cup my balls, while she fisted me and pulled on my shaft at a furious pace. You like it when I touch you like this? Yeah, I strangled out, hands moving to my head as I battled down the urge to come right here and now. You like my tits, Joe? Releasing me, she leaned in close and pressed my shaft between her bare breasts. You want to come on my tits, Joe? Jesus Christ. Eve, slow down. I tried to reason, while my traitorous bastard hips rocked into her touch. You've been through some major shit tonight. You don't have to do this. Her lips came around my dick, tongue snaking out to trace the head before she took me in deep, pushing down until I hit the back of her throat and she gagged. Fuck! I groaned, eyelids fluttering shut when she sucked me in deeper, gagging harder, squeezing tighter, making me feel too fucking much. She purred as she fisted the base of my shaft and pulled. Eva! Hips bucking against my will, I reached down and attempted to cup her cheek, but she snatched up my hand and pressed it to her throat instead. No! Shaking my head, I tried to pull free, but she held my hand there, trying to make me squeeze. Aoife, stop. Aoife, I said stop, I ordered, yanking my hand away, panicked and disgusted and aroused all in one breath. What the fuck are you doing? I told you, she purred when she finally came up for air, leaving my dick glistening from her saliva. I want you to make me just like you. I think we should stop for a bit, I said, feeling uneasy, as she straddled my hips and positioned the head of my dick against the wet folds of her pussy. Eve, please, baby, just... This is what I want, she strangled out, impaling herself down hard on my dick. Just you in me. A pained sob escaped her. Just you. A tear slid down her cheek. Only you. Fuck. Come here, I coaxed, dragging myself into a sitting position and then pulling her to my chest, with my dick still fully inside her. I'm here. I want it gone, she cried, clinging to my chest as she wrapped her arms and legs around me. Make it go away. I didn't know how to do that for her. If I could go back in time and change anything in my whole entire life, then it would be leaving her in my house. I would gladly trade everything else and forfeit all I had to take this away for her, to raise that bastard from her mind. Don't pull out, she begged, when I moved to do just that. Eve, no, no, no. Shivering violently, she croaked out, just stay in me. Okay, but you're freezing. So let me just get you off the floor. No, she shook her head. Stay in me. Jesus Christ. Somehow, and I wasn't too fucking sure how, I managed to climb to my feet, taking her body with me, and walked us both back to her bed. It's okay, I tried to soothe her by saying, sinking down on the edge of the bed, with her body still wrapped around mine, still joined with mine. I've got you, Malloy. In slow, stiff movements, I moved our bodies until we were in the middle of her bed, with me on my back and her on top. I love you, Joe. I know. Exhaling a shaky breath, I reached for the duvet and draped it over her trembling shoulders. I love you too. I hate him. I know. My chest constricted to the point I couldn't breathe. Me too. Joe, she croaked out, nuzzling my neck with her damp cheek. You're still hard. I can feel you pulsing inside me. Yeah, I muttered, somehow managing to keep my hips in check and not flex. My heart's in bits, but my dick's delighted. She seemed to think about that for a moment, and then she gingerly rocked her hips in the sweetest fucking circular motion. A pained groan escaped me, and her breath hitched. Moments later, she repeated the move, and she did it again and again, over and over until her hips were gyrating against mine in a movement that had every muscle in my body coiling tight. What are you doing? I don't know, she breathed, rocking her body against mine. She was so wet. I could feel myself slipping deeper inside her with every rock of her hips. Eve. Aoife. I'm going to come, I croaked out, hands squeezing her hips in warning as my balls tightened in anticipation. Eve, you need to stop, or I'm going to come in you, and I don't think you want this right now. covering my mouth with her hand. She leaned back, arching her spine as she rocked and moaned above me, hips bucking wild and reckless now as she chased that familiar wave of heat, the same one I was desperately trying to stall. "I'm going to come," she cried out, pussy tightening around the shaft of my dick to the point of pain, as she grabbed my hands and pressed them against her tits. "Joe, I'm coming, Fuck!" I hissed, losing all control as the wave of heat threatening to consume me spilled over. My calves burned, my thigh muscles locked tight, and I grabbed her hips and dragged her down on me as my hips bucked restlessly. I could feel her coming on my dick, clenching and tightening and sucking me in deeper, and the sensation was too much to handle. Releasing a guttural groan, my hips jerked and twitched as I found my release coming deep inside of her. "Oh God," she said, and then her entire expression caved. "Oh God." Face distorting in pain, she roughly pushed her hair over her shoulder and scrambled off my lap. I knew I'd made a mistake as she slid as far away from me as her bed permitted and choked out a pained sob. "What the fuck is wrong with me?" "Nothing." Breathing hard and laboured, I turned to look at her, but she had her back to me. "There's nothing wrong with you, Malloy. It's okay." "Your father tried to fuck me," she cried, grabbing a pillow and clutching it to her chest. "And then I let you fuck me." Mind fucked from her mood swings and conflicted with more emotions than I knew how to handle, I sat straight up and reached a hand over to rub her shoulder. "No," she strangled out, shaking my hand off. "I need space." Here we go again. Shaking my head, I hooked my arms around my knees and just stared at her back. "Are you serious?" I watched as she nodded slowly. "I need to be alone right now." 2 minutes ago you said you needed my dick inside you," I snapped, running a hand through my hair in frustration. "You tell me to go, and then you ask me to stay. You say you want me, and then you don't. I try to leave, and you stop me. You want to fuck me, and then you don't. And then you do it again. Until we do, and then, when it's done, you decide that you don't. Jesus Christ, make your goddamn mind up, Malloy. Because I can't keep up." "I'm sorry, okay?" she strangled out. "I guess I just don't cope as well with trauma as you do. I'm sorry that I'm not a robot without a heart and possess an actual functioning set of feelings. Not everyone is as fucking perfect at turning off their emotions as you are." "Does it sound like my emotions are turned off?" I demanded, tongue thick with the very thing she accused me of not possessing. Because from where I'm standing, I'm being pretty fucking transparent with my emotions here, Malloy. You're the one blowing hot and cold like a goddamn tap. And now you're shouting at me. I'm not fucking shouting at you," I shouted. "I'm trying to be here for you." "Well, I told you that I needed space." "Jesus, Aoife, I don't know whether I'm coming or going with you." I pushed my hands through my hair. "If you have something you need to say to me, then you might as well get it over with." Silence. "You're mad at me?" More silence. "You blame me?" She didn't respond, choosing to cover her ears with her hands instead. "Admit it," I demanded, feeling helpless and frustrated as my chest heaved. "Whatever you need to say to me, just fucking admit it, Malloy." "Fine, Joey, fine." "You want to know how I'm feeling? I'm hurt," she screamed, scrambling onto her knees and throwing her pillow at me. "Because I was nearly raped tonight. by a man that looks just like you. And I was put in that position because of you. Because you didn't care enough to pick up the phone and tell me what was happening. Because you didn't spare a thought for me when you left and didn't come back."
And there it was. It was out there now. She blamed me as much as I blamed me. "I had my back to him when he grabbed me," she cried out harshly. "I thought it was you. I thought he was you, Joey. But it wasn't you. Those weren't your hands on my body, or your tongue on my skin, or your fingers in my hair. And now I don't know what to feel." I flinched. Jesus Christ. Just when I thought I couldn't hate myself any more than I did, she opened her mouth and gave me her truth. Choking out a huge sob, she cried, "So yes, I'm mad at you. And maybe it's irrational to feel it, and my emotions are all misplaced, but I'm mad and hurt, and I'm so fucking angry with you." Her voice cracked, and she choked out another pained sob before admitting, "Because I was there tonight for you, looking after your brothers for you, and because every horrible situation that I've found myself in this past year and a half has been for you. I keep getting hurt because I love you." I could smell her perfume on my skin, could feel her devastation all around me, as she looked into my eyes and ripped my heart out of my chest. This was exactly what I had tried to stop from happening. I didn't want to fall in love with her, and I did. I didn't want to let her in, and I did. Everything I never wanted to do, I did with her, for her, because I loved her. Because she refused to accept nothing less. I didn't know what to say to make it right. I didn't have the words to comfort her in this moment. I couldn't deny or rebuff what she was saying. As hard as it was to hear, it was the truth. I hurt her and she hurt me. It was what we seemed to do. But she couldn't look at me now without seeing my father, and all I could see in this moment when I looked at her was my mother. My body bowed in pain. I couldn't breathe. Deciding it was safer to keep my mouth shut in this moment, I quickly climbed out of her bed and moved for my clothes. "What are you doing?" I didn't answer her. "Joey?" I couldn't. Ignoring the pain impaling my chest, crushing down on my windpipe, I focused on what my brain was telling me. Turn it off. Just stop feeling. Had I listened to my head from the start, I wouldn't be here. My heart had fucked me over and opened me up to all of this unnecessary suffering. With my brain in the driving seat and my mangled heart splattered all over her bedroom walls, I focused on putting my clothes back on. My movements were rigid, automatic even, as I finished dressing and walked over to her bedroom window, drowning in the sound of her pained cries. No, don't go," she begged, scrambling off the bed and closing the space between us. "I'm sorry, Joe, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I need you to stay." "I meant what I said," I replied, straining my neck away from her lips when she tried to hold and kiss me. "If you change your mind about going to the guards, I'll support you every step of the way." "Don't go." "I'm sorry." Gently peeling her hands away from my body, I placed them at her sides and moved for the window, needing to get as far as from this girl as I could before I did any further damage. "I love you." "Joey!" "I'll be seeing you, Malloy.
And then I climbed out of her window and slipped into the night. A little while later, I found myself standing in front of a familiar house with my hands in the front pocket of my hoodie, my heart in shreds and my head bowed in resignation. Expelling a frustrated breath, I reached up and rapped my knuckles against the graffiti-sprayed board that covered the broken pane of glass in the door. When the door swung inwards, the only judgment I felt came directly from my conscience as it roared "scumbag" in my head. "Lynchy," Shane acknowledged, cigarette balancing from his lips as he waited for me to explain my sudden reappearance. "I need somewhere to crash for a few days," I heard myself say, forcing myself to meet his gaze. Old man up to his tricks again. I knew he was searching my face for the usual bruises, the ones that had led me to take solace on his couch more times than I could count down through the years. Remaining silent, I nodded stiffly. "Why aren't you crashing with that doll of yours?" "That's done with." "No shit." His brow shot up, and he reached for the cigarette balancing between his lips. "Done with how?" I shrugged, resisting the urge to fucking scream. "Meaning she's done with my bullshit. Can I crash here or not?" Exhaling a cloud of smoke, Shane stepped aside and gestured for me to come in. "Just turn around and walk away. Just fucking leave. And go where? Home. Malloy's. You have nowhere else to go. You have nothing, asshole. You are nothing." With my head bowed in resignation, I walked inside.
Part 4. Mother knows best. Aoife. I skipped the following few days of school and called in sick for all of my shifts, too miserable and frazzled to concentrate on anything other than the shitstorm that had become my life. Everything felt like it was slipping away from me, and in the middle of the madness, the only good decision I seemed to have made was confiding in my mother. Since telling her about the pregnancy, Mam had been amazing. When I felt like I was at my most vulnerable and truly free-falling off the edge, she waded in and caught a hold of my hand. She gave me someone to lean on and someone to show me the way. I knew she was disappointed in me, for me, as she had so delicately put it, but having her by my side made the thought of my unknown future almost bearable. Enabling my temporary withdrawal from life by screening calls from my principal and boss, not to mention intercepting unprompted house visits from Katie and Casey. Mam had stuck her neck out for me and held out a hand to warn the world off while I tried to come to terms with the path my life had taken, including accompanying me to that dreaded appointment with our family GP, where I had to sit in front of a doctor who'd known me since childhood and tell him that I'd made the age-old mistake of getting knocked up in secondary school. He confirmed what I already knew, did my blood work, and gave me an estimated due date of September 20th. He then sent me on my way with a handful of pamphlets on teenage pregnancy and young mothers, and the knowledge that I would soon receive an appointment in the post for a dating scan at the public maternity hospital. I had been so shaken up afterwards that my mother had whipped out the emergency credit card that Dad thought she didn't know about and had taken me shopping, blowing an ornate amount of money in our regular hair salon and beauty bar, not to mention refurbishing my entire wardrobe with clothes that I wouldn't be able to wear for much longer. Mam had somehow managed to make light and normal of a situation that felt anything but. Buttering me up with mugs of hot chocolates and plates of freshly baked pastries, She traipsed us around Cork City until I couldn't bear to look at another sail rail or rummage around in another bargain bin. Physically wearing me out from doing what I loved most was an impressive feat, and one I quickly learned was my mother's way of luring me into a state of exhausted pliancy. Sitting across from me in matching leather armchairs in a coffee shop on Patrick Street, with a small round table and a dozen or so shopping bags separating us, Mam raised her foamy latte to her lips and took a small sip. Looking like such a lady, with her legs crossed at the ankles and her beautiful blonde hair twisted back in a loose bun-up style, I felt that familiar swell of annoyance. My mother was beautiful inside and out. She was clever and witty and loyal. She kept herself well, had a lovely shape about her, and worked hard for her family. But none of that seemed to matter to my father when he continued to repeat the same mistakes over and over. It wasn't a matter of Mam having let herself go and Dad shifting his attention to someone better, because there was no one better. So, about Joey. Mam finally broached the topic that I had been carefully dodging all day. What's going on? Nothing, I replied, reaching for my mug of hot chocolate. I hadn't seen or heard from Joey since the night he climbed out of my bedroom window. He hadn't come back, and I didn't know if he had tried to call or text because I had unintentionally left my phone at his place that night. I had been so desperate to get out of that house and away from his father that I had left it along with my charger, makeup, overnight bag, and, most important of all, my necklace, the one he'd given me for my 18th birthday. I'd taken my jewellery off before using a shower and had forgotten to put them back on. It was still on his nightstand, along with my claddagh ring and earrings. I could survive without everything else that I left behind, but not having my phone was a disaster, and my neck felt so bare without that necklace. I found myself constantly reaching up to rub the locket, something that had become almost like a comfort blanket, only to feel a swell of unease when I remembered it was gone. I was desperate to see him, to speak to him, to make up, but it had been radio silence on the Lynch front. Nothing? Mam cocked a brow. I haven't seen him in a few days. Neither have I. He's got a lot going on. According to Kev, who had heard it from Mac, who had heard it from Alec, Joey was on the missing list. No one had seen or heard from him since the weekend. Not at school or training, the GAA grounds or the pub. I knew that wasn't entirely true, because while nobody at school had heard from my boyfriend, he had reached out to my father. Dad had mentioned to Mam that Joey had called him to ask for time off, something that Mam had later relayed to me. Apparently, his mother had a late second trimester miscarriage, and he was needed at home to help out with the kids for a week or two until she was back on her feet. I'd thrown up violently when I heard the news, quickly putting two and two together, and realizing that when he told me that something had come up that day, he wasn't feeding me a line. He meant it, and I had hurt him that night. Badly. My words had devastated him, and I had regretted them the minute they came out of my mouth. I hadn't meant any of it, but at the time I had been in such a state that I couldn't think clearly. Never in my life had I felt the level of fear and degradation as I had in that kitchen. The assault at the hands of Joey's father had lasted no longer than 90 seconds at the most, but those 90 seconds had been the most terrifying of my life. Teddy Lynch was the scariest man I had ever encountered, and the desperate need I had to protect myself from ever encountering him again had resulted in me pushing away the one person who knew what it felt like to fear that man. gave me a glimpse into the fear that Joey and his siblings had been carrying around for their entire lives, and my heart broke for them. You need to have that conversation with him soon, Ma'am told me. And your father and I will need to sit down with his parents and have a conversation of our own. No, you don't, I argued, heart fluttering wildly at the thought of my mother going anywhere near that house. She didn't know what happened to me. If she had, there would be a very different conversation occurring, one between her and the officer that arrested her for murder. I know that me and Joey have to talk, and we will, but you and Dad don't need to have a conversation about anything with his parents, Ma'am. His mother is a wreck, and his father is a complete asshole. Nodding, I exhaled a shaky breath. A huge one. You don't need to tell me about Teddy Lynch, pet, she replied. I spent 6 years of secondary school tolerating the insufferable bastard. Bastard? My brows shot up in surprise. You hardly ever curse, Ma'am. Yes, well, sometimes there's just no other word to fit the description, she replied, giving me a small smile. And when it comes to describing that man, bastard is putting it mildly. He's going to take it badly, I heard myself admit, chewing on my lip as a wave of anxiety came over me. Teddy, she snorted. Don't worry about him, pet. Your father and I are more than able to handle him. I shook my head. Ma'am's eyes softened. Joey. I nodded anxiously. He hates his father, Ma'am. I mean, he really, really despises the man. I mean it, Ma'am. He's so paranoid about turning into him that it has really screwed with his mind growing up. That's so sad, Ma'am replied. Joey is nothing like his father. I know, but once I tell him that I'm pregnant, that we're having a baby when we're still in school, he's going to take one look at our situation and compare it with his parents. I shrugged helplessly before adding, I'm really scared that it'll push him off the deep end. While we had never openly spoken about Joey's issues, my mother wasn't a stupid woman. For years, before we became a couple, Joey had worked with my father and been to our home on countless occasions. If I could tell he was strung out back then so could my parents. Still, Dad never fired him, and Ma'am never turned him away from the door. Instead, they continued to hold the door open for a boy who had never been given a fighting chance. I love him, Ma'am, I declared, voice thick with emotion as I locked eyes on my mother from across the coffee table. I do. I love him so much that it blinds me. That is what tends to happen when you fall in love for the first time, she replied gently. It happens to the best of us, pet. I mean, obviously, I know we don't have the perfect relationship. Far from it. Shoulders sagging, I waved a hand in front of me as I continued. Being with him feels messy and raw and complicated as hell, but it also feels exciting and addictive and so incredibly right. I blew out a breath and shrugged helplessly. There's no one else for me, Ma'am. I know it. I can feel it in my bones. I believe you, she replied, nursing her mug between her hands. You've always been a drama queen. Hey, let me finish. Fine, I huffed out a breath. Laughing, Ma'am tried again. What I'm trying to say is that even though you've always had a flair for the dramatics and can be recklessly impulsive with your actions, you have never been reckless with your heart. Wow, I mused. What a backhanded compliment. Oh, stop, Ma'am chuckled. Where is the lie in that? There wasn't one. Fine, I'm dramatic, I conceded, waving her off. But Kev is the one starved for your attention. Aoife. Mam chuckled. It's true, I argued lightheartedly. He's insanely jealous of all the time we've been spending together lately. Haven't you noticed the big cranky head on him? I wouldn't be surprised if there was a tiny doll version of me in his room with pins sticking out of it. Poor Kev. She laughed. Poor Kev, my ass, I challenged with a roll of my eyes. You've babied him, ma'am, and he can't handle anyone else having your attention. If I've babied Kev, it's because he needed me to. Ugh, I fake gagged. Sure. It's true. You've never needed me the way he has. You've always been my wild child. She continued to tell me. More challenging than your brother, and more rebellious too. While Kev has always hidden himself away in the safety of the shade, uncertain and unsure of himself, you, my dear girl, have basked in the sunshine. You refuse to shy away from the world, choosing instead to embrace all of that life has to offer. I'm not sure if you're saying that's a good thing or not, I admitted, eyeing her warily. It's a good thing, Mam chuckled. Sure, you've given me a few grey hairs down through the years, and I've had to rein that reckless streak in at times, but you've done a wonderful job of managing to find the balance between enjoying your teens and losing yourself in the process, and I'm so proud of you for that, my little darling. Hello, I'm with child, ma'am. I shot back dramatically, gesturing to the tiny swell of my stomach, the swell that looked more like I'd eaten a heavy meal than anything else. I'm about to make you a grandmother before your 45th birthday. I think it's safe to say that I haven't done such a great job of finding the balance in anything. Unless you're referring to my ability to balance on Joey's dick, then in that case, the evidence is all in, and it turns out that I'm a pro. Why would you say that to me? Mam groaned, covering her face with her hand. I'm your mother, Aoife. Jesus. I shrugged. I guess that's my reckless streak roaring its ugly head again, huh, ma'am? Yes, well, I'm all for an open and honest discussion with my daughter, she said with a grimace. But please consider the fact that I birthed you and have known Joey since he was a boy of 12. I don't need the mental image of you balancing on his willy, nor do I need you to delve into any sort of intimate details. Save that kind of talk for Casey. Willy, I snickered. Say dick, ma'am. I will not, she replied, flushed. It's a horrible word. For a wonderful body part. Aoife! Okay. I held my hands up. Shutting up now. Chuckling softly, I looked to Mam and said, Remember a few years ago when I told you that I would never allow myself to catch crazy deep feelings for a boy? Ah, yes. Mam smiled knowingly. I seem to remember you insisting that you would never fall in love with Paul, or let any boy, for that matter, cloud your judgment. I grimaced. God, I was such a sanctimonious fool. You believed it at the time. Yeah, I really did. Ah, but Paul Rice was never Joey Lynch, was he? That's for damn sure. No. I exhaled a shaky breath and shook my head. He wasn't. It used to make me sad, you know. Mam took another sip of her latte before adding, seeing you with Paul, forcing yourself to feel things I knew you didn't, while you carried such a strong torch for someone else. I winced. Was it that obvious? Oh, yes. Mam nodded. You spent 4 years of your youth settling for comfortable with a boy you had nothing in common with, while your heart never once wandered from a boy who made your whole face light up when he walked in the room. A melancholy sigh escaped her. I never saw you have that kind of reaction when you were with Paul. Your eyes didn't widen when he looked at you, and your cheeks never blushed when he winked. You used to look almost despondent when he called over to see you. 3.5 years, I reeled off with a wince. I know that Paul was steady, ma'am, and he comes from money and has a big future ahead of him, but I was never happy with him. If you want money, you can make that for yourself, ma'am replied. You don't need a man to do that for you. I know, and I completely agree, I was quick to say. But Casey thought I was crazy for letting him go. I mean, she's Team Joey now, but for a while there, she was seriously questioning my judgment. You know as well as I do what kind of a home that Casey comes from, ma'am replied gently. You know what her mother is like, Aoife. You've seen what that woman has exposed her daughter to down through the years, the kind of men she's traipsed through their front door. Yeah, I mumbled, shuddering at the memory. And you also know how strapped for cash they are in that little flat over in Elks Terrace, ma'am continued. I can only presume that when Casey saw you throw away a boy with a solid future for a boy with an unwritten one, she panicked on your behalf. Paul was no catch of the day, I muttered, and we're not exactly flush with cash ourselves, ma'am. We might not have money, Aoife, but we've always had each other, ma'am explained. We've always had our family unit, and that's a form of stability and comfort that we both know young Casey has never had. Or Joey. I'm lucky to have you, ma'am. She arched a brow. What? I laughed. I was being sincere. Yes, well, I'm sure you'll mean that even more in 6 months' time, she chuckled. When there's a baby crying the house down and you're up to your elbows in poo and vomit, screaming for your mother to come get her grandchild. Clearly amused with herself, she added, At least your partner in crime has experience with newborns, because you've never held a baby in your life. I've held Sean. Sean's 3. He was only 2 when I first held him. There's a big difference between a 2-year-old that you can hand back and a defenseless newborn baby, depending entirely on you to meet every one of his needs. Ma'am, he or she will need you to feed them, wind them, change them, clothe them, comfort them, love them, soothe them, all of it and more. He or she will even depend on you to clear their airways with a tiny nasal aspirator when they get a cold, because he or she won't be able to do that for themselves. This little baby will be completely reliant on his or her mother for survival. And that's just the newborn stage, which, believe it or not, my darling girl, is the easiest stage of motherhood. Please stop, I begged, feeling dizzy at the thought. I'm so unbelievably terrified of what's coming that I'm surprised I can function. You can do this, she assured me. You are going to be a good mother. I'm going to be a disaster, I mumbled glumly. I can barely cook French toast. Because you're a spoiled princess who's used to having everything done for her, Ma'am laughed. But we'll soon get you up to speed, pet. By the time my grandchild arrives, you'll be cooking up a storm and ready to take on the world. Don't ever leave me, okay? I strangled out. I might be on the verge of becoming a ma'am, but that doesn't mean that I'll stop needing mine. You're stuck with me, I'm afraid. Ma'am laughed with a wink, whether you like it or not. I'm not moving out, I warned her, holding up a shaky finger. I'm never leaving home, ma'am. I'm staying put where there's a veteran of motherhood in residence and a veteran of the ironing board. Ma'am laughed again. That's another thing I'll have to teach you. I will never iron. You won't have a choice. Yes, I will, I shot back. I'll buy all non-iron clothes for the baby to wear. And who, may I ask, will iron your clothes? I rolled my eyes. My mother, obviously. Oh, Aoife, you do make me smile. Mam chuckled. You're going to be okay, love. You truly are. I hope you're right, Mam, I replied. I really do. Joey is going to be okay too, she added. You both are. Mam gave me another one of those perceptive smiles. Do you want to know how I know this? Pray tell, Sensei. Because your baby's father might be as pig-headed and stubborn as you are when it comes to admitting his feelings, but his heart has never once wandered from you either. No, I shook my head. You don't know that, Mam. I do know that, she corrected in a soft tone. Aside from the fact that I've watched you both grow up and have first-hand experience of the kinds of qualities you both possess, I also happen to possess a pair of eyes and ears of my own that are in perfect working order. Meaning? Meaning that when you peel back all the layers of yours and Joey's relationship, taking the flirting, raging hormones, and the physical aspect out of the equation, there's a rock-solid foundation underneath, she told me. One that's based on friendship and respect and trust. Smiling fondly, she recrossed her ankles, switching them up, and leaned forward in her seat. He's your friend, Aoife, and you're his. Never mind loving one another, that's the easy part. You and Joey like each other. You enjoy one another's company, and I can promise you that all of those wonderful aspects of your relationship, all of those effortless conversations you find yourself having with him, or all of the content spells of silence you spend in one another's company, will only strengthen your ability to stand the test of time. And more crucially, the test of parenthood. You really think that? I do, she replied, giving me a reassuring smile. And remember, Mother knows best.
Think about your future. Joey. Joey. Thump, thump, thump. Joey. Thump, thump, thump. Joey. Thump, thump, thump. Joey! Releasing a pained groan, I slowly blinked awake, feeling an abnormal amount of weight pushing down on the middle of my back as I face-planted my mattress. The weight continued to bounce up and down on my back, and I slowly registered the weight as my baby brother. Owie! Owie! Fuck. Shaney boo. I groaned, snaking a hand out from under my head and grab a pillow. Stop jumping on my back, kid. I'm dying here. Covering the back of my head with the pillow, I tried and failed to drown out the noise attacking my senses from all angles. Sean, go downstairs and play with Ollie. Mam's familiar voice drilled through my mind, and I stiffened, body coiling tight with tension. I need to talk to your brother. Shane had another 3 good bounces on my back before obliging our mother and toddling away. Don't start, I grumbled, rolling onto my back. Whatever it is, just leave it out. I wasn't going to start anything. Closing my bedroom door, Mam walked over to my bed and sat down beside me. I just wanted to see if you are okay. Sighing heavily, she reached a hand out to brush my hair off my face, and that small act of affection had me scrambling to the far end of the bed, and as far away from her as possible. You wanted to see if I was okay, I repeated flatly, as he leaned my back against the wall and glared at her. "Since when did you give a fuck about how I am?" "Since the day you were born." Huh. Confusion furrowed my brows. Is there a social worker lurking downstairs or something that I'm not aware of? "No, Joey." Mom sighed, blue eyes full of sadness, as she watched me watch her with weary mistrust. It was a genuine question that I'm genuinely confused about. I deadpanned. "What do you want?" "What makes you think that I want something?" "Because you're in my room, asking how I'm feeling," I replied, shoulders tense. "So, come on, out with it." "I don't want anything from you, Joey." I remained silent and waited for her to get to the point. This was not a spontaneous checkup on my emotional welfare. "You haven't been to school this week," she finally said. "Mr. Nahan phoned twice." "So? Neither has Shannon." "Yes," Mom agreed, "but Shannon has stayed home from school this week to help me." "As opposed to me, the prick who's never helped you a day in his life?" "No, that's not what I'm saying at all." "Then what are you saying?" I shot back. "What do you want?" "I'm worried about you." Bullshit. I folded my arms across my chest. "Since when?" "Since what happened the other weekend," she replied, tone weary. "Oh, you mean when my father tried to rape my girlfriend?" I bit out, trembling with anger again. No, I'm grand, Ma'am. That didn't fuck with my head one bit." "Joey." Ma'am choked out a shaky breath. "I am so sorry." "Why?" I deadpanned. "I wasn't aware that you tried to fuck my girlfriend too." "Joey." "Oh, wait. That's right. You didn't try to fuck Aoife. No, you just took her would-be rapist into your bed instead." Ma'am flinched. "How's Aoife? Is she all right?" "I have no idea," I replied tightly. "I haven't seen her." "Why not?" "Because she can't stand the sight of me," I told her. "I remind her too much of my father, the rapist bastard himself. He didn't rape her. He raped you." Another flinch. "That's different." "Because he put a ring on your finger when you were still young enough to play with dolls, and that gives him automatic dominion over your body." "Joey." She blew out a pained breath. "I wish you could understand." "If you're referring to the perverted fixation you have with that man, then you can forget about it," I told her, "because I'll never understand. I don't want to fight with you. Who's fighting?" "You are, Joey," she said with a sigh. "Every time I try to reach out to you, every time I try to pay you any sort of affection, you immediately go on the attack." "Maybe I wouldn't if the experience wasn't so fucking foreign to me." She shook her head sadly. "There you go again. Jesus Christ. I can't do right in your eyes, can I?" "Do you want to know something I don't understand?" "Not really," I shrugged. "That list is so long we'd be here for weeks. I don't understand how a boy who despises his father as much as you despise yours can follow him right down the garden path to addiction. I am not an alcoholic. Worse, you're a drug addict." She cried out harshly. "No," I bit out, shaking my head. "I'm not." "Yes, you are," she cried, reaching for my hand. "You have a problem, baby." Exhaling a shuddering breath, she added, "Yes, I know you're back to your old tricks." I found the empty bags in your jeans. I narrowed my eyes. You are way off the mark. Bullshit, Joey, she snapped. I can smell the weed on your clothes. So, I had a smoke big fucking deal, and nothing, I snapped. So get off my back, ma'am. Then what's this? She demanded, reaching inside her pocket to retrieve the cracked plastic casing of a pen. My stomach sank. But I schooled my features, too fucking ashamed of myself to admit anything, and never to this woman. Looks like a broken pen to me. Really? Because it looks like a makeshift straw to me. She threw it down on the bed. And I might not be the world's smartest person, but I know damn well that you don't need one of those for weed. I shrugged, non-committedly. I don't know what to tell you, ma'am. How about you start by explaining where my medication has been going? She urged, tears filling her eyes. You've been so good for so long. Months, Joey, months. And now we're what? Back to square one? Why would you do this to yourself, Joey? Why? When have I ever laid a finger on you? I demanded, heart gunning in my chest as I snatched my hand back. Or Shannon, or the boys, for that matter. I'm not talking about whether or not you would harm other people, Joey, Ma'am replied. I'm talking about the harm you're doing to yourself. I don't understand how you can throw your life away on a habit that you know ruins lives. What do you want from me, huh? I demanded, at my wit's end. You let that bastard stay, knowing what he tried to do to my girlfriend, so I leave. Then you text me 3 days later, begging me to come back to save you from him. So I am back and do exactly that. Now, you're in my room, grilling me on being absent from school, accusing me of being cold to you, and calling me a fucking addict. I shook my head. I'm here when I don't want to be, when I'd rather be anywhere else on this planet, and that includes a coffin. But I'm here because you called, because you need me, because they need me. Even though being inside this house makes me want to peel my skin off, I'm fucking here. If that doesn't tell you everything you need to know, then I don't know what to say. I really don't. I want you to love yourself enough to stop destroying yourself. How do you ever expect that to happen, when the very person who gave birth to me can't love me? Ma'am reared back, like I had struck her, and maybe I had, but it was the truth. That is not true, she cried, pushing her hair back. You can't possibly believe that. Whatever. Shaking my head, I dragged myself off the bed and moved for my clothes. I'm not doing this with you right now. I have somewhere to be. Somewhere like Shane Holland's house. Remaining silent, I kept my back to her and slipped on my sweats before pulling a hoodie on. Don't do it, she begged, following after me as I pocketed my phone and wallet and moved for the door. Think about your future. I don't have one of those anymore. Yes, you do. No. I shook my head and yanked the door open. He took her away from me. With a cigarette balancing between my lips, I spent an innate amount of time slumped on the steps outside of the Garda station, willing myself to just stand up and walk inside. Just walk my legs in there and give the guards my statement. Give them my truth. My father should be behind bars for putting his hands on Malloy, and the resentment I felt at having my hands once again tied behind my back by a woman I loved and was desperate to protect was fucking with my head like nothing else. I hit my limit that night and screwed up. But I didn't feel half the regret for using as I felt for keeping quiet, for letting him get away with what he did. He abused and raped my mother. I was coerced into keeping my mouth shut. He battered my sister. Again, I was emotionally blackmailed into keeping quiet. But Malloy, I had quickly realized, was my Achilles heel. When he put his hands on her that night, he aimed an arrow right at my weak spot. And when she rejected me, when she compared me to him, that arrow had flown, striking me straight through the heel. Bleeding out and wounded, I'd given up on any more bullshit pretenses about turning pages and fresh starts, and gone straight back to the only thing I knew would help me drown out the noise. Drown out the fucking agony of it all. Because the truth was, I didn't want to lie anymore. I didn't want to cover up. I was completely done with the bullshit. And if that made me a shitty son and a horrible brother, then so be it. Because the old man exposed everything inside of me that night, a truth I hadn't realized myself until he forced me to face it. It shook the foundations of my very being to acknowledge it. But the truth was that something had shifted inside of me this past year. My priorities had switched. I had come to the realization that Aoife Malloy had become the single most important person in my world. Unnerving as it was to admit, there wasn't anything I wouldn't do to protect her. Even if that meant going against my entire family to do right by her. Because regardless of the consequences incurred by the rest of my family, I was willing to go against everything I had been programmed to protect in order to protect her. Even if that meant going against every fibre of my being and remaining quiet about my father because that's what she needed from me. Conflicted and furious, I remained right there on the steps of the Garda station until the sky darkened and my anger waned, making way for my depression. And fuck if the depression wasn't worse, dying on the inside and burning on the outside. I stared down at the scars on my knuckles and forced myself to pretend that I was fine, that none of this hurt, that I didn't care. Finally, when I had the pain under control, I stood up, dusted myself off, and walked away, feeling the weight of the world on my shoulders with every step that I took away from doing the right thing.
What did you take? Aoife. When I finally returned to school the following Monday morning and took my seat in tutorial, it was to an empty chair beside mine at a desk I had been assigned to share with Joey since the start of the school year. Ah! Casey screamed as she stood in the doorway of our classroom and stared at me in horror. Where the hell have you been? And what the fuck have you done to your hair? She demanded, pointing an accusing finger at me. Oh my God! Her eyes widened in horror as she let her bag fall off her shoulder and ran behind my chair to get a better look. It's gone! It's good to see you too, Case. I chuckled, smoothing a hand over my shoulder-length hair. To answer your first question, I was home. I needed a few days to sort my head out. As for the latter, I needed a change. No. What I had needed was to remove the memory of that man's hands from my hair, and it had cost me €80 for the pleasure, but she didn't need to know the finer details. I still had enough length to tie it back in a small ponytail, but not long enough to put me in the vulnerable position of having a man restrain me with it. Do you like it? No, she spluttered, horrified as she retrieved her bag. Wow, I rolled my eyes. Thanks a bunch. Oh, shut up, you're still a complete ride, she shot back, eyeing my hair and pulling at a loose tendril. I've just never seen you with hair shorter than the middle of your back, Eve. You've had Rapunzel hair since we were in play school. Giving me the side eye, she added, I tried calling you 100 times, by the way. My phone is at Joey's, I told her. And people change. Yeah, I suppose impending motherhood can change a girl. Say it louder, why don't you? I hissed, twisting around to glare at her when she slid into the desk behind mine. Jesus. Sorry, she winced and held her hands up. Any updates on that front, by the way? I told my mam. Her blue eyes widened. How'd she take it? Better than I did, I think, I admitted with a pained sigh. She went with me to the doctor last week. Her eyes widened. And? I nodded. September 20th. Your due date? Her eyes widened. That's 2 days after your 19th birthday. Shh, I warned, and then reluctantly nodded. But yeah, that's my due date. I got my hospital appointment in the post for my first scan. For when? This Friday. What time? Because we finish school at 12 for the Easter holidays, and I can come with you if... I appreciate the offer, but no, I replied, shaking my head. Ma'am already offered, but I don't want her there either. Why? Because I only want Joey. Because, I expelled a frustrated breath, because I just don't. So, how did he take it? She asked then, eyes laced with sympathy. Not well, I'm guessing, considering he hasn't been at school for the past week either. I haven't told him. Still? Her eyes widened. Aoife! I know, I grumbled, feeling my windpipe constrict at the thought of him not knowing almost as much as having to tell him. When you both didn't show up to school, I convinced myself that you told him, Casey offered, brows furrowed. I figured you wouldn't be coming back until after the Easter holidays. The bell rang loudly then, interrupting our conversation, and I watched as the classroom began to slowly fill, rolling my eyes when Danielle and Paul swaggered into class with their arms wrapped around each other. Ugh, Casey interjected, pretending to stick her finger down her throat. What does she think will happen if she doesn't weld herself to his side for an entire class? That he'll be stolen away by the looks of it, I offered, turning around in my seat to lean against her desk. Whatever, she's welcome to him. Yeah, you certainly made an impressive upgrade, Casey mused and then grinned, eyes shifting to behind me. Speaking of which... She pointed towards the classroom door, and I turned around just in time to see Joey walk into class. The minute my eyes landed on him, my heart bucked wildly in my chest, instantly recognizing its mate. His hair was styled in the usual way he wore it, shaved tight at the back and sides, with a mop on top. Minus his school jumper, the grey shirt he was wearing was untucked and hanging untidily over his belt buckle, while his school tie had been haphazardly thrown on. He had his sleeves rolled up to the elbow, revealing the impressive scrawl of black ink that he had been steadily adding to since fourth year, which now covered both of his forearms. With his usual "fuck the world" expression etched on his face, he approached the teacher's desk, handing over what I knew was a behavioural chart book, otherwise known as the dreaded Red Book. It was a report card type booklet assigned to the most disruptive students with the worst attitude problems and needed to be signed off by each teacher upon arrival to class and at the end. At the end of each day, The principal himself would have every student with the red book come to the office to have any or all comments received in their books checked over by him in person. As you can imagine, Joey had received more than his fair share of red books down through the years. Usually, a student, no matter how badly behaved, only had to carry around a red book for a week at the most at any given time. But I specifically remember Joey having one for the whole of second and third year without a break. Looking entirely unimpressed with whatever Miss Lane was saying to him as she pointed at the red book on her desk, Joey simply handed her a pen and folded his arms across his chest, waiting for the signature. And then he chose that exact moment in time to sweep his gaze around the room. I felt the weight of his stare the second it landed on me. The air thinned around me, making it genuinely hard to drag breath into my lungs. Trembling beneath the intensity of it all, I forced a small smile and a small limp wave. What other way was there to greet the boy you'd spent years loving? The boy whose father had tried to molest you? The boy who you ripped the heart out of the last time you saw him? Jesus. I watched Joey stiffen, his eyes heated and focused entirely on me. He didn't smile. He didn't wave. He just stared at me. This was too much. It was way too fucking much. There were so many unspoken words, so many unanswered questions hanging in the air between us both. I knew that he felt it too. His expression wasn't hiding anything from me. He was showing it all right now, every ounce of confusion, pain, and annoyance. Eventually, the teacher returned the red book to Joey, and I watched as he strode towards our desk, still staring at me, still unsmiling. Dropping his bag on the ground at the side of our desk, he pulled his chair and sank down in his usual spot beside me. The minute he sat down, the fresh and achingly familiar scent of Lynx and soap flooded my senses, causing me to shiver. "Joey," I croaked out, watching him warily, unsure of how to react because of how we had left things the last time we spoke. "Malloy," he acknowledged, shoulder brushing against mine as he adjusted his chair, pushing it back to give himself more legroom. "Nice shirt," I whispered, nudging my shoulder with his as I held my breath and waited for his age-old response. "Say it. Please say it. 2 words. That's all I need." The breath he released was so deep that it caused his shoulders to visibly rise and fall before he shook his head in what seemed like reluctant surrender. "Nice legs. Thank you, Jesus. I was hoping you'd be here today." "Where else would I be?" "You weren't at school last week." "I had a lot on." "Yeah, with his mother." "How is your mam?" He shrugged noncommittedly and reached into the pocket of his school trousers, withdrawing my phone and setting it down on my side of the desk. "You left this." "Yeah, I know." Swallowing deeply, I quickly snatched up the phone and pocketed it. "Thanks for bringing it back." He offered me a clipped nod in response. "No problem." "I left my necklace there too," I whispered. "In your room, the one you got me for my birthday last year." "I'll get that back to you." "Thanks," I breathed, hating the ridge between us. "So, are you okay?" Nodding stiffly, he kept his eyes trained on the door in front of us. "Are you?" "Yeah," I shrugged weakly. "I mean, I think so." That's good. His jaw ticked, and I watched as he swallowed deeply. I'm glad. I was worried about you. I was worried about you. Shivering, I reached under our desk and placed my hand on his hard, muscular thigh. God, Joe, I've missed you so much. A deep shudder rolled through him, but he made no move to respond or return any physical affection. Instead, he leaned forward, rested his elbows on our desk, dropped his head in his hands, and muttered something unintelligible under his breath. You never came back, I heard myself say, eyes trained on his back. You wanted space, came his flat response. I wanted you to come back. How was I supposed to know that? You weren't, I sighed. I just... Never mind. A horrible silence settled between us then, one I was desperate to get rid of. Joe? Can we talk? We are talking. His response was automatic, almost robotic, as he slumped over our desk, head in hands. Properly, I urged, cracking my knuckles nervously. Privately. Shrugging lifelessly, he released a pained breath but didn't respond. Can we hang out this evening? I have to work. I've already missed a week. I can't skip any more. What about tomorrow? He didn't respond. I wanted to know if you had plans at lunchtime on Friday. I heard myself croak out, palms sweating as panic filled me. Because there's some place I need to be, and I was really hoping that you could come with me. More silence. Joe? Jerking upwards, he looked around himself, seemingly startled, before slumping back down on his elbows. Do you have plans on Friday? I don't know. He mumbled, sounding beyond exhausted. I'm not sure. Well, are you busy at lunch today? I tried instead. I mean, do you have training or anything like that happening? Because I really need to talk to you in private about something. I don't want to talk in private. He replied quietly. Not today, Malloy. But you don't even know what I want to talk to you about, I squeezed out. It's important. Whatever it is, I don't want to talk about it right now. Why? Because I'm too fucking tired, Malloy. You have to know I didn't mean it, I blurted, addressing the elephant in the room. All of that shit I spurted out the last time we were together? It wasn't me, Joe. He stiffened. I didn't mean it, okay? Reaching up, I placed a hand on his back, frowning when I felt the heat emanating from his body. Jesus, he was burning up. I swear, Joe, not one word of it. Yeah, you did. The muscles in his back coiled tight under my touch. And it's okay. I don't blame you. I don't blame you for what happened, Joe, I told him, feeling achingly vulnerable in this moment. And I don't want space. I never want space from you. Neither do I, he replied quietly. But just because we don't want something doesn't mean that we don't need it. Anxiety churned inside of me. What does that mean? It means what it means, Malloy. Look at me. He didn't. Joe. Just let it go, Malloy. Joey Lynch, you better look at me. Blowing out a pained breath, he leaned back in his chair, rested his hands on his lap, and reluctantly looked at me. All of a sudden, it made perfect sense. The drowsiness, the lethargy, the scorching hot skin, eyes as black as coal. Oh my God! I sucked in a sharp breath. What did you take? Nothing. He moved to turn his face away, but I caught his chin between my fingers and forced him to look at me. What did you take? Nothing, he argued before releasing a pained breath. Today. Yesterday? He nodded slowly. And the day before? Another nod. My heart broke further. When did it start? Silence. When did it start? After I left your place. Oh, God, no. So, we're talking a week? About that. What was it? I forced myself to ask. What did you take? Not what you think. What did you take, Joey? Not that. I didn't ask you what you didn't take. I hissed, heartbroken and furious. Tell me what you took, damn it. His eyes locked on mine and stayed there, focusing on me as best as he could, given that he was clearly under the influence. Just some pills and shit. And shit, I glared at him. What does and shit consist of? Because I've been with you long enough to know that when you say the words pills and shit, your meaning can vary wildly. Malloy. So, what are we talking about here? A joint? A line? Or a fucking needle? It felt like I had been transported back in time to a place I never wanted to revisit. Oh my God. My breath hitched in my throat. Why, Joe? Why? Why do you think? He whispered brokenly, still obediently keeping eye contact with me as I held his chin in my hand. I broke you. No, Joe, you didn't break me. I shook my head and blinked back the tears stinging my eyes. You broke you. It's my fault. He looked away then, pulling his face free. What happened to you is on me. You didn't do anything wrong. I brought you into that house, he hissed, swinging back to glare at me. I put you in harm's way, and harm got you. I'm okay, I choked out, reaching up to touch his cheek only to feel the sting of rejection when he leaned away from my touch. Don't do this. Don't throw away everything you've worked so hard for. I don't have anything, Malloy, was his lifeless response. I never did. You have me, I breathed, chest rising and falling quickly as I fought to maintain my composure in a classroom surrounded by peers. You still have me, Joe. I don't blame you, okay? I don't. I'm him. No, you're not. Yeah, I am. He shrugged. You said it yourself. And that was my heart talking, I choked. I didn't mean it. It was your brain talking, he corrected. It was your truth. Joey, come on. I can't. I watched as another shiver rolled through him. I can't do this right now, Aoife. Can't do what? I strangled out, cheeks flooding with heat as my pulse skyrocketed. Can't talk to me? Can't look at me? Can't be with me? What? I can't do this. I watched as he dragged his hands through his hair in frustration. Yeah, I definitely can't do this, he muttered, shoving his chair back and grabbing his bag off the floor as he rose to his feet. I'm out. Sit down, Joseph, Miss Lane ordered from her desk. Class is just about to start. Yeah, without me, he shot back, moving for the classroom door. Don't even think about walking out of this classroom, she commanded, holding a hand up in warning. You're already on a red book. Don't make it worse for yourself. Kind of like how me telling you to get fucked would make it worse. He sneered, slamming his palm against the door, causing it to swing open in a whoosh. Well, it looks like I just did, huh? Joseph! Get fucked, miss, he called over his shoulder, and then he was gone, storming away. Oh, God. Dropping my head in my hands, I resisted the urge to chase after him. I managed to last a whole 3 minutes until I caved, bolting out of my chair and moving for the door like my life depended on it. Where do you think you're going, Aoife? I think she's going to get fucked, miss, Alec offered up with a chuckle. In the literal sense this time. Language, Miss Lane warned Alec, before turning her attention back to me. This isn't drama class, Aoife. No need for the Bonnie and Clyde reenactment. Return to your seat. But now, Aoife. Ah, miss, don't be a cockblock, Alec chimed in, encouraged by the class full of boys egging him on. Did you see the big bullhead on Lynchy? You only have one class with him. The rest of us will be in the firing line all day. Let her go and sort him out. He'll be in much better form for the rest of the day. You can get out of my classroom, Miss Lane ordered, glowering at Alec. Straight to the office to collect a red book of your own. Deciding this was my perfect opportunity to escape, I made a dash for the door. Ignoring the laughter coming from behind me, not to mention our year-ahead's voice as she shouted after me, or Alex subsequently calling out, "You're welcome!" I hurried out of the classroom, leaving my bag behind and trusting that Casey would pack up for me at the end of class. My original plan was to head for the back of the PE hall, knowing that was one of Joey's chosen spots to frequent, and if that failed, then I would try the school sheds. But my plan quickly flew out the window when I reached the front entrance of the school, and my eyes locked on none other than Marie Lynch coming out of the principal's office. Aoife? The minute she noticed me, she moved in my direction, making a beeline for the exit that I was desperately trying to get to. Please, can I speak to you? My feet reluctantly faltered before coming to an abrupt stop, while my head told me to keep going. What are you doing here? I had a meeting with the principal, she said when she closed the space between us, muting me at the door. I know that I'm the last person you want to speak to right now. The second last. Excuse me? You're the second last person I want to speak to. She had the good grace to wince. Yes, well, would you mind walking with me for a moment so I can talk to you? She asked, gesturing to the entryway double doors. Please, it's important. Deciding that Joey's mother was someone that I couldn't avoid forever, I nodded stiffly and followed her outside, falling stonily into step beside her. How have you been? Fine, I replied, tone stiff. Are you sure? What did you want to talk about, Marie? When she realized that she wasn't getting anywhere with that line of questioning, she released a heavy sigh and rubbed her forehead with her small hand. I'm worried about Joey. Yeah, me too. Why? I think he's fallen into bad patterns again. Yeah. Sighing heavily, I wrapped my arms around myself as we walked, ignoring the torrential March downpour. I've noticed. So he is here. Relief flooded her eyes. He came to school. He was here, I corrected flatly. He left class pretty much as soon as he arrived. Oh God, that's what I was afraid of. She choked out. I don't know what to do with him, Aoife. I really don't. She shook her head. I don't know how to help. No offence, but it's kind of impossible for you to help him when you're the source of his pain. She flinched from my words, but didn't argue. Because she knew just as well as I did that she had a huge role to play in her son derailing. Again. I deserve that. It's not about what you deserve, Marie, I bit out. It's about the truth. He told me that you asked him for space. She hedged nervously. That you didn't want to see him anymore. Devastation flooded me. I said a lot of things that I didn't mean to him. Then we have something in common. She replied sadly. We're both guilty of directing our anger and pain at the wrong person. Why are you telling me this? I asked, coming to an abrupt stop when we reached the edge of the car park and my eyes landed on her husband's car. With said husband sitting in the driver's seat. Oh, God. The mere sight of the man made me physically shudder, and I found myself taking a step backwards. What do you want from me? What I said to you when we first met. She blurted out, stepping in front of me in what I presumed was her pathetic attempt at shielding me from his view. About how I thought you needed to stay away from my son? Well, I was wrong. My brows furrowed. You were wrong. Joey needs you, she continued to say, blue eyes full of lonesome sincerity as the urgency in her tone grew. More than he needs me, or anyone else for that matter. For most of his life, my son has been so hell-bent on escaping his mind that he's never given a second thought to destroying himself in the process. But with you? Since my son has been with you, he's different. It's not only that he's present, but it's that he wants to be. You soothed something inside of him, something that his father and I are responsible for breaking, and I don't want to see him have that snatched away from him again. Why are you saying this? I asked, gaze flicking from her face to the car I could see over her shoulder. Anxiety gnawed at my gut, and it took everything I had in me to stand my ground and not run away. Because I made a mistake, Aoife. She replied in a shaky tone. I've made a lot of mistakes when it comes to my son, but this is the one that I hope I can make right. She looked me in the eyes then, imploring me to hear her when she said, Don't give up on him, Aoife. Please don't give up on my boy. The sincerity in her voice threw me, and it took me a few moments to gather my thoughts before I could respond. Nothing you said about Joey changed anything for me, I heard myself say. I know your son is worth loving, worth saving, even if the rest of the world can't see it. Even if he can't see it himself. I know who he is, Marie, the kind of man he is, and I know his worth, so you can rest assured that nothing you... I paused to cast a look of disgust in the direction of their car before continuing, your husband, or anyone else for that matter, have ever said or done has come close to making a dent in my feelings for him. Even though I was being catty towards her, and my tone was obviously bitchy, I watched as his mother visibly sagged in relief. Thank you, she whispered, for loving my son. I know that it's not easy at times. Loving your son is effortless, I cut her off by saying, pushing my damp hair out of my eyes. It's getting him to love himself that's the hard part. Of course, her husband decided this was the perfect time to roll down the car window and shout, Marie, wrap it the fuck up, will ya? I've places to be. Fear flooded the woman, and I watched as she visibly recoiled before resigning with a slumped shrug. "I'm sorry for what he tried to do to you," she whispered. "So sorry." "Did you hear me, woman?" he barked. "I said get your hole over here or you'll be walking back to the house." His attention flicked to me then, and recognition pinged in his eyes. Feeling like my skin was crawling from just having his gaze on me, but refusing to back down, I narrowed my eyes and returned his glowering stare with one of my own, along with a perfectly polished middle finger. It was at that exact moment that Joey decided to appear from behind the PE hall with what I could only assume was the end of a joint pursed between his lips. Taking one final drag of his smoke, he tossed the butt on the ground and exhaled an impressive cloud of smoke from his lungs as his bleary-eyed gaze landed on us. Blinking in confusion, Joey looked from his mother to me and then to his father parked nearby. The confusion in his eyes quickly morphed into fury. "What the actual fuck?" "Oh God, no!" his mother strangled out, sensing the potential danger of the situation. "No, Joey, no." "What did I tell you about looking at her?" "Joey, hold up, it's okay. What did I tell you about coming anywhere near her?" "Joey, please." "Get out of the fucking car, old man." Moving entirely on instinct, I stepped around Marie and ran straight at her son as he stormed towards their car. "No!" Intercepting Joey before he reached his father, I placed my hands on his chest. "No!" "Move!" His entire body was vibrating with tension as he strained against my hands, attention locked on his father. "Get out of my way." "No!" I snapped, and then, before he had a chance to respond, I slid my hands up his chest, not stopping until I had a firm grip on his neck. "I said no," I repeated, roughly dragging his face down to mine. "Put your eyes on me and your mouth on mine." "What?" He shook his head in frustration as rain pelted down on us. "No, Malloy, we can't just fucking—" Whatever he was about to say was swallowed up when my lips crashed against his. With my mouth on his, and with one of my hands fisted in the front of his school shirt, I reached up with the other and guided one of his hands to my hip, before placing the other on my ass. The tension emanating from him was slightly terrifying, but I knew that I was in no danger with this boy. After a few unnerving moments of stoic rigidity, I felt the shift in him, as he reluctantly relinquished his tight-fisted hold on his anger and reciprocated my affection. The sound of an engine roaring to life and then tires squealing filled my ears, and I sagged in relief. He was gone. Falling into our kiss, his mouth moved against mine as our lips parted and our tongues duelled viciously. Joey was hurt, and he was letting me know just how much in a bruising, punishing kiss that catapulted my hormones into a complete disarray. Flexing his hand on my ass, he tightened his grip on my hip, dragging my body roughly against his as he took from my body whatever he needed in this moment to stabilize and ground himself. Needing him with an equal desperation, I pressed up on the tips of my toes, hooked my arms around his neck, and returned with my lips everything that he was offering me. One moment he was there, and the next he was gone, jerking away from me like my kiss caused him some sort of physical pain. "Don't do that to me," Joey warned, breathing hard as he wiped residue lip gloss from his mouth with his thumb and glared at me. "Don't fuck with my head like that." "What are you talking about?" I panted, completely thrown off kilter by his reaction. "I wasn't trying to fuck with your head." "Kissing me," he snapped, backing up a few steps. Manipulating me with my feelings, Malloy. I've had enough of that to last a goddamn lifetime. Are you serious? I narrowed my eyes in response. How is me kissing you a form of manipulation? It's manipulation when you use my feelings for you against me. He shot back, unyielding. You did it that night and you're doing it again. Are you blaming me for what happened? No, I'm blaming me for that. He roared, livid, dragging a hand through his hair. I'm blaming me for caring too fucking much about what you want and letting my feelings for you blindside me into not doing the right thing. I told you that I want to forget about it. And I told you that I'd do whatever you wanted me to do. A vein ticked in his neck as he watched me watch him. But that doesn't mean that my silence isn't eating me alive. Joey, don't let him do this to us. I took a step towards him and reached for his hand. Don't let him win. Don't you get it, Malloy? Joey pulled his hand free from mine and backed away. He always wins. As I watched Joey retreat and withdraw from me, I realized that some pivotal piece of him had been snuffed out that night, and if I let him go now, I might not be able to reach him again. I love you! I heard myself call out, and I watched as Joey's shoulders tensed and his step faltered. Moving on instinct, I closed the space between us and snatched his hand up, unwilling to let him leave me twice. I'm in love with you, and that's something he can never take away from you. A shiver rolled through him. Malloy. He didn't win, Joe. Not stopping until I was flush against his chest with my hands fisted in the front of his school shirt, I tugged hard on the fabric, reveling when he relented and lowered his face to mine. You did. Releasing a pained groan when my lips crashed against his, he didn't push me away this time, choosing to wrap his arms around me and pull me closer instead. With our lips fused together, we stumbled to the side of the PE hall before slipping around back of the building. My back hit the wall a moment later, followed by his big body crashing against me. I don't know where I stand with you anymore, he admitted against my lips as he thrust his hips against me and let his arms fall to his sides. Your mood swings drive me fucking crazy. I know, stud, I breathed, reaching between us to quickly undo his belt and pop the button on his grey school trousers. I'm a mess. Me too, he croaked out, voice thick with need, as he watched me free his dick from the confinements of his black boxers. I'm a fuck-up queen. I let you down again. It's okay, I breathed, reaching under my skirt to quickly push my knickers down my legs and step out of them. We'll figure it out. Your hair, he said instead of answering me, studying me with eyes so dilated they were almost black. It's gone. A pang of sadness hit me, and I quickly crashed my lips against his, desperate to avoid the ins and outs of that particular decision. Fuck. Releasing a pained groan, he grabbed the back of my thighs and hoisted me up in one swift move. Wrapping my legs around his waist, I slid my hand between us and guided the thick head of his dick inside of my body. Are you going to send me away again? He asked in an achingly vulnerable tone, sinking deep inside of me. Tell me now so I can be ready for it. My heart skipped. No, Joe. Cupping his stubbly cheek, I leaned in close and brushed my lips against his. I won't ever send you away again.
All fucked up again. Joey. The hell are you talking about? Alec demanded at big break, as he gaped across the lunch table at Casey. Staines, It's Been a While is a mint song. I didn't say it wasn't a good song, she countered, handing him the MP3 player they'd been passing back and forth during lunch. I said it wasn't a love song. It's too depressing. So, life's depressing, he argued. That's the point. Well, love's not depressing. Love is massively fucking depressing. We're never going to be on the same page with this, Al. Then, by all means, inflict upon my ears your version of a love song. Casey tilted her head to one side, clearly thinking hard about her answer before swiping the MP3 player and pressing a few buttons. World of Our Own. Casey smiled sweetly up at him. Westlife. Looking weary, Alec put the ear pod to his ear and balked. You're such a girl. Don't pretend you don't know every word of the song. He grinned wolfishly at her before bursting into chorus. I knew it. She laughed. You eating that, Lynchy? Mac asked, gesturing to the untouched ham sandwich on the table in front of me. I shook my head. Have at it, lad. Cheers. Leaning back in my seat, I stared aimlessly at the people sitting around me, with my mind reeling and my stomach in knots. Are you okay? Malloy asked, shifting her chair closer to mine as she spoke. You haven't eaten anything all day. She placed her hand on my bouncing knee to steady the tremor running through my body. You're really pale, Joe. I'm grand, I replied, turning sideways and forcing myself to give her my attention and stop shaking. It's all good, Malloy. The look she gave me assured me that she didn't believe a word of it, but she didn't push. Probably because she already knew how very ungood life was for me right now. Everything felt like it was derailing again. And instead of keeping her safely at arm's length, I had once again dragged her back into my bullshit. This morning, when I fucked her against the PE hall of all places, only proved that I was just as reckless with my heart as I was with my body when it came to this girl. I was a fool for her, and we both knew it. The power she had over me was unsettling. Knowing that a girl could bend my will to suit her agenda was a troubling fucking concept. When I saw my father in the car park this morning with his beady eyes locked on her, I had made my peace with the man upstairs. I had intended on killing him. I truly had. Until she waded into the middle of my personal breakdown and reined me back in. Using her body to manipulate me into submitting was a sneaky fucking girl move. And one that my girlfriend had honed to perfection. Even now, as we sat in the school canteen, eating lunch and surrounded by our friends, I could feel my anxiety eating me from the inside out. Malloy soothed the pain, but she couldn't take it away. Last night, for example, I knew my old man put hands on Shannon. I fucking knew it. The way my sister had rushed into her room and barricaded the door told me all I needed to know about what went down between them. He heard her, and I wasn't downstairs to protect her. I was in my room getting high. I knocked on her door to check on her when I heard the slam, but she fobbed me off with some bullshit excuse. I needed to get her out of that house. I needed to get all of them out. I was so fucking tired. I felt hollow, like I didn't have anything left inside of me. Every time I closed my eyes at night, I was haunted by the sound of my mother and sister's screams. And if it wasn't their screaming, it was the image of him pinning my girlfriend to that table. I wanted to destroy that table. I wanted to take a sledgehammer to it and break it into a million pieces. Could we go for a spin somewhere after school? Malloy asked, dragging my attention back to her. Or you could come over to my place. Reaching up, she brushed her thumb over the bruise on my cheek and offered me a small smile. I'm not fussy, but well, we really need to talk. My phone vibrated in my pocket, and I stiffened, not daring to take it out while she was watching me so closely. I'm actually fairly busy this evening with work, I heard myself say, and then felt like a piece of shit when her expression caved in disappointment. It's kind of important, Joe. I knew it was. I knew she had shit to say to me, to get off her chest. Nothing had been cleared up between us. We had just fallen into the same fucked up pattern of physical affection, but I didn't have the energy to go another round with her. With anyone. I was too fucking worn out to do anything more than barely function right now. Getting out of bed this morning felt like climbing Everest. I was exhausted from just getting myself to school. The monumental effort it took me to just walk from class to class all day was almost overwhelming. I couldn't do deep conversations. I just didn't have it in me. We really need to talk. She pushed, eyes full of uncertainty. Please, Joe. It can't exactly wait. I can come over tomorrow night after work, I offered weakly, knowing that it was the very last thing I needed, but giving her what she wanted anyway. If you're free. I'll be free. Nodding, I leaned in and brushed a kiss to her cheek before rising to my feet. I'll see you later, okay? What? Why? Her eyes were laced with anxiety. Where are you going? Nathan wants to see me. Liar, fucking liar. You never said? Forgot. Oh. She didn't look convinced. I'll see you later, I muttered, brushing her chin affectionately with my knuckles and then sharply turning on my heels and walking away, needing to get away from the person who ignited my conscience like no one else, needing a fucking breather from this life. Waiting until I was out of sight, I slid my phone out of my pocket and checked the unanswered text. Holland, I'm outside. Let's go. Sighing despondently, I tapped out the reply and slid my phone back into my pocket. Lynchy. On my way.
God loves a trier, but Aoife loves Joey. Aoife. Okay, it's been 3 weeks, Casey declared on Tuesday morning during French when our teacher, Mr. Brady, left the room. Snapping her book shut, she twisted in her seat to face me. Tell me that today's the day. Yeah, I whispered, knees bopping restlessly under the table as I kept my eyes glued to my boyfriend's back. Today's the day. He was sitting 2 rows ahead of me with Nessa Murphy, slumped in his chair, looking mildly amused at whatever she was saying to him. Would you stop glaring at her like she pissed in your cornflakes? Casey whisper hissed, dragging my attention back to her as she peeled my fingers off the pencil I was squeezing. He has to sit with her. It's assigned seating, babe. He was with her before. So? That was 1,000,000 years ago. I hate her. No, you don't, she scoffed. That's your hormones talking. No, I really do. I turned to look at my best friend. I hate everyone he's been with. Then you hate a lot of females in this classroom, Casey laughed. Funny. So you're really going to tell him? Ignoring the anxiety clawing at my throat, I nodded. Tonight, when he comes over after work. Oh, my Jesus, talk about a squeaky bum moment, she strangled out. Do you have a speech planned? It's more of a, my birth control failed, you're going to be a daddy, please don't leave me, rambling plea than a speech. Eve, she placed her hand on my arm. He's not going to leave you. Yeah, I blew out an anxious breath. I really hope you're right, Case. We were interrupted then by Charlie, who leaned over his desk behind us and tapped Casey's shoulder. Mac wants to know what's happening with Alec. Huh? Alec, he repeated. Are you with him or something? Casey and I looked at each other in confusion before turning back to Charlie. I'm not. Why does Mac want to know? I quickly clamped a hand over my best friend's mouth and asked, what's it to him who Casey's seeing? Why do you think? Charlie winked. He's clearly still bananas about her. Is that so? I eyeballed her. Did you hear that, Case? Cha says that old Mackie boy is still bananas about you. Yeah, well, you can tell Mac that I'm seeing someone, Casey replied, peeling my fingers off her face, so he can take his banana back to his side of town. Alec? Nope. Then who are you seeing? Charlie asked, leaning in close. That's for me to know and you to find out, she replied, tapping her nose. No, seriously, I frowned. Who are you seeing? She gave me a look that said, get with the program, before rolling her eyes. Now off you go. Waving him away from us, she turned back in her seat, taking me with her. I'm not seeing anyone, but he doesn't need to know that. But you like Mac? Nah. And Alec? She shrugged. So many boys, so little of sixth year left. You're terrible, I laughed. Another tap came, but this time it was on my shoulder. You rang? I said, mimicking Lurch's voice as I turned in my seat to find Charlie looking at me expectantly. What's up, Cha? I have a friend who heard a rumour that you and Lynchy were on the outs. Smirking, he added, and my friend wants to know if there was any truth to it. Oh, really? I grinned. And why would your friend want to know that? Because my friend thinks you are hands down the best-looking girl at school. Does your friend have a death wish? Casey laughed. Because my friend's boyfriend will kill you dead, Cha. Dead, I tell you. So he's still your... You can tell your friend that I'm flattered, but I'm still very much taken. And you can also tell your friend that his friend has an impressive set of balls on him to attempt a steal on Joey Lynch's girlfriend. Casey snickered. I mean, seriously. Charlie shrugged sheepishly. It was worth a shot. God loves a trier, Casey agreed, eyes dancing with mischief. But Aoife loves Joey. Taking my sweet time returning to my last class of the day, after being excused to use the toilet, I dawdled outside the girls' bathroom, admiring the latest aesthetic offering of art on display in the main hall, courtesy of the Leaving Cert art class. Reluctant to return to my business class, because I had a handle on ABQs like I had a handle on my life, I dragged my heels, pausing every couple of moments to inspect a picture hanging on the walls, or pretending to read the latest newsletter. When I passed the boys' bathroom and heard the sound of coughing, I felt myself halt in my tracks again, but this time I wasn't lingering without purpose. No, because I recognized that cough. Filled with mischief, I slipped into the bathroom, tiptoeing past the row of empty cubicles. Ignoring the stench of urine coming from the disgustingly yellow-stained urinals, I reached the cubicle at the end, the one with access to the window. The door was slightly ajar, and I ever so gently pushed it inwards until I had just enough of a view to see Joey. However, any notions I had of mischief quickly died when my eyes took in the sight before me. With one knee resting on the closed toilet lid, Joey leaned in close to the windowsill and, with the rolled-up fiver in his hands, snorted a line of white powder up his nose. Frozen in horror and unable to make a single sound, I watched as he rested his elbows on the window and dropped his head in his hands, sniffing and twitching his nose as he exhaled a sigh of what sounded an awful lot like relief. Minutes ticked by where I just stood there, watching as the tension in his shoulders slowly loosened and his body began to sway. A small groan escaped his lips then, and he heaved himself closer to the window, resting his weight heavily against it now. As his high took over and his body grew limp, I felt my heart shrivel up and die in my chest. I couldn't go through this with him again. Not now, when there was a baby involved. My hand moved to the slight swell of my stomach, and for the first time since realizing the mess I was in, I felt a surge of something peculiar rise up inside of me. Something that felt an awful lot like protectiveness for the baby growing inside of me. Something that felt an awful lot like love. Something that grew hotter and fiercer with every breath I took. The protective feeling was so strong, so dominant and potent that it felt almost carnal in nature, as it eclipsed the fear that had kept me burying my head in the sand these past few weeks. I'm pregnant, I suddenly realized, as if it genuinely only registered in my brain at this very moment that I was, in fact, having a baby. His baby. My mind chorused as my eyes looked on in horror at the boy bombed out in the cubicle. You're having his baby. Look at him. Look at what you've attached yourself to. Taking a minute to regain my composure, to absorb the multitude of feelings rushing through me, I cleared my throat and pushed the door in enough to let him know that I was there. Swaying against the windowsill, Joey turned his head to look at me. Malloy, Joey slurred, mashing his lips together as he squinted and strained to focus on my face. I'm not doing this with you again. His brow slowly furrowed and he tilted his head to one side, clearly trying to make sense of my words in the fog of his mind. It took him longer than usual to register what I had said before he slowly shook his head. It's not what it looks like. Oh, yeah, because I've clearly read the room all wrong. I choked out, gesturing wildly to where he was slumped. I can't. I shook my head, feeling the threat of my emotions brimming to the surface, desperate to explode out of me. I can't go through this with you again. Then keep walking, he mumbled, still swaying unsteadily. You're telling me to walk away when you can't even walk in a straight line? I narrowed my eyes in disgust. Look at the state of you. You said that you can't do this with me again, he slurred as he half walked, half staggered out of the cubicle, reaching for the wall to steady himself when his balance went. But it's the same for me. Brows furrowed, he shook his head again, looking completely spaced out as he tried and failed to focus on my face. I can't do this with you either. Forget being slapped by his words. I was being stabbed by them. What are you saying? I'm saying I should have stayed the fuck away when we ended it at Christmas. He slurred, aiming his words at my heart like bullets. Instead of dragging this bullshit out for another 3 months. And I presume this bullshit you're referring to is me? I swallowed down the lump in my throat before hissing, Well, fuck you, Joey Lynch. I turned around to leave then, only to halt in my tracks when his arm came around my waist, pulling me back against his chest. I'm sorry. He exhaled a heavy breath and tightened his arm around my body. I fucked up. Yeah, you did. I squeezed out, trembling all over as I resisted the urge to sag against him because, let's face it, he could barely hold himself up in this moment. You're a fucking asshole. I know. A pained groan escaped him, and he dropped his head to rest on my shoulder. I know, baby. You're hurting me. He groaned in pain. Shh, stop saying that. This hurts me, Joey. Another pained groan escaped his lips. No, I would never hurt you. You hurt yourself, and that's the same thing, I choked out. Because when you hurt, I hurt. When you burn, I go down in flames with you. We're entwined, Joe. We're mirrors. Don't you get that by now? Ah, fuck. Trembling violently, he pulled me closer. I'm sorry for hurting you, Malloy. Listen to me, Joe. I really need you to sort your shit out, okay? Shivering when I felt his lips brush against my ear, I clenched my eyes shut and tried to steady my nerves. Because remember when I said I didn't need you before? I clenched my eyes shut and squeezed out. Well, I definitely need you now, okay? No, you don't. He mumbled as his hand moved to splay over my stomach, causing everything inside of me to twist up in knots. I'm the bullshit, Malloy. I'm the fucking bullshit in this relationship. You bring all the good, and I bring all the bad. That's not true. It is. Regardless, I croaked out. I need you to draw a line under whatever the hell this is and come back to me, okay? Because I'm, Exhaling a ragged breath, I let my head fall back and stared up at the ceiling as I tried to find the words. I'm having, we're having... Ugh. Shivering violently, I practically spat the words, a baby, out of my mouth in a breathy rush. A baby? He repeated slowly, voice slurred. Where's the baby? In here? I croaked out, reaching down to cover the hand he had splayed over my belly. In you? With my entire body rigid with tension, I forced a small nod. What's it doing in there? You put it there, Joe. I did? Yeah. I blew out a shaky breath. You did? Well, shit. He slurred, nuzzling my neck with his nose. I'm sorry, Malloy. I didn't mean to. Are you mad? Mad, Joe, I repeated, swallowing down a surge of hysteria. Are you mad? No, I'm not mad, he murmured drowsily. Are you hearing me? Joe? You'll remember this, right? Turning around to face him, I cupped his face between my hands and forced him to look at me. This conversation, I reiterated when he didn't respond, when his black eyes stared straight through me. Me? Sure. Hooking an arm around my waist, he once again buried his face in my neck and released a sigh of contentment. You smell like home. This was pointless. He wasn't here. At least his mind wasn't present. Come on, I cleared my throat and said, I'll take you somewhere to sleep it off. I thought you were done with me, he replied, pressing the softest of kisses to my neck. I thought he took you away from me. Exhaling a pained groan, he buried his face in my neck. I fucked it again, Malloy. I'm not done with you, Joe, I squeezed out, shivering. And it's okay. You'll be okay. So will you, Malloy. His arms tightened around my body, and even in his altered state of mind, he somehow managed to say the right thing. Because I'll look after the both of you. My breath hitched. You promise? He nodded. I promise. Moments later, Joey's legs gave out beneath him, and he went crashing to the floor.
I can't go in there. Joey. Drifting in and out of consciousness, I could hear two familiar voices going back and forth around me. This car is a bucket of shit. I know. Seriously, your dad's a mechanic and this is the best he can come up with. Just shut up and drive, Podge. Shutting up now. Malloy. Lips smashing together. I twisted my head to one side and groaned in approval when my nose burrowed between her warm thighs. Shh, Joe. It's all good. She soothed, stroking my cheek with her hand as she cradled my head in her lap with the other. Just sleep it off, okay? Obliging the wonderful fucking voice that belonged to the best face I'd ever seen, I let my eyelids flutter shut and nuzzled into her warm lap, feeling safer than I had in years. Maybe ever. You make me feel safe. Oh, Joe, I love you so fucking much it hurts. I know, baby. I love you too. Don't send me away again, Malloy. I won't, Joe. Her hand was on my hair again. Shh, now. Just sleep it off, baby. What did he take? Some type of powder? Crushed oxy? Don't think so. Something stronger. Coke. He'd be bouncing off the walls. True. I think it might be heroin. No way. He's not that reckless. Can you snort heroin? Shit, Eve. I don't know. Neither do I. Fuck. Listen. I need you to do something for me. I need you to search his room. Go through every pocket of every pair of jeans you can find. Search his wardrobe, his chest of drawers, his nightstand, every drawer. Every fucking inch of his room. His school bag, his gear bag. There's a hole in the side of his mattress. Check that too. He's using again. Which means he has a stash. Whatever you find, flush it. Can you do that for me? You're not coming inside. I can't go into his house. And I can't bring him back to my place like this. Not with my mom at home. It's grand, Aoife. I look after him. You know the drill. He needs to sleep it off. He'll be grand after a few hours, Kip. Don't leave him, okay? Please, Podge. Not when he's like this. I won't. I mean it. Because he could get sick in his sleep and choke on his... I won't leave him. I promise.
From bad to worse. Aoife. Mam was waiting for me at the front door when I got home from school on Tuesday evening. "Well?" she asked, tone hopeful, as she stepped sideways to let me inside. "Did you tell him? Is he coming over?" "Yes, I told him, but he was on another planet and didn't hear a word of it." Shaking my head, I dropped my bag in the hallway and hung my coat on the banister, feeling thoroughly deflated. "Aoife." Her expression fell. "You need to tell the boy." "I know." I quickly cut her off, moving for the kitchen as my body thrummed with anxiety. "I tried. He was busy." Busy losing his mind. "We're all busy, Aoife," Mam offered, closing the front door and trailing after me. "There's never going to be a right time to have this conversation, but it has to be done." "I know," I repeated, shoulders knotted with tension as I rummaged in the fridge. "I tried." "Do you want me to talk to him for you?" "What?" Slamming the fridge door shut, I swung around to gape at her. "No, ma'am, Jesus!" "If you don't tell him soon, it's only going to make matters a million times worse." My eyes narrowed. "I'm trying, ma'am, but it's not something that spills off the tongue easily, okay? What am I supposed to do, huh? Just blurt it out in class?" "You should call him," Mam said, moving to place a reassuring hand on my shoulder. "If you can't tell him face to face, then do it over the phone." "Ma'am, I already tried." Swallowing down the lump in my throat, I implored her with my eyes to understand. I felt broken enough from this afternoon's shitstorm without my mother pouring on the pressure. "Just let it go, okay?" "You need to do this, Aoife," she pushed. "You have the hospital on Friday and Joey needs to be there. He needs to know that he's about to become a father. He has rights, you know." "A father?" Kev deadpanned, and I swung around to find him standing in the kitchen doorway. "Kev, you really shouldn't eavesdrop on people," Mam admonished, pressing her hand to her chest as she scolded my brother. "It's not nice." "Joey Lynch is going to be a father," he repeated, eyes locked on mine. "Which clearly means you're going to be a mother." "No, I'm not," I lied, red-faced and flustered, as I stepped around Mam and moved for the kettle. "Don't be thick." "I'm not thick." My brother was quick to shoot back, stalking into the kitchen. "I happen to be your twin, you know. I could sense something was off with you for a while now." He shook his head. "And now it all makes sense." He turned and glared at Mam. "The two of you have been joined at the hip for days now, whispering and sneaking off together." He sneered. "Because she's pregnant." Stop saying that," I strangled out, feeling weak. "It's not true." "Bullshit," he argued, tone vehement. "You've been a nightmare to live with for weeks. It's like mood swing central in this place, not to mention all of the school Mam just let you skip." He looked me up and down, eyes narrowing in disgust. "It's because you let that waster get you pregnant." "That's enough, Kev," Mam warned, speaking up for me when I couldn't. "You need to back off right now, young man. This has nothing to do with you, so just drop it." "Nothing to do with me," he spat, looking furious. "Are you joking? I live here too, you know. If she's bringing a baby into this house, then I have a right to know, and so does Dad." "Stop it," I begged, feeling the blood drain from my face. "Just stop talking, Kev." "At first, I thought you were just getting fat, but now it makes sense. All the weird food you've been eating is because of your pregnancy cravings." "Kevin, you can't even deny it, can you?" he argued, ignoring our mother's protests and keeping his furious eyes on me. "Because there's no denying that belly you've been trying to hide." Kevin! Mam snapped. I told you that's enough. Yeah, I see it. I'm not blind, and I'm far from stupid. My brother sneered, glowering at me. Unlike you, the fucking idiot who laid on her back and let a loose cannon like Lynchy get her pregnant. Fuck you, I choked out, feeling the tears spill from my eyes as my brother hit me with a cold, hard dose of reality. You have no idea, Kev, no goddamn clue. Congratulations, sister, he continued to sneer. You just let that asshole turn you into another teenage pregnancy statistic. Well done. You can kiss your future goodbye now that you've joined the long list of hopeless girls from our school that were thick enough to open their legs to fellas like that. I said that's enough, Kevin, Mam shouted, coming to stand between us. I don't care how surprised or upset you are. Don't you ever speak to your sister, or any woman for that matter, like that again. You are raised, not dragged up. Yeah, and so was she, he countered defensively. But apparently only one of us got the memo. That's not fair, Mam replied, tone thick with emotion. You don't understand what your sister is going through. No, because I actually happen to possess a brain between my ears, he agreed, furious. Unlike this idiot. Kevin! Jesus, I always knew you weren't the brightest crayon in the box. But this? My brother accused, eyes narrowed in challenge. Getting pregnant while you're still in school? Off a fucking scumbag like Joey Lynch? Wow, talk about scraping the barrel by mixing your genes with his. That poor fucking kid's going to come out with the cocaine habit and the IQ of a gummy bear. I said that's enough, Mam screamed, opening the cupboard door just to slam it shut. She did it 3 more times until she had my brother's attention. You, she hissed, pointing a finger in my brother's face. Not another word. But, Mam slammed the cupboard door again. Not another fucking word, Kevin, or the next thing I'll slam will be my hand across your face. So she gets pregnant, and I get threatened with a slap. My brother huffed, folding his arms across his chest. Talk about favoritism. This has nothing to do with favoritism and everything to do with human decency, Mam growled, poking his chest with her finger. And I'm telling you now, young man, you better not breathe a word of this to anyone. Do you hear me, Kevin? Not a soul. I'm obviously going to tell Dad. If you know what's good for you, you'll keep that mouth shut, Mam warned in a rare, threatening tone. This is not your news to tell, Kevin. This is not about you. This is about your sister, and Aoife has the right to tell your father and everyone else when she's ready. Are you crazy? This is Aoife we're talking about. She's never going to be ready to have a baby, my brother said, pointing out one of my biggest fears. She can't even clean up after Spud, and she's the one who begged you guys for him. How do you suppose she's going to look after an actual living, breathing human? He looked to me and said, You should do yourself a favour and get an abortion. Fix this mess while you still can. Fuck you! With tears streaming down my cheeks, I shoved my brother out of my way and ran for the stairs. You know I'm right, Kev called after me. You won't last a day of motherhood until you're pawning the kid off on our mother to do it for you. A soft knock on my bedroom door drew my attention away from the pillow I was attempting to drown out the sound of my banshee-pitched wailing with. Aoife, love, it's Mam. Can I come in and talk to you? Why the hell not? I was a pregnant teenager in secondary school. My twin brother, upon hearing the news, had labelled me a mindless slut before berating me for my chosen mate and threatening to out me to our father. All this while said chosen mate was passed out cold somewhere, blissfully sleeping off any memory he had of the life-changing news I'd given him. In all honesty, nothing my mother wanted to talk about could make this situation any worse. Door's unlocked, I croaked out, pulling myself into a sitting position on my bed with my pillow tucked against my stomach. My bedroom door opened inwards, and my mother appeared, eyes laced with concern. Are you okay? I shrugged. Not really. Well, I've spoken to your brother, and he gave me his word that he'll keep quiet until you're ready to tell people. You believe him? You don't? I don't know. I exhaled a weary sigh. He was pretty savage down there. Your brother was being a little shit. Walking over to my bed, Mam sat down on the edge and reached for my hand. Don't you mind a word of what he said, Aoife. Not one word of it should be taken to heart. I didn't know he hated me so much, Mam, I confessed, feeling teary again, as my brain rehashed every horrible word my brother had uttered. I get that he's upset about the baby, but what he said to me, there was serious hatred in his voice. That wasn't hatred you heard, Aoife. That was jealousy. Mam corrected with a sad sigh. And trust me, that has much more to do with your father than it has to do with you. My brows furrowed in confusion. Dad? Your father and brother don't have a connection. They never have. There's love between them, sure, but there's no common ground. How does that have anything to do with me having a baby? Because in your brother's mind, the boy you're having a baby with is the same boy that bears the biggest threat to his relationship with your father. Joey? Joey. She offered me a sad smile before continuing. Can you imagine what it must have felt like these past 6 years for Kev? Watching your father develop and nurture a bond with a boy from his class while barely acknowledging his own son's achievements. Okay, but how is that Joey's fault? It's not Joey's fault, Mam replied gently. And it's not your fault either. It's Dad's fault for not making a better effort with your brother over the years. Mam, I know that Kev's your pet, but don't blame his outburst on daddy issues, I argued. I've seen daddy issues in the flesh, and that's not what's happening with my brother. Trust me, we have a good father. You're right, he is a good father, Mam agreed. But you have to acknowledge the lack of harmony in their relationship. So, Dad likes cars and Kev likes computers. Dad's an easygoing man's man, and Kev's an introverted millennial. I forced myself to concede. They're not compatible. Big deal. Neither are we, but you don't see me acting like that, because I know that you still love me, just like Dad still loves Kev. Her eyes widened in surprise. You don't think we're compatible? Honestly? She nodded. No, ma'am, I don't. I picked a piece of fluff on my pajama bottoms and shrugged. Kev's always been your golden child, while I've always been too much of, well, me for you to handle. That's not true. Yeah, it is. I smiled ruefully. To be honest, I think we've spoken more in the last week than we have in the last 3 years, and that's probably only because we finally have something in common now. Pain encompassed my mother's face, and I felt like crap for putting it there. That's not to say that I don't feel loved, I hurried to add. reaching for her hand and giving it a reassuring squeeze. Just that I know what it's like to feel out of sync with a parent, but still feel supported and cared for. I mean, I don't resent you or anything like that. I don't harbour any ill will or have any mommy issues. I'm so sorry, Ma'am whispered, looking truly horrified. I never realised that you felt this way. Ma'am, I rolled my eyes. Get a handle on yourself, will you? It's not that deep. I don't favour your brother, she blurted out. I don't, I swear, I love you both the same. I know that, I told her, and I did. And I also know that it's okay that you get along better with Kev. It's got nothing to do with love, ma'am. That's just a matter of Kev's personality suiting yours better than mine, and that's cool with me. I'm good with it, ma'am. Honestly. You really mean that, don't you? I nodded honestly. I really do. She stared at me for a long time before blowing out a breath. You're going to make a wonderful little mammy. Do you know that, my girl? Yeah, I mumbled. Sure I am. You are, Ma'am pushed. I can see it now. I can see everything so much clearer now. See what? You, Ma'am replied. The woman you're becoming, that backbone of steel behind you, the reason why he's so drawn to you. Who? Joey. My face heated. Oh, obviously you're a beautiful-looking girl. I snorted and waved a hand in front of myself. Obviously. And modest, Ma'am jibed before continuing. But you're so much more than a pretty face. You are warm, Aoife. That poor boy never stood a chance with you, did he? Not when everything he's ever been given flows from you like a waterfall. No, I'm drama, remember? I joked, feeling embarrassed. You're that too, she agreed with a smirk. But my God, does warmth shine out from beneath that mischievous exterior of yours. It's infectious. Ah, that would be the pregnancy glow shining, ma'am. Well, you should stop deflecting and take the compliment. Yeah, well, I can't help it. I grimaced in protest. It's weird. You don't have any problem taking a compliment when it comes to your face. Yeah, well, I can look in a mirror whenever I want validation for the physical. I shot back, unapologetically. I can't exactly cut myself open and see all this fuzzy, infectious warmth now, can I? Well, trust me, it's there, she replied, smiling, and don't you dare ever lose it.
How did I get here? Joey. With the mother of all headaches, I slowly blinked awake. I felt fucking horrified as I slowly registered the fact that I was face down in a stranger's floral patterned bedsheets, with no recollection of how I'd gotten there. Panic-stricken, I quickly sprung up on my elbows and looked down, relieved to find myself fully clothed in my school uniform. I even had my shoes on. Cracking my head off a familiar bunk bed bar above me, I slowly realised that I was in my own bed, but the sheets had been changed by Shannon, no doubt. So, you live to tell another tale, Podge said flatly, as he sat on the edge of the mattress with an empty water bottle in hand. What the fuck, Joey? I thought you got a handle on this. Why are you here? I muttered, gingerly pulling myself into a sitting position, as the room felt like it was floating around me. Pushing my damp hair out of my eyes, I asked, Why am I here? I brought you here, he replied. You passed out in the toilets at school this afternoon, asshole. Aoife found you and came and got me. You're damn lucky that Nathan didn't catch you, or you'd be out in your ass. This afternoon? Confusion echoed through my mind, and my heart gunned in my chest. What time is it? I shook my head. Where's Aoife? It's after 2. In the afternoon? No, lad. In the middle of the night. Podge sighed heavily. You've been out for 10 hours, Joey. So again, and I can't stress this enough, what the fuck? Jesus Christ. I don't know. Climbing unsteadily to my feet, I pushed my damp hair back from my face once more. Why is my hair wet? I had to wake you somehow, he defended, throwing the empty water bottle at my head. I didn't bother to duck, choosing to let the plastic smack me upside the head. You've been out for so long, I was starting to think that you might be dead. Yeah, well, clearly I'm not dead. This time, he shot back, running a hand through his hair. Jesus Christ, how long has it been going on again? It was just a one-off. Bullshit. Leave it out, Podge, I muttered. I'm fucked up. I get it. I don't need a goddamn lecture. Going by the look on Aoife's face and the sheer volume of tears she'd spilled, you did more than just fuck up this time. I tensed on edge. What does that mean? Like you give a shit about anything other than what goes up your goddamn nose. What does that mean, Podge? It means you completely fucked it with your girlfriend, he whisper-hissed, rising to his feet. I don't know what you did to her, or what the fuck you said, but I have never seen devastation like it. What do you mean? Panicked, I grabbed my phone, only to find 0 notifications from Malloy. I quickly dialed her number, but was sent straight to voicemail. Jesus Christ, what did I do? He folded his arms across his chest and gave me a hard look. You tell me. I wouldn't be asking you if I fucking knew. I snarled, losing my cool now as I paced the room. You said she was crying? I looked at him, panicked. Did I hurt her? He stared at me for a long time before shaking his head in resignation. No, Joe, you didn't hurt her like that. You never laid a finger on her, lad, and you never would, so relax. Heaving out a shuddering breath, I sagged against my bedroom wall and took a minute to regather my composure. Fuck. You care about her, Podge stated, watching me carefully. More than anything or anyone you have ever allowed yourself to care about. I've seen it, the shift in you. And so has Alec, the change. The hopefulness she brings out in you. Hell, the whole fucking world can see how good that girl is for you, man. But you're so determined to self-destruct that you're not looking at what you're doing to her. He shook his head before adding, if you don't care about yourself, and it's pretty clear that you don't, then you need to think about what your actions are doing to her. Because guess what, fucker? Aoife Malloy loves you. Do you hear me, you lucky son of a bitch? Hands down the best-looking girl in our school, possibly in the whole town, with the best top-quality banter, loves you. Sound more surprised? Why don't you? I'm not surprised, he shot back without hesitation. I've seen plenty of dolls you've pulled over the years. I'm not insecure enough to deny that you're a good-looking son of a bitch. He shrugged. You're both beautiful. It makes sense for her to be with you. You know, I'm not sure I like where this conversation is heading, I warned. Because if this is the part where you tell me that you're attracted to my girlfriend, I'm going to be really fucking pissed. And if you tell me that you're attracted to me, then I'm going to be really fucking traumatized. Of course I'm attracted to your girl, Pod shot back. As is every other lad in our school. Yeah. I nodded to myself. I'm pissed. Good looks aside, you're a fucking train wreck to deal with, he argued. And I should know. I've spent the last 14 years watching you derail, but I've stuck around for the same reason she has. Because she sees the same thing I do, a good fucking person underneath all of the bullshit. But you're blaring those lines, Joe. You crossed a line today, and you need to make it right, he said, holding a finger up. I love you like a brother. I always have. But one of these days, you're going to slip so far off the tracks that none of us will be able to reach you. His words caught me deep, and I found myself reacting on instinct. I don't need anyone to reach me. Rattled, I hissed. I don't need you or her or anyone else to help me with shit. He narrowed his eyes. Keep on behaving like this, and no one will want to. I narrowed my eyes right back. Suits me just fine. Go on, Joe. Keep pushing the people that actually love you away, he argued, tone heated and eyes laced with disappointment. Keep driving us out of your life, and you're going to end up with only Shane Holland and his leeches sucking the life out of you. Are you done lecturing me? Stalking over to my bedroom door, I swung it open and glared at him. Because you can leave now? Lad, you're still off your rocker if you think my country ass is walking through your thug-infested terrace at 2 o'clock in the morning. Flopping down on my bed, Podge readjusted my pillow behind his head and made himself comfortable. Nah, you're stoked with me for the night, so you might as well get yourself reacquainted with the doghouse on the floor, he offered, yawning. Because I have a feeling that's where you'll be spending most of your time for the foreseeable. I should go see her. No. You should lie your ass down before you get yourself in any more trouble, my friend commanded, throwing a pillow at me. Leave the poor girl to get a night's sleep. You can go over there first thing in the morning. Relenting, I dropped down on the floor and covered my face with my arm. Fuck. Do you want to know something? If it's anything to do with how much of a shitty person I am, then no, lad, I muttered. I'm already fully aware. Charlie Monaghan tried it on with Aoife at school today. The fuck? I lifted my arm off my face to gape up at him. And you know this how? Heard it from Rambo, heard it from Becca. What did he say? What am I? A mind reader? I told you that I heard it from Rambo, who heard it from Rebecca. I'm not tele-fucking-pathic, lad. That little shitbag. Stuck it to her, apparently. Podge chuckled. So, it sounds to me like you need to get your head out of your hole and up your game if you want to hold on to that girl. Sounds to me like I need to break Charlie Monaghan's fucking nose. Yeah. My best friend chuckled. That too.
Lay it on me, Aoife. With my school shirt hanging open and only my bra knickers covering my dignity, I stood in front of the full-length mirror in my bedroom on Wednesday morning and studied every inch of my skin, paying extra close attention to the parts of my body where there were obvious changes. My breasts were enormous, and that was saying something because I had never been lacking in that department. Seriously, they were so full and heavy that it felt like I was carrying around bowling balls in my bra. My nipples had decided to turn about 10 shades darker in colour, and I had very noticeable, very blue veins appearing on both breasts. Gross! And that slight swell in my lower abdomen, the one I had managed to play off as bloating up until now, wasn't so slight anymore. The area of my stomach beneath my belly button had distended into a small but firm pooch. The sight of it alone caused my pulse to skyrocket. I called it a pooch because I refused to use the B word that rhymed with pump. Yeah, I was nowhere near ready for the B word. I wasn't going to be able to hide my situation for too much longer. The changes to my body had already been drastic, and I predicted that I had another month left tops before the whole world knew. We were getting our Easter holidays from school on Friday. We would have 2 weeks off, and a huge part of me was worried that I would somehow blow up in that space of time and end up returning to school looking like a beached whale. It was a terrifying concept. Turning side to side, I studied my appearance, gently poking and prodding at the foreign entity that had hitched a ride inside of my womb. Ugh. Womb was definitely another word I hated, right along with placenta, milk ducts, labour, membrane sweeps, and, worst of all, crowning. Struggling with the concept of a baby growing inside of my body, let alone burrowing its big bald head and Joey Lynch-sized shoulders out of my vagina, I shuddered violently, doing a little heebie-jeebies dance on the spot while I battled down a surge of nausea. Empty your mind. Deep breaths, blank it out. You're still beautiful. Nothing has stretched your vagina. Your body is still free from stretch marks. It's all good. Wrestling my anxiety into a manageable portion, I set to work on applying a full face of makeup and running the curling tongs through my hair, deciding on loose beach wave curls for school today. I was rummaging around in my crappy backup makeup bag, the one that housed all of the reject items from unwanted beauty sets from birthdays and Christmas, looking for a bronzing palette, and mentally cursing myself for not buying 2 of every product that I used, when a pair of familiar tattooed forearms came around my waist, dragging me back against an even more familiar chest. On a scale of 1 to 10, how pissed are you with me? Holy shit, Joe! I choked out, coming close to calling bullshit on the whole not being able to jump out of one's skin, because I had come pretty damn close. You couldn't use the front door. Why break the habit of a lifetime? His lips brushed against my ear as he spoke, eyes locked on mine in the mirror in front of us. And I would say nice legs, but that would be doing the rest of you a serious disservice. Smooth as sin, he let his hands wander from my waist to my hips, fingers dipping under the lace fabric of my knickers for the briefest of moments, before letting the elastic waistband snap back into place and returning his hands to my hips. Nice everything, Malloy. The move caused every muscle south of my navel to coil tight in lustful anticipation. Thanks. So, on a scale of 1 to 10, my eyelids fluttered shut of their own accord, an inevitable reaction to this boy's touch, and I let out a shaky breath. 11. Yeah. His lips brushed my neck, and he inhaled deeply before releasing a heavy sigh. I figured. Like a lamb to the slaughter, I leaned heavily against him, as my body revelled in the feel of his hands on my skin. That's all you have to say for yourself? I'm an asshole. He offered, pressing a kiss to my cheek. I'm undeserving. He switched sides and kissed my other cheek. I'm sorry. Another kiss to the curve of my jaw. I love you. You don't remember any of it, do you? I asked, turning around just in time to receive the soft kiss he pressed to the corner of my mouth. What we talked about yesterday. I remember that I fucked up. I rolled my eyes. You always fuck up. Hey. Taking my face between his hands, he leaned in close, clear green eyes locked on mine. I mean it. Nuzzling my nose with his, he pressed a kiss to the tip and sighed. I'm sorry for yesterday. Which part? The part where your asshole boyfriend made you cry. Yeah? Hating how much I loved his attention and feeling lightheaded from how desperately my body craved his touch, I leaned into his hands, feeling helplessly hooked. Well, if you see the prick around, make sure you tell him that I don't forgive him. You shouldn't. He stroked my nose with his again. I hear he's a fuck-up. Such a fuck-up, I agreed, reciprocating his kiss when his lips lightly brushed against mine. If it wasn't for that big damn dick of his, I'd drop his ass. Is that so? Uh-huh, I nodded. It's all about the dick for me. Then it's lucky for him that he knows how to use his dick, huh? He teased, lips hovering close to mine as he dragged my body flush against his. And his fingers. My breath hitched when his hand slipped beneath the waistband of my knickers. And his tongue. And just like that, I melted like a goddamn fool against him, lips moving against his in a kiss that sent my already frazzled hormones into overdrive. Fully aware that he was as dangerous to my mind as the drugs were to his, I broke the kiss before I fell any deeper into my feelings, into him. Pulling back before I lost myself entirely in him, I placed my hands on his chest to steady myself and said, You're not getting away with it that easily. Never thought I was. Why are you even here? I thought we were meeting at school, like usual. Because I needed to apologize. He explained, once again using his thumb to wipe my second-hand lip gloss from his mouth, before strolling over to my window and climbing back out through it. A few seconds ticked by before his school bag came flying through my window, followed by his Hurley, helmet, and the overnight bag I'd left at his house. Did you bring my necklace? I asked, watching as he deftly climbed back through my window. I feel like I've been walking around naked without it. Got it, he replied, retrieving the silver chain from his pocket as he closed the space between us. Turn around. Obliging, I lifted my hair away from my neck while he fastened the clasp. Thanks, Stud. Any time, Queen. You're still in trouble. Aren't I always? He muttered, pressing a soft kiss to the curve of my neck before walking over to my bed and sinking down. Okay, I'm all ears. Huh? You wanted to talk? He leaned back on his elbows, looking way too familiar with my bed and way too fucking sexy. Let's talk. True, I replied, anxiety fluttering to life inside of me as I quickly closed the buttons of my shirt. But you were supposed to come over last night to talk. I paused to frown. Which is clearly something else you forgot about. Well, I'm here now, so we might as well get it over with. Get it over with? I heard myself pant out breathlessly, unable to hide the near hysteria threatening to overtake me. Talk, Malloy, he said. Let's go. I wasn't ready. Unlike yesterday, when he was out of his mind on God knows what, my boyfriend was sitting on my bed, clear-headed and looking at me expectantly. Oh, shit. It can wait. I tried to buy myself more time by saying, until lunch, or after school, maybe? I rambled nervously, hands flapping aimlessly. After work is fine, too, or tomorrow. Hell, tomorrow is good for me, too. It doesn't have to be right this second. Listen, I already know how this conversation is going to go. Joey interrupted me by saying, You've got shit to say to me, shit I deserve to hear. So just lay it on me. Lay it on you? Confusion swept through me. Joe, I don't think we're on the same page here. Yesterday, he blurted out, expelling a heavy sigh and rubbing his jaw. The way I was, what you saw, I know that I let you down, okay? I fucked up and I get that, but you don't need to worry. It's not like it was before, Malloy. I am not the same person that I was before Christmas, and I have no intention of going back to that place. I've got a handle on it this time, okay? Drugs. He was talking about drugs. And while his behaviour yesterday certainly needed to be addressed, it wasn't on the top of today's fucked up agenda. Because as ridiculous as it sounded, we had an even bigger problem. When you say that you've got a handle on it, I said warily, what you actually mean to say is that you had a momentary slip in sanity for a few weeks, but you've come to your senses and will never do it again, right? Say it. Please just say it. Tell me that you're trying again. All I need you to do is keep trying. I'm good, Malloy. He insisted, tone light. It's all good. You don't have anything to worry about. I'm in control here. I'm in control here. Devastation flooded me. My heart cracked in my chest. That's not what I asked you, Joey. Everything's fine. Pain. It threatened to swallow me whole. Say it, I demanded hoarsely. Tell me that you're trying again. He didn't respond. Tell me that you're stopping, Joe. Better yet, tell me that you've already stopped. I just told you that I'm good, he replied, tone sharp as he stood up, walked to the other side of my room, and made a half-assed attempt at inspecting one of the doors he'd hung on my wardrobe. Stop worrying, okay? It's all good. Good? I hissed, reaching for my school skirt and pulling it on. I've been here before with you, remember? I've walked this path with you 1,000 times, and if you're using again, then you're not good. And if yesterday's anything to go by, then you sure as hell aren't in control. You're wrong, he bit out, still inspecting the door. You're overreacting here. And you're delusional, I hissed, pulling my school jumper over my head. And a goddamn liar. Malloy, no. I shook my head. Don't Malloy me, asshole. You can't sweet-talk yourself out of this one. I am not okay with this. I have never been okay with this, and I never will be. Shrugging, he closed my wardrobe door and turned to face me. Then I don't know what to tell you. How about you start by explaining to me what possessed you to go back down this road? I threw out there, bitterly hurt by his actions. And don't even think about blaming it on what your father tried to do to me, because I found your stash the day before that even happened, Joey. He tensed. What are you talking about? I found a bag of prescription tablets in the pocket of your sweatpants. He narrowed his eyes. Why were you searching my clothes, Aoife? I narrowed mine right back at him. I wasn't searching your clothes. I was looking for something to wear. But more importantly, why were they there in the first place, Joseph? Those pills weren't mine. No? Then why were they in your pocket? I'm telling you, Malloy, I didn't buy those. I don't believe you. Fine. He shook his head and exhaled a frustrated growl. Believe what you want. It wouldn't be the first time you've lied to me. Well, I'm not fucking lying about this. He spat and then threw his hands up in frustration. I messed up, okay? I get it. I fucked up. I thought you were done and I threw in the towel. I gave the fuck up because, in case you haven't noticed, Malloy, aside from you, I don't have a whole fucking lot else going for me. In my mind, you were done and I couldn't see a reason to keep this bullshit facade up. What bullshit facade? I demanded. The one where I pretend to be someone I'm not. He snapped. Everything I did, all of the changes that I made for you. And then you were gone, so I just... He threw his hands up in defeat. Stopped fighting my nature. Your nature. I gave him a hard look. That's not your nature. He shrugged, but didn't respond. So, because we're going through a rough patch, you took it as a green light to throw the last 3 months away. My father tried to fuck you, Malloy. He growled, tone hoarse. And in your eyes, I look just like him, remember? I'd say that's more than just a rough patch. And there it was. The reasoning behind every bad decision my boyfriend had ever made came back to his father. I was hurt. I tried to reason with the part of him that was hell-bent on self-annihilation. I was afraid. I was in shock. I was fucking reeling, Joey. I didn't mean a word of what I said to you that night, and you know it. So stop trying to make me feel bad for it. He flinched like I had struck him. If you know me at all, and you're probably the only one that does, then you'd know that I would never do that to you. He bit out, looking hurt. I deserved your pain that night. I fucking deserved everything you said to me and more. I know you wouldn't. I sighed, pressing a hand to my brow as my emotions continued to flatten me. I know, Joe. I'm not trying to make you feel bad about anything. He continued to say. But you asked me for an explanation, and I'm trying to give it to you. Well, I'm clearly not done with you, I said, urging him to hear me. Your father did a terrible thing, that's true, but it isn't on you. Nothing has changed for us, okay? I didn't know that. His words were barely audible as he swallowed deeply. I didn't know. Well, now you do, I urged. So you need to knock this on the head again. Do you hear me? I need you to dust yourself off and keep trying. I already told you that I have it under control this time. See, that's not good enough for me, Joe, I heard myself reply. I don't want your assurances. I want your sobriety. And you'll have it. I want it right now. I don't know if I can give you that. Panic seared through me. Why not? Because I don't want to lie to you. He bit out. I promise it won't be like before. No. I shook my head, feeling my heart crack. No, Joe. Malloy. Shoulders sagging in defeat, Joey released a resigned sigh. I am what I am. There it was again, that horrible fucking sentence. I am what I am. I hated those 5 words when they came from his mouth. Yes, and who you are is a hell of a lot better than the person standing in front of me, reeling off excuses for doing something that he knows almost destroyed him before. I snapped, hands planted on my hips, as I glared up at him. You are a better man than this, Joey Lynch. Maybe I thought I was. You still are, I strangled, wrestling with my panic and pain. You are better than the lifestyle you're determined to fall back into, and you sure as hell are a better man than Shane Holland, and you know it. This has nothing to do with Holland. This has everything to do with him. It's not your fucking problem. Voice breaking off, I watched as Joey inhaled a deep breath, clearly trying to rein in his temper, and ran his hand through his hair before trying again, this time in a relatively calmer voice. Listen, I don't want to fight with you. Closing the space between us, Joey placed his hands on my shoulders and stared down at me. I don't want to hurt you, Malloy. Well, you did, I countered thickly. You are hurting me, Joe. Pain encompassed his features. I'm sorry. But I managed to squeeze out. I'm just... Shaking his head, he rubbed his jaw and blew out a harsh breath. I've been having a hard fucking time inside my head right now, and I need you to just let me deal with it in my own way. By taking drugs, I deadpanned. By destroying yourself. No, he shook his head. That's not what I'm doing. Yes, Joey, it is. Tears filled my eyes. And you're asking me to turn a blind eye to it again. My voice broke and I dragged in a quivering breath. I did that before and it almost killed you and broke me. Now you're asking me to do that again and I can't. I can't watch you lose yourself again. I can't lose you again, Joe. No, Malloy, that's not what I'm saying at all. You're not losing me, okay? I fucking love you. I'm yours to keep for as long as you'll have me. He stroked my shoulders with his thumbs, breaking my heart with the gentleness of his touch, which was a stark contrast to the slicing sting of his words. I need you to not hate me for getting through my shit in the only way I know how. You know other ways, I reminded him, tone laced with bitterness. Better ways. Ways that don't risk your life and break my heart. Fine. Joey expelled a pained breath, unwilling to look me in the eyes. In the only way that works for me. So you're not even going to try? I choked out, feeling shredded by the sudden change in him, in his unwillingness to at least try. You're not even going to lie to me and pretend to try? I am trying, he argued, voice strained. I will try. I will sort this, okay? I will, Malloy. I need some time. Some time to get high with your druggy buddies first. No. His tone was hard when he said, I'm not going back there, I swear. Back there? Sniffling, I reached up and batted a tear from my cheek. If you're using again, then you're already there, Joe. Malloy, do you love me? You know I love you. Then stop, I pleaded, reaching up to cup his neck. Stop, Joe, please. I will. No. I shook my head and stepped away from him. Don't say you will. Say you are. Malloy, you're putting me in an impossible position. I choked out. You're forcing my hand. That's not what I'm trying to do. Well, whether that's what you're trying to do or not, that's what's happening, I argued, hating how pitiful I sounded. Yesterday, you accused me of manipulating you by using your feelings for me against you, and now you're doing the exact same thing to me. His brows furrowed. No, I'm not. Yes, you are, I strangled out. Because what am I going to do, Joe? Leave? I threw my hands up in utter resignation. I don't have a bargaining chip here. I'm just the fool who's supposed to sit back and watch you wreck yourself again, and that's exactly what's going to end up happening, because we both know that I love you too fucking much to ever contemplate walking away. I promise. This time it'll be different. Joey tried to coax, ignoring every truthful word I had spoken in his bid to convince me of the same lies he had used to wallpaper over his common sense. I only need a few more weeks. That's it, Eve. Just a couple of weeks to get me through and I'll be done. Whatever, Joe. I'm done talking about this. Weary to the bone, I stepped around him and grabbed my school bag off the floor, unable and unwilling to go another round with him, not when my heart had just taken such a beating. Let's just go to school.
The birds, the bees, and the dove.
Joey.
What are you doing in my room? Shannon asked when she walked into her bedroom at lunchtime on Wednesday afternoon. Breaking the rare silence I was soaking in, with everyone else out at the house. Sean pissed on my bed, I explained, exhaling a cloud of smoke as I stared up at her bedroom ceiling, coming down from my high. My sheets are in the wash. Oh. Dropping her school bag on the bedroom floor, she kicked off her shoes and walked over to her bed. Push over. Obliging, I shifted closer to the wall and rested an arm behind my head as she flopped down on her small single bed beside me. It's lunchtime, Sean. What are you doing home from school? Like you can talk. Digging me in the side with her skinny elbow, she mimicked. It's lunchtime, Joey. What are you doing home? I'm in the doghouse. With Aoife? Yep. Is that weed? Nope. Are you lying? Inhaling another deep drag of my smoke, I held it there for a long moment before exhaling slowly. Yep. Stoner. Slacker. So, what did you do? She asked, batting a cloud of smoke away. To get sent to the doghouse. She sucked in a sharp breath before I could answer and hissed. Please tell me you didn't cheat on her, because that girl is amazing, and you need to marry her. The fuck? I narrowed my eyes and exhaled a cloud of smoke. No, Jesus. I didn't cheat on her. I don't cheat, Shan. Sorry. She shrugged sheepishly. It's just, well, when I was at BCS, I used to hear a lot of the girls in the bathroom talking about you and your, your bedroom skills. My bedroom skills? I snorted. Jesus Christ, girls are fucked up. Girls are fucked up. My little sister wholeheartedly agreed. I don't understand them at all. You know they say fellas talk, but it's the other way round, I complained. Girls talk. I twisted my head to find her staring wide-eyed back at me. Girls do a lot of fucking talking, Sean. Yeah, I know, she sighed. You know, most of what they say is pure bullshit, I decided to add, feeling salty. I've only been in one girl's bedroom. Her eyes widened. So you've only been with one girl? I've only been in one girl's bedroom. I doubled down and repeated. Joey? My sister narrowed her eyes. That's not the same thing. Like you can talk, I shot back, giving her back her earlier words. How'd you get on in Mr. Rugby's bedroom the other week? I'm guessing this little day trip home from school has something to do with him. What? Don't pull that shy card on me, I chuckled. I can read you like a book. She nestled under my arm and sighed heavily. I didn't come home early because of Johnny. I stiffened. Then who? Bella Wilkinson. What did she do? It doesn't matter, Shannon replied, shaking her head. Forget it. Frowning, I turned to look at her. Did you hurt you? No. Call you names or something? She stiffened. So, she called you names? She nodded. What did you call you? The usual, she admitted quietly. And then she made fun of me for coming from Elks Terrace. Fucking bitch, I growled, taking another deep drag before sitting up, feeling my temper rise. You get why these girls target you, don't you? Because they hate me? Because they're threatened by you, I corrected. Because goodness shines out of you, and they're throwing shit to take that shine away. Don't let them win, Shan. How's BCS going for you? She asked, clearly trying to take the limelight off herself by steering the conversation towards me. School is school, Shan, I replied, staring out the window. Same shit, different day. You know the real reason I'm home in the middle of the day, she replied. What's your real reason, Joe? Already told ya. I shrugged and took another drag of my smoke. I'm in the doghouse. Why do I feel like that's not true? I shrugged. I just couldn't be bothered sticking around. Why don't you talk to me, Joe? She asked then, tone laced with sadness. I'm always confiding in you, but you never do the same. Because I can't. Because you'd crumble. Because I need to protect you. You know me, kid, I replied, climbing off her bed and moving for the window. I turned back and offered her a smile. I'm bulletproof. She stared back at me, uncertain, for a long moment before whispering, If I tell you something, do you promise not to get mad? Pushing her window open, I took another drag of my smoke before flicking the butt away. Depends. Promise me, Joe. Okay, I promise. Chewing on her bottom lip, my baby sister squirmed in discomfort before throwing her hands up and blurting out, I kissed Johnny Kavanagh. Well, shit. I wasn't expecting that. My brows shot up in surprise. You kissed Johnny Kavanagh, she filled in with a nod, cheeks reddening. Okay, I replied slowly, as I tried to navigate this new fucking territory that my baby sister had unceremoniously thrown me into. This wasn't a conversation she needed to be having with her older brother. This was an older sister conversation, or a mother and daughter conversation. Instead, she was stuck with me. Fuck my life. I could feel my buzz deserting me at a rapid rate. Was that all you did with him? Please say yes. Please, Jesus, don't tell me anything else. Yes, she strangled out, nodding eagerly. When? Monday night, at his house. At his house? I arched a brow. Where in his house exactly? His bedroom. Now both my brows rose along with my blood pressure. His bedroom? But he didn't kiss me back, she blurted, wringing her hands together. And I feel so embarrassed about the whole thing, Joe. Why didn't he kiss you back? He said that it wouldn't be fair to start anything up with me when he's leaving soon. She chewed on her lip, looking very young and uncertain. But then he came over after school yesterday. He came over? My eyes widened. Here, to this house. She nodded. He helped me with my homework. Did anything happen? We hugged. I fought back the laugh that was threatening to escape me. You hugged? Uh-huh. Desperately trying to keep a straight face, I asked, Was it a good hug? She sighed wistfully and clutched her chest. It was the best hug I've ever had. Now I did laugh. Joey! I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Clearing my throat, I scrubbed my face with my hand and tried again. So, the dub gives good hugs, yeah? Yes. She gave another uncertain nod and shrugged helplessly. But I wanted it to be more than just a hug because I really like him, Joe. And then, today at lunch, he literally punched Bella's boyfriend in the face because she was saying those mean things about me. But that scares me because you know how I feel about violence. But I'm not scared of him like that, you know. He's a good person. I mean, he's a really, really good person. Excellent, in fact. I can tell. And I like him, Joe. I like him so much it's hard to breathe when he's near me. But I just... And he won't. And I don't... Oh, God, help me. Jesus. I needed another smoke for this. You couldn't have taken a shine to a lad from around here. Shaking my head, I sank back down on her bed and sighed. You had to pick the Irish International. She squirmed in discomfort. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry, Shan. I chuckled, rubbing my jaw. You can't help who you like. And for what it's worth, I reckon he likes you too, kid. What do I do, Joe? You're asking me. Who else can I ask? Fuck. Pressing my fingers to my temples, I tried to think up the appropriate answer to give her in this moment. Give me a second to think about this. What would you do if you were me? Yeah, I wasn't going to tell her what I'd do. Or Aoife. What would she do in this position? And I definitely wasn't going to tell her what Malloy would do. Just take her time, be his friend, and just let whatever happens come naturally, I finally settled on, knowing it was lame as fuck, but unwilling to give my baby sister tips on how to seduce a fella. If it happens, and if it doesn't, then that's okay too. And please, for the love of Christ, don't ask Aoife for advice, I added, shuddering at the thought of the pointers Malloy would be only too happy to give her. You're only 16, Shan. This is all new to you. You need to navigate this thing with Kavanagh at your own pace, and nobody else's. I can do that, she whispered, looking up at me like I was giving her some sacred advice. Thanks, Joe. Any time. Can I ask you something else? What? How old were you? She grimaced before adding, when you first... You know. I eyed her wearily. Do we need to have the talk? Her eyes widened. The talk? The talk, I confirmed grimly. You've had the talk, right? Mom's had the talk with you, hasn't she? I pressed, palms sweating. No. Did she have the talk with you? Fuck no. I learned along the way. I strangled out. Oh. Her cheeks flamed. Okay. Don't do that, though, I added after a beat. Don't learn on the job. The job? You know what I mean. Her face flamed. I really don't. Jesus Christ. Well, you know how it all works, don't you? I asked, and then shifted in discomfort. Sex and intimacy, and birth control and all that shit. Yeah? Exhaling a shaky breath, she nodded uncertainly. I know enough. You do. I mean, I think I do. That meant she definitely didn't. Oh, fuck. Do you, I let my voice trail off and scratched my jaw, buying myself a few extra seconds before forcing out the words. Do you need to ask me anything about it? Like what? I don't fucking know, Shan, I choked out. Advice. You have 3 minutes to ask whatever the fuck you want, and then I'm out of here, and this conversation will never again be repeated. Is it Like the movies? She squirmed in discomfort. Sex. Does it hurt? Yeah, the first time can hurt for a girl, I replied, resisting the urge to crawl into the corner of her room and rock. But it shouldn't hurt after that, and if it does, he's doing it wrong. Do we really bleed? Yeah, girls can bleed the first time, but it doesn't happen to every girl. Why not? Fuck if I know. Because it's different for everyone. What about guys? Does it hurt for guys their first time? No, it's more a matter of trying to keep the head calm, I corrected, with a grimace. It's a matter of keeping calm and in control. What happens if you can't stay calm? Then it's over before it starts. Over? Over, I confirmed grimly. As in, the show's over. Oh! Her cheeks reddened. What if his, is too big? What if it doesn't fit in? Well, It fits. I dropped my head in my hands and groaned. It always fits. But how? Magic. Joey, it just fucking fits, Shan, I replied. Once the girl is relaxed and not feeling anxious or pressured. I paused to give her a hard look. Nobody's pressuring you, right? Oh, God, no, she hurried to say. I'm just curious. Okay, then. Good. That's good to hear. Repressing a shudder, I quickly continued. Jesus, I can't believe these words are coming out of my mouth. But foreplay helps a lot. Foreplay? Yeah, Shan. What kind of foreplay? Well, not hugging, that's for fucking sure. Oh, she blushed. So you mean like kissing and stuff? And stuff, I replied, feeling like I was seconds away from throwing myself out of her bedroom window. Like touching? Yeah, like touching and tasting and... Ugh. You know what? Slapping my hands on my knees, I stood up and paced the floor. You should stick to the hugging. Hugging is perfect. Hugging is plenty close enough until you're 20. How old were you, Joe, when you first... Too young. How young? Younger than you. Her eyes widened, and she choked out a surprised cough. Joe! I grimaced. Yeah, I know. So, how was your first time? Terrible, I admitted quietly. I wasn't ready. My baby sister's eyes widened. Then, why'd you go through with it? I opened my mouth to respond, but the words failed me. Shaking my head, I racked my brain for the words I needed to answer her, but came up empty. Concern filled her blue eyes. Joe? I don't know, Shan. Shoulders slumping, I sank down on the bed beside my sister and rested my elbows on my thighs. I think You think you what, Joe? I think I was... Blowing out a strained breath, I wrestled with my hazed memories, trying to make sense of a night that had never made sense to me. I think I wasn't in my own body, if that makes sense. In what way? I was high as a kite that night, and I mean, I can sort of remember it happening, I admitted, cracking my knuckles together, but I don't remember how or why it happened. I don't understand, she whispered, turning her body to face me. Are you saying you... Swallowing deeply, my baby sister reached for my hand and squeezed. Did you not want it to happen, Joe? I don't know, Shan, I forced myself to admit out loud for the first time. I mean, I know that I liked the girl it happened with, and I know that I wasn't upset about it afterwards, but I just don't remember how it happened. Joe, her hand tightened around mine. That kind of sounds like you didn't consent. Maybe, I muttered, scratching my head. But I must have enjoyed it because I went back there with her multiple times over the years. She was actually a friend type person of mine back in the day. It doesn't matter if you did it 1,000 times with 1,000 different girls, Shannon croaked out. You both need to consent every time, Joe. Jesus, I muttered, shaking my head. How did this conversation get so deep? Does Aoife know? Does Aoife know what? About what happened to you on your first time? No, because nothing happened to me, Shannon, I was quick to point out, quickly shutting down the conversation before it went to a place that my mind had no intention of visiting. I got high, I got fucked, I got over it, and then, when I got high again, I got fucked some more. Rinse and repeat. That was my mantra, so, yeah. I was way too young and way too fucking reckless with my body, I admitted, giving her a hard look. Don't make my mistakes, Shan. Don't give yourself away to the first person who shows you an ounce of affection. Just take your time. I promise the right person is worth holding out for. Okay? Joe, I really feel like you weren't... Don't! Okay? Annoyed, I stood up and moved for her door. Don't make me a victim, Shan. It's not the narrative of my story. Do you wish Aoife was your first? She thankfully changed the subject by asking. Every day, I admitted with a shrug. It's fucking miserable knowing that I threw something around that means so much with the right person. It's even worse knowing that she knows it. So she waited for you. I'm not talking about Aoife, Shan, I replied. A lad has limits, you know. Ask what you want about my sex life, but not my girlfriend's, okay? You really love her, don't you? It's not just about love. It's about respect and compatibility and friendship and loyalty. Exactly. Whoa. Shannon breathed. You're very sweet under that prickly exterior, aren't you? I'm hungry under this prickly exterior, I muttered, desperate to get away from the topic of the birds and the bees. Want to make your favourite brother something to eat before he has to go to work? Okay. Sighing heavily, she climbed off her bed and walked right up to me, wrapping her skinny arms around my waist. But only because you are my favourite brother.
You don't get to let me. Aoife. Are you going to speak to me? Nope. Come on, Malloy. Don't be cranky. Shut up and watch the movie. I'm not talking. I'm texting. Yeah, well, I can hear your stupid voice in my head. Which? Asshole. I'm not staying over if you're not going to talk to me. Ha! Try and leave. I dare you. Fine, but I'm not snuggling you. Good. I don't want you to snuggle me. You stink of weed. Pity it's not mellowing you out. Shh, I'm trying to watch the film. Fine. Stop playing Snake on your phone. Stop being a bitch. I will as soon as you stop being an asshole. For fuck's sake. Tossing his phone down on the mattress between us, Joey folded his arms across his chest and glared at my bedroom ceiling. This cold shoulder crap is bullshit. No, it wasn't bullshit. It was a direct consequence of his bullshit. With only the screen of my portable television lighting the room, I watched from the corner of my eye as Joey huffed and puffed like a frustrated bull. My boyfriend was being an asshole, and I had every intention of letting him know it. Surprisingly, my silence was irking him a hell of a lot more than my words had. Malloy. Shirtless, he sat straight up on my bed and ran a hand through his hair. Come on, I haven't done anything wrong today. The fact that you have to add the word today to the statement, I haven't done anything wrong, speaks volumes, Joe. I said I'm sorry. I know you did. Then what do you want from me? I want you healthy. I am healthy, he growled, flopping back down on the mattress. Fuck. I knew that he was teetering on the edge of trouble again, and I refused to let him topple over that cliff twice. The fact that he couldn't remember a word of the conversation we had yesterday when I spilled my damn guts to him was horrible. I couldn't explain how difficult it was for me to get those words out, and he just didn't hear me. Knowing that I was carrying his unborn child while he was dallying with his health was even more terrifying. I'm not doing this again, Joe, I told him. I'm not letting you do this again. Letting me. He spat the words like they were offensive. You don't get to let me do shit, Eve. I do my own thing. Uh-huh, sure thing, asshole, I mocked, increasing the volume on the television remote. I flushed your stash, by the way. He narrowed his eyes at me. I don't have a stash. You don't? I narrowed my eyes right back at him. Then whose prescription pills were those in the front pocket of your school bag? You searched my bag. Yep, I smiled sweetly. Sure did. For fuck's sake, he muttered, rubbing his face with his hand. Where's the baggie, Malloy? The baggie is in my rubbish bin. The contents of the baggie are on the way out to sea. You didn't seriously flush my pills. I seriously did, stud. Jesus Christ. Do you know how much those cost me? Sitting straight up once again, my boyfriend dropped his head in his hands and bit back a roar. Fuck, Eve, I told you I have it under control. And I told you that I'm not letting you do this again. I'm fine. And I'm making sure that you stay fine. This is ridiculous, he grumbled, twisting around to face me. You do realise that no other lad would take this shit from his girlfriend. What shit exactly? Tossing the remote down, I sat straight up and faced him. The part where I tried to keep you alive? I'm not dying. You could die. My voice cracked, and I sucked in a sharp breath, desperately trying to school my features as I met his stare head on. I love you. I know. Emotion flickered in his eyes and he bowed his head. I love you back. No, you don't get it. You are the love of my life, I bit out, catching his chin and forcing him to look at me. What I feel for you? How deeply I love you? It's fucking insane, Joe. So yeah, I'm going to do the right thing for you every time, whether that pisses you off or not, because I want you here with me, on planet Earth, for a long time. I'm not going anywhere, he whispered, snatching my hand up in his. I'm never leaving you, Malloy. See, I know you believe that, I replied, tone thick with emotion. But every time you snort a line or pop a pill, you're playing Russian roulette with your life and my heart.
Hurricane, Malloy.
Joey.
The anger emanating from the girl in the driver's seat assured me that not only had I been given permanent residency in her doghouse, but I'd earned the title of King of Fuck-Ups. By the time we reached school on Thursday morning, the silent tension building up between us was unbearable. Both unwilling to budge an inch. I let her sit in her anger, while she let me stew in my guilt. After her fourth piss-poor attempt at reversing into a narrow parking space, and this time almost taking the bumper off a neighbouring car, Malloy released a furious growl. She jacked the handbrake, put the gear stick in neutral, climbed out, leaving the car in the middle of the line of traffic. Wordlessly, I climbed out and rounded the driver's side, while Malloy folded her arms across her chest, tapped her foot expectantly, and gave me a stormy-eyed glare. Reversing the car into her intended parking spot, I killed the engine, climbed back out, and rounded the boot. Yanking it open, I grabbed both of our bags and tossed them over my shoulders before reaching for my Hurley and helmet. Slamming the boot shut, I locked the car back up and tossed her the keys. Catching them mid-air, she pocketed them, and then, with her nose cocked in the air, she walked over and yanked her bag off my shoulder. Fine. Suit yourself. Arching a brow, I watched as Malloy slid her bag onto her shoulder and strutted off in the direction of the main entrance, keeping at least 10 feet between us, and giving me a glorious view of her peachy ass as her hips swayed with temper. "Lynchy!" I heard Rambo call out, dragging my attention from my girlfriend's fantastic rear end. I turned to see him waving me over to the side of the PE hall, with smoke drifting up from beneath the sleeve of his school jumper. "You coming, lad?" Offering him a clipped nod, I veered off path, feet moving in the direction of my buddy, when a hand wrapped around mine and pulled me to a stop. I swung back to find Malloy standing there, with my hand in both of hers, as she glared up at me and shook her head. Still refusing to speak to me, but unwilling to walk away, she stood there, glowering up at me, giving me an ultimatum with her eyes. "Do it." She mentally glared at me. "See what happens." Beyond fucking irritated, I glared down at her, equally unwilling to be the first one to give in and speak. Releasing my hand, she gave me one final hard look before backing up a few steps, and then, with that sexy fucking nose cocked in the air, she turned on her heels and walked off. Fine. Blowing out a frustrated growl, I turned on my heels and walked towards the PE hall, but only managed to make it about 5 steps before swinging back round. God damn it to hell! I could hear Rambo and the lads cracking up with laughter and making the mandatory whipped sounds as I trailed after my girlfriend like a fucking puppy. Jesus Christ. When I caught up with her at the door, she didn't look behind her when she slid her bag off her shoulder and held it out. Jaw ticking, I begrudgingly took her bag and slung it over my shoulder. Clearing her throat, she folded her arms across her chest and inclined her chin to the door. Biting back a growl, I stepped around her and held the door open. She huffed prisily before sauntering inside. Resisting the urge to swing the door shut on her ass, I grounded my teeth together and followed after the girl who had a firm hold on my heart and my nuts. "What's ailing you?" Alec asked, tossing a cigarette towards me when I joined him at the back of the PE hall for a smoke. "Sexy legs still giving you the cold shoulder?" "Let's just say that the women in my life have my head in a fucking spin, lad," I muttered, hopping up on the wall next to him. "Cheers, Al," I mumbled, cigarette balanced between my lips, as I took the lighter he held out for me and sparked up. "Sound as a pound, lad." "Girls are a mindfuck, Lynchy. Believe me, I'm only too aware." "How's your sister getting on with the elites at Toman?" "Good," I told him, exhaling a cloud of smoke. "Really fucking good, Al." "I'm glad," he replied, nudging his shoulder with mine.
She was always too pure for this place. Nodding my agreement, I inhaled another deep drag before saying, "Got herself a fella. One of those preppy rugby heads?" "Yep." "Well, shit," he chuckled. "Do we need to give him a warning?" "Nah, he seems like a decent enough lad." "Must be if you're not stringing him up by the bollocks." "Ah, it sounds fairly innocent," I mused, taking another drag of my smoke and ignoring the bell signalling that small break was over. "Once he's good to her, he won't have any hassle from me." "Well, if he isn't good to her, there'll be a queue waiting to take his place." He slapped a hand on my shoulder. "Because I hate to break it to you, Lynchy, but that sister of yours is a ride." "Jesus Christ," I groaned, unable to stop the shudder rolling through me. "Why do you have to ruin my life by saying shit like that?" "What?" He laughed. "It's true. We all think it. None of us ever went there out of respect for you." "She's my baby sister, you fucking pervert." "She's no baby, lad," he said with a chuckle. "Shannon Lynch is sweet 16 and looks like a wet dream." "I will kill you." "I'm only saying." "Well, don't say it." I shuddered again. "Don't even think it. Jesus. She has epic blue eyes." "I have an epic right hook." "Then save it for the fella actually banging your sister, not the fella admiring her from a distance." He laughed. "He's not banging her." "Not yet." "Stop it." Weather in the storm that was Hurricane Malloy, I managed to keep off her radar and out of trouble for the first 4 classes, until double maths before big break, where not only did I have to face her wrath, but I had to do it in the seat next to hers. With a face like thunder, Malloy strolled into class 5 minutes late, which was abnormal for her, while spinning some yarn to her teacher about needing to use the bathroom. With all eyes on her, and her long legs on full view to every eager-eyed prick watching her, which, let's face it, was most of the class, my girlfriend strutted down the aisle to her desk, with her tits pushed out and her hips swaying. See, that was the thing about Malloy, and one of the earliest things I learned about her. When she got pissed, she got sexy. That wasn't to say that she wasn't ridiculously sexy every day. It was more that she was never more aware of her feminine supremacy than when she had a point to prove. Like right now, for example. She was letting me know that I was topping her shit list, and she had plenty of options if I didn't get with the program and up my game. "Malloy?" I decided to breach the silence by saying, when she took her seat next to me, "Nice legs?" Her lips reluctantly tipped upwards, but she quickly steeled her feathers, keeping her scowl in check, as she set her books and pencil case on her desk. "Can we just—" She shook her head, letting me know in no uncertain terms that she wasn't ready to wave a white flag of her own. She had a lot of nerve. If anyone had the right to be pissed off, it was me. The misfortunate bastard whose stash she flushed down the damn toilet the night before. Shrugging at her prissiness, I leaned back in my seat, pencil in hand, and stared out the window, watching as the March rain pelted against the pane of glass outside. Deep in my thoughts, I let myself delve into the mess that was my life, all the while wondering how the fuck the girl sitting beside me was still, well, beside me. Yeah. Stash flushing aside, I knew I was punching. And in the wrong. I'd made a hash of everything. Again. I'd gone back on my word. Again. I'd let her down.
Again. Nothing about our relationship was balancing in my favour anymore, and honestly, aside from my ability to put my dick to good use, I couldn't see the appeal of being with me. I thought she was done with me that night. I expected her to be done with me. My father assaulted her, for Christ's sake. No relationship, no matter how much love or loyalty there was, came back from a blow like the one ours had taken. But here she was, mad as hell, and putting on her boxing gloves to go another round with me. I didn't know how Malloy could love me after what he did to her, much less want to be with me. I sure as hell couldn't stand the sight of myself. Joseph, do you need a hand with something? Our teacher asked, dragging my attention away from the window and to the front of the class. I stared blankly up at her. Huh? Page 457, she said with a weary sigh. Eyes on the book, please. Rolling my eyes, I turned my attention back to Malloy's textbook laying open on our desk, the one I'd been using since the start of the year, and frowned when my gaze settled on one lone earphone. The cord attached to it led back to the MP3 player balancing on Malloy's lap under the desk, while the other earphone dangled from her right ear. Picking it up, I discreetly popped it in my left ear and listened as Puddle of Mud's She Hates Me drifted into my ear. Lovely. What a sweet way to serenade your boyfriend. Fuck my life. Turning the page in her copybook, I watched as Malloy hovered over the page and scribbled something down before pushing the copybook towards me. You're an asshole. Sighing heavily, I grabbed my pencil from behind my ear and quickly jotted down a response. You're only figuring that out now. Reading over my words, she quickly put pen to paper and responded. I was blinded by your big dick. Shaking my head, I snatched the page up and wrote my reply. So you're writing me notes and playing me love songs? Does this mean I'm out of the doghouse? Her brows furrowed as she read my question and scribbled a furious response. No, dickhead, you're not out of the doghouse. Consider this note my version of throwing you a bone. As for love songs, you should be so lucky. I smirked and wrote down a reply. Yeah, well, this dickhead loves you. You can't write things like that. Why not? Because I'm trying to be pissed at you. So, you're always pissed at me, and I'm always loving you. Okay, now you're just being smooth. Smooth like a Rolo. Oh, God, I'd love a packet of Rolos right now. Check the front pocket of my bag. Aoife! Joseph! A hand reached between us and snatched up the cord of our earphones, yanking the MP3 player away. Miss Murphy stood in front of our desk, MP3 player in hand. What have I told the two of you about distracting each other in my classroom? Do it quietly, Malloy offered with one of her award-winning smiles etched on her face, the kind of smile that got her out of trouble on the regular. Which we are. Don't do it at all, Mrs. Murphy corrected, glowering. Honestly, you two are old enough to know that bringing music into my class is not okay. This is your leave and search here, she urged with a weary sigh. Your last few months to revise as much as you can to get you both through your exams. Apparently those two don't need any practice with maths, miss, Ricey piped up from the front of the class. From what I hear, they're both pros at multiplying. Paul, back to your work, please, Mrs. Murphy admonished. I watched as Malloy's mouth fell open, and my back was up in an instant. Malloy's gaze flicked to Casey in the desk in front of us, who shrugged in confusion and mouthed the words, "I swear it wasn't me," to my girlfriend. "The fuck are you talking about, asshole?" I demanded, glaring across the room at the smarmy bastard leering at us. "Your brother has a big mouth," Paul continued. "Kev?" she strangled out, and the look of hurt in her eyes was sobering. "Kev told you?" "He's been telling anyone who will listen to him." "No," she choked out, shaking her head. "No, no, no, no." She dropped her head in her hands. "This isn't happening." "I dodged a bullet with you, didn't I?" "What a fucking cliché you turned out to be," he sneered. "Good fucking job on ruining your life, Aoife." "A cliché? Good at multiplying?" I felt the air leave my lungs in a rush. "What the fuck? Exhaling a ragged breath, Malloy choked out a sob. "Oh, Jesus!" My heart slammed wildly against my chest as I turned my attention to the girl sitting beside me. "Malloy?" I wasn't fucking stupid. "Malloy." I could hear the penny dropping. "Malloy!" Shit. I could hear the sound of my pulse ringing in my ears. "Aoife!" "Joe," Malloy whispered, turning her panicked eyes on me. Looks like he's having trouble doing the maths." Danielle laughed, joining in. "Let me help you out with that, Joe," she added, looking only too happy to throw her 2 cents into the equation. "Your penis plus her vagina equals a baby." Everyone in class went deathly silent. Aside from a few sharp intakes of breath, you could have heard a pin drop. Meanwhile, my heart thundered in my chest as my entire fucking world came crashing down around me. "I told you that you wouldn't reach graduation without a baby in your belly," Danielle sneered. "Looks like I was right." "Oh, God." Choking out a pained sob, Malloy shoved her chair back and bolted out of our desk, moving for the classroom door quicker than I could process what the fuck was happening. "Aoife!" Mrs. Malloy called after her, before turning her wide-eyed, horrified gaze on me. "I didn't know." "Neither did he, by the looks of it." "Shut up, Paul," Mrs. Murphy barked, red-faced, as she continued to stare at me expectantly. "Joseph, I'm so sorry. I didn't know." Unable to comprehend a word of what was coming out of her mouth, I rose to my feet, stunned that they could still hold my weight, and walked out of the classroom, ignoring the sound of whispers as the rumour mill kicked into high gear, no doubt. My entire body was on fire, rattled further by an anxious tremor when I reached the corridor and my eyes landed on Malloy. My feet faltered when I took in the sight of her leaning against the wall opposite our classroom door in the empty corridor, clearly waiting for me. "Joe, what's going on?" "I'm so—" Swallowing back a sob, she looked up at me with tear-filled eyes. "Sorry." "For what?" I didn't recognize my own voice as I watched her watch me, feeling unsettled and on edge. What the fuck is happening here? What are they talking about? "I've been trying to tell you," she strangled out, as she reached up and tucked her hair behind her ears. "I did tell you, but you for—" Her voice cracked. "God." She dragged in several shaky breaths before trying again. "I'm so sorry, Joe." Clutching her face between her hands, she shook her head and choked out a sob. "Please don't hate me." "Stop saying sorry, Malloy," I snapped, holding a shaky hand up as I resisted the urge to fucking scream. "I don't hate you, but you need to just tell me what's going on here."
I watched with my heart in my mouth, and a horrible sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach, as my girlfriend pressed the heel of her hand to her forehead and strangled out the words that would forever turn my world on its axis. I'm pregnant. Pregnant. How I got the word out, I would never know. But I said it. And I managed to keep my tone level in the process. You're pregnant. Trembling, she kept her hand pressed to her forehead like a shield and nodded weakly. Pregnant. A pained sob escaped her. Yes. You're pregnant. Yes. You're saying you're pregnant. I heard myself repeat like an idiot as my heart jackknifed in my chest. Pregnant with a baby. Pregnant. Yes, Joey. I'm saying I'm pregnant with a baby. She snapped and then choked out another sob. So just stop saying the word pregnant. Jesus. I'm sorry. I tilted my head to one side, feeling a mixture of disbelief and confusion as I waited for her to break out of character and yell, Gotcha! Are you fucking with me? I did fuck you, she ground out, looking flustered. Many times. That's precisely the problem. You're not messing, are you? I choked out, thoroughly fucking rattled, as I felt myself sag against the wall at my back. You're seriously... I shook my head and gaped at her. Pregnant! The tears in her eyes assured me that this was no joke. Jesus Christ. My brows furrowed as a surge of raw, undiluted terror coursed through my veins. How? She gave me a look that said, How do you think? But you're on the pill. I know. And I never skipped or missed a day, I swear. Loy urged, hand still shielding her face. But it was that house party. The one those Toman boys threw. She shivered violently before adding. I spent the whole night puking. And that following evening, too, remember? After we ordered that Chinese when we were babysitting Sean. Remember? I was sick for hours afterwards. It must have messed with my birth control. The Toman party. My heart slammed wildly against my ribcage. Jesus Christ, Eve. That was months ago. She flinched. I know, Joe. Blowing out a shaky breath, I ran my hand through my hair, completely fucking reeling. Exactly how pregnant are you? Joe, tell me. About 3.5 months. 3.5 months? My eyes widened, and the panic I was feeling multiplied by about 3.5 months' worth. 3.5 fucking months, and I'm only hearing about it now. I was scared. Okay, she cried out defensively. And I didn't know myself until a few weeks ago. I tried to tell you 1,000,000 times, I swear, but I was just so fucking scared, Joe. I was terrified of sending you off the deep end again. You were doing so well, and I didn't want to risk that. But then everything with your father happened, and you went off the deep end anyway, and... Oh, my fucking God. My stomach heaved, and I had to press a hand to my chest to steady myself. He did that to you while you were pregnant with my baby. Joe, he did that to you. Heart hammering wildly in my chest, I squeezed out. He hurt you when you were... Jesus Christ, you are. When I finally did work up the courage to tell you, you weren't even present. What? I demanded, hoarse. When? The other day, she admitted brokenly. But you were strung out. Heart gunning in my chest. I tried to wrangle in my raging fucking panic as words from a conversation I couldn't fucking remember flashed through my mind. We're having a baby. Where's the baby? In here. In you. What's it doing in there? You put it there, Joe. And you're sure there's no mistake? I asked, out of sheer desperation. You're definitely pregnant. I've taken a ton of tests, and they've all come back positive, she replied, eyes wide and full of uncertainty. And Mam took me to the GP last week to confirm it. Your Mam? Her words were like a slap across the face. Hold the fuck up. Shaking my head in desperate attempt to make sense of the madness, I held a hand up and said, You told your Mam before you told me. Grimacing, she offered me a small nod. I'm sorry. Who else? Joe. Who else did you tell before me, Aoife? Casey knows, she admitted quietly. But only because she guessed, I swear. I wouldn't have told her if she hadn't have figured it out. Whoa. So, let me get this straight. Pressing my fingers to my temples, I strived for calm while my entire fucking world shattered around me. You, Casey, and Trish have been walking around for the past few weeks, knowing that we're going to have a baby when I didn't. It wasn't like that, Joe. Does your old man know? No. She shook her head. I swear. What about Ricey and Danielle? I demanded, voice torn. I'm guessing those two are also in the loop, considering the shade they were throwing in class. Did you tell your ex before me too? No, she snapped. Of course I didn't. Don't be so ridiculous. I just found out that you're pregnant during double fucking maths, Malloy. How else am I supposed to react? I don't know how Paul found out, she cried, shaking her head. Kev must have told them. Kev? My eyes bulged. Kev. Fucking Kev. Her eyes widened in horror. Joe, your brother knows. I shook my head. I don't believe this. Stop shouting at me, asshole. I'm not shouting at you, I shouted, throwing my hands up. I'm having a panic attack. Then calm down, Joey. I am calm. This is about the calmest a fella can get when he discovers that he's the last to find out that his girlfriend is having his baby. I practically roared. I'm sorry, okay? I was trying to protect you, she shouted back hoarsely. That's all I was trying to do. That wasn't your call to make, I shot back, trembling. I had the right to know what was going on. Yeah, well, I thought that I was doing the right thing, she bit out stubbornly. Besides, it's my body this is happening to. It's my baby, I countered, doggedly, and then reeled when I registered what I just said. Oh, Jesus, I wheezed, feeling my heart constrict so tight. I thought I might be having a heart attack. It's my baby. Pressing a hand to my chest, I heaved out a breath and tried to get the gasps under control. Oh, fuck. I'm so sorry, Joe. Throwing her hands up, Malloy spun on her heels and bolted away from me. Please don't hate me. I knew that I needed to go after her, but I couldn't get my feet to cooperate. Managing to make it 2 steps in the direction she went, I collapsed in a heap on my ass, completely fucking reeling. Pregnant? She was pregnant. With a baby. With my baby. Get the fuck up and take care of her,
Stop thinking about yourself, you fucking pussy.
Don't even think about pretending that you don't care. It's yours, and you care. She's yours, and you care. It does matter, and you do care.
Part 5. The black sheep of the family. Aoife. Mom! I screamed, throwing the front door open and barreling into my house on Thursday afternoon. How I had managed to drive home from school without crashing, I could only put down to my desperation to get to safety, to get to my mother. Mom! Aoife? With a tea towel in her hands and a startled look on her face, my mother appeared in the kitchen doorway. What's wrong? Mom! I cried, moving straight for her. He lied. Who lied? She demanded, sweeping me up in her arms as I collapsed against her. What happened, Aoife? Who lied, pet? Kev. Crying hard and ugly, I wrapped my arms around my mother's neck and clung to her for all I was worth. He told Paul, Ma'am. He told everyone at school. He did what? Joey knows. He found out in class. I cried, tightening my hold on her as my entire body racked and heaved with sobs. I didn't even get a chance to tell him myself. Oh, Jesus. How did he take it? How do you think? I cried. Horribly. He's furious with me for keeping it from him. Oh, Aoife. He didn't deserve that, Ma'am. I sobbed. To be told like that in front of everyone. I shivered violently at the memory. It was so wrong. I can only imagine. A few moments later, the front door swung inwards and my brother appeared, looking red-faced and flustered. Aoife. Holding his hands up, Kev approached with caution. Before you say anything else, just know that I didn't know that Paul was going to... You bastard! Not giving him a chance to finish speaking, I swung around and lunged for my brother, scratching and clawing at his face as I stooped to a level of despair I had never felt before in my life. How could you do this to me? You did this to yourself, Kev roared back, snatching my wrists up and pinning my arms to my sides. Keep your goddamn hands to yourself, Aoife. I hate you, I screamed, ripping my hands free only to shove him in the chest. Do you hear me? I fucking hate you, Kevin. Yeah, well, I'm not too crazy about you either. Stop it, you two, Mam snapped, coming to stand between us. That's enough. She's the one throwing slaps. Because he told our entire school that I'm pregnant. I didn't tell the entire school. I told a few close friends. Since when is my ex your close friend? Since always, my brother roared back. Bullshit, I strangled out. Paul was only ever nice to you because he was with me. You really believe that, don't you? Because it's true. You don't have authority over who I'm friends with, Aoife. Kev sneered. And if you took your head out of your ass long enough to see what's happening around you, then you'd know that I've been friends with Ricey since first year. We actually got a lot closer this past year. I wonder why. I rolled my eyes. You are such an idiot. Not everything is about you, Aoife. Kev snapped. He actually gives me the time of day, unlike that asshole you've attached yourself to who can barely muster up the energy to acknowledge my existence. Why should Joey acknowledge you? I demanded. It's not like you're even remotely friendly towards him to begin with. You never have been. Every time he comes over, you act all superior around him all the time, and it's disgusting. Seriously, you talk about me having my head in my ass when you're the one with your nose cocked in the air, walking around thinking you're better than everyone else. I am better than him. Because you're school smart and he's not. Because you're going to university and he isn't. Because you've been given the luxury of concentrating on your studies while he's had to work since he was 12. You think that makes you better than him? See, you're trying to insult me when all you're really doing is listing off positive characteristic traits. Ugh. Kevin, Aoife. Ma'am tried to interject. Let's just back up a second and breathe. Newsflash, asshole. There's a whole big world out there that won't give a crap about how many points you get in the Leaving Cert or how high you rank in your class, I shouted, ignoring our mother's request. And if you keep this holier-than-thou attitude up, I guarantee you won't last a week in the real world. So you can go on thinking that you're better than my boyfriend, but the truth is, you couldn't hold a candle to him, I spat. You're a spoilt, pampered little boy, and Joey is a real man. You could try your whole life and never come close to being on his level. If not being on his level means not having to slog it out under the bonnet of a car for the rest of my life with permanently oil-stained hands for a shitty wage at the end of the week, that won't secure a decent mortgage, then you won't hear me complaining. Oh my God, you are such a snob, I screamed, throwing my hands up. Why? Kev demanded. Because I'm a realist? Because I'm stating facts? Because I'm pissed that my sister has thrown her future away for an asshole from Elks Terrace with no decent prospects? Because you're ungrateful, Ma'am interjected, looking beyond hurt. All of those fancy computer games lining the shelves in your bedroom were paid for with oil-stained hands. Every stitch of clothes on your body and every morsel of food you've put in your mouth since the day you were born came from those same hands. Your father's hands. Your father, the mechanic, who has spent most of his life busting his bollocks to give his children a better life than the one he had. Which is exactly why you should be praising me for appreciating the sacrifices that you and Dad have made for us and berating her for throwing them back in your face. How have I thrown anything back in their faces? By being thick enough to let that scumbag drug addict between your legs. Kev snarled. You do realise that the father of your grandchild is a fucking junkie, don't you, ma'am? Shut the hell up, Kevin, I hissed, lunging for him once more. Stop, Ma'am warned, separating us again. Calm down, Aoife. This isn't good for you. He isn't good for her. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Look at you, my brother roared. Look at the state of you, picking fights in your condition. You know why, don't you? It's because he's after rubbing off on you. You had everything going for you and you threw it away. He shook his head in disgust. For him. What's going on in here? Dad asked then, strolling into the kitchen, lunchbox in hand. And yes, his hands were stained with engine oil. He looked from me to Kev and his brows furrowed in confusion. What are you all shouting about? He looked to Ma'am. It's lunchtime, Trish. Why are the twins not at school? Nothing. Ma'am was quick to interject, moving to our father. It's nothing, Tony. Enjoy becoming his mother, Aoife. Kev continued, ignoring our parents as he glowered at me, because the entire town knows what kind of a doormat she is. You should take some tips from her sometime, because that's all you'll amount to now. Shut up, Kevin, Ma'am hissed. Not another goddamn word. Mother? Dad blinked in confusion. Whose mother? This is your fault, Kev snapped, turning his accusing glare on our father. You brought him into our lives. Please, Ma'am, I groaned, dropping my head in my hands while Mam tried and failed to silence my furious brother. Just make him stop talking. Who? Dad demanded, looking wholly confused. What are you talking about? Aoife's pregnant, Kev roared, jabbing a finger in my direction, and with those words, he blew my world to smithereens. Again. Of that piece of shit that you're so hell-bent on seeing the best of. My father reeled back like the words my brother spoke had physically struck him. Kevin, Mam strangled out and then quickly placed her hands on my father's chest. Tony, breathe. It's all right, love, just take a breath. Yeah, golden boy doesn't seem so perfect now, does he? Kev taunted, looking angrier than I'd ever seen him. Not when he's knocked up your daughter, huh, Dad? What are you? My father's panicked eyes flicked me. Aoife? Dad, I didn't mean... I'm so sorry. I sobbed, hands hanging limply at my sides. I looked at my brother and shook my head. I hate you. I tried to tell you about him, Kev continued to shout, aiming his pain at our father now, but you wouldn't be told. I warned you about what kind of person he was, but you insisted on hiring him, on treating him like the son you always wanted but never got with me. Kevin! Well, congrats, Dad, Kev croaked out, voice breaking. You finally got your wish. You'll have a grandchild off him soon enough that will cement him deeper into the family. You'll finally have the son you always wanted. Unable to handle another second of watching my world fall around me, I bolted from the kitchen, ignoring my mother's pleading and my father's shouting, as I made a beeline for the front door, desperate to escape. Aoife! Kev called out, hurrying after me. Wait up! Don't touch me, I spat, yanking my arm free from his hold, and I glared up at him. And don't ever speak to me again. I didn't, my brother began to say, but then jutted his chin out defiantly and hissed. He had to know. It wasn't your place to tell him, I countered shakily, feeling the ultimate form of betrayal at the hands of the person who'd shared a womb with me. Wasn't your place to tell anyone. It was mine, and you took that choice away from me. Regret flickered in his eyes. You're so jealous of Joey's relationship with Dad that you threw your own twin under the bus to get one up on him. Aoife, you literally destroyed my entire world, Kevin. I shook my head, not bothering to wipe the tears from my cheeks. Fresh ones would just take their place. Why? I didn't. He ran a hand through his hair and sighed. Look, at least it's out in the open now. If anything, I did you a favour. You told my father before I could. I choked out, chest heaving. You told Paul, who told my baby's father before I could. Confusion filled his eyes. Joey didn't know? I shook my head. I didn't know that. Sighing heavily, he reached for my hand. Shit, Eve, I didn't... No. I held a hand up and warned him off. Stay back. Aoife, I mean it, I snapped. I'm ashamed to call you my brother. And you think I'm proud to call you my sister? He shouted back, cheeks reddening. Proud to have a slut in the family. You're the embarrassment here, Aoife. You're the one bringing down the tone. You're the screw-up, not me. He tossed out defensively. It's not my fault that you didn't tell the guy. He's the first one you should have told. Not your fault? I gaped at him. This is all your fault. You might have the brains when it comes to school, but you're a cruel, spoiled, jealous bastard without a shred of heart, and I will never forgive you for this. Do you hear me, Kevin? I will never forgive you. Fine, he shot back defensively, tone thick with emotion. See if I care. Oh, you'll care, you spiteful little shit, I growled, backing up the garden path towards our gate. And you'll be sorry. What are you going to do? He called after me. Set your guard dog on me? Again? I pulled him off you last time, came my heated reply. Don't think I'll make that mistake twice. And I let him off the hook the last time. My brother reminded me. Don't think I'll make that mistake twice. No, Kev, I won't set my boyfriend on you, I hissed, shoving the gate open. Because unlike you, I don't need anyone to fight my battles for me. What's that supposed to mean? It means that you've never fought your own battles a day in your damn life. I practically screamed. You're too busy hiding behind Mam's skirt. Bullshit. Oh, you think you've just sailed through secondary school based on your stellar personality alone? I demanded. No, asshole. You've been wrapped in bubble wrap for 6 years because I've had your back the entire time. I never asked you to do that for me. You didn't have to ask me, I bit out. That's what family does. They look out for each other. They protect each other. They have each other's backs. I shrugged my shoulders. Or at least, that's what I thought we were. But clearly I was wrong. You're overreacting here, he muttered, rubbing his jaw. No, you're underestimating the damage you've done to our relationship, I corrected, pointing a finger at him. I'm done having your back, Kev. I'm done being your sister. It ends today. And good luck getting Mam back on side now, because she's finally seen you for what you truly are. A fucking brat. I was upset. He tried to defend himself, throwing his hands up. You and Mam were keeping secrets and spending so much time together. And poor little Kev spat the dummy because he wasn't getting his mammy's undivided attention like he's used to getting every second of the day since we were born. I filled in, tone laced with sarcasm. Well, boo fucking who, you sap. So, Mam gave me a sliver of attention for once after you've spent 18 years monopolising her time. Get the hell over yourself. Like your boyfriend has done with our father. If you have a problem with Dad's relationship with Joey, then take it up with Dad. I shot back, wholly enraged. Don't ruin my life because you want to put a wedge between them. That's not what I was trying to do. That's exactly what you're trying to do, I snapped. And yeah, you might have achieved it, but you also lost yourself a sister in the process. Aoife, come on, he called after me. I'm sorry, okay? Don't come too close, Kev, I called over my shoulder as I stormed down the footpath away from my brother. You wouldn't want the neighbours seeing you associating with the family slut. Why did you say that to her, you little bollocks? Rushing into the garden, with Mam hot on his heels, Dad called after me. Aoife, get back here in your condition. Don't go running off like this, Mam added. Come back inside, love. Your father's not going to shout at you. Leave me alone, I screamed, breaking into a run as I raced down the footpath, needing to get as far away from my family as possible. Because I couldn't do this. It was too much. I couldn't handle the emotions rushing through me. I was too close to my breaking point to take another hit. However, when I rounded the corner at the end of my street and smacked into a hard chest, that's exactly what happened. Holy shit. A familiar pair of hands came around me, moving to grip my shoulders and steady me. Malloy. Joey was breathing hard and fast, clearly having sprinted all the way over here from school. The fuck are you running off to? I couldn't answer him because I had no idea where I had intended to go. I only knew that he was exactly where I needed him to be. Joe. Unable to shoulder this crippling weight by myself for a second longer, I slumped against him, needing to feel his arms around me in this moment more than I needed my next breath. Joe. It's okay. His arms came around me, tight and full of comfort, as he pulled me into his embrace. Shh, it's okay. Burying my face in the front of his school jumper, I clutched the fabric at his back and let him take my weight, taking every ounce of support he was offering me. Because I needed his support. I needed him. I've got you, Malloy. Please don't hate me. I don't. I'm so sorry for not telling you sooner, I cried, for you having to find out like you did. Listen to me. With his hands on my cheeks and his fingers tangled in my hair, he forced me to look up at him. Don't apologize. I get it, okay? You get it? I get it. He nodded slowly. Why you didn't tell me? What you were trying to do, I don't like it, but I get it. He exhaled a shaky breath. I'm just so fucking sorry for being the kind of person that you felt you needed to protect when it should have been the other way around. Unable to tear my eyes away, I watched as Joey absorbed the brunt of the metaphorical axe that I had just swung down on his neck, on his entire world. I could see it all in his eyes. Everything he wanted to say. Everything I wanted to say, but never would. All of the fear, the regret, the hurt, the guilt. Expelling a pained breath, Joey lowered his face to mine and gently rested his brow against mine. I'm so sorry, Malloy. Tears spilled down my cheeks and my breath came in short puffs as I reached up and covered his hands with mine. I'm sorry too, Joe. I don't know what to say here, he admitted in a hoarse tone. I'm scared to fucking death right now, so I can only imagine how you've been feeling. But I'm here, okay? He shrugged his shoulders helplessly. I'm here, and I'm going nowhere. Yeah? Yeah. He nodded slowly, eyes locked on mine. I won't run. You swear? I swear. Joey replied, tone laced with sincerity. I won't leave you alone in this. Then that's all you need to say, I sobbed, nuzzling his cheek with mine. Because that's all I need to know.
I'll be there.
Joey.
Having had a grand total of 23 minutes to get my head around the fact that my girlfriend was housing an atomic fucking bomb inside her belly, with 50% of my genes, I held her in my arms and tried to comfort her, while my brain freewheeled into overdrive. The fuck were we going to do? We were still in school. She had her whole future in front of her. She was supposed to go out in the world and leave her neon-coloured mark on it. Instead, I had saddled her with a baby. A baby? Jesus Christ. It was like I was watching my worst nightmare unfold around me, and I was too paralysed to stop it. The knowledge that I was single-handedly responsible for ruining her future was crippling. Well, you finally did it, asshole. A voice in my head taunted. You finally came full circle and turned into your father. Feeling too much in this moment, feeling too goddamn exposed and vulnerable, I tried and failed to steady myself. It was pointless. The panic and uncertainty thrashing around inside of me was unlike anything I had experienced before. I could feel Malloy's anxiety. It was palpable. It mirrored mine. "I'm scared, Joe," she continued to whisper over and over as she buried her face in my chest and leaned against me. "I'm so scared." I couldn't reassure her of shit. Not when I had no clue of this would play out. All I could do in that moment was hold her, because I didn't have the words to fix this, to make it right for her. All I had was my body, my presence, my ability to stay. Sniffling, she looked up at me, eyes puffy and red. "Thank you." "For what?" "For proving me right." Confused, I frowned. "How have I proved you right exactly?" "Well, you're here for a start," she said, offering me a small smile. "And you haven't hit the roof." "Malloy, you didn't climb on top of yourself and get pregnant," I bit out. "I'm the asshole who did it. I'm not going to hit any damn roof. This is on me a hell of a lot more than it's on you, okay?" I shook my head, feeling lost and frustrated. "I didn't realize your birth control mightn't work. I didn't even think about it when you were throwing up that weekend. I should have put a condom on. I should have taken better care of you. I shouldn't have kept it from you." No, she shouldn't have, but I got it. "I have an appointment at the hospital tomorrow," she blew my world by saying. "It's for an ultrasound. A dating scan, they call it." Shivering, she added, "I really don't want to go on my own." "You won't be on your own. I'll be there." "You will." "Of course." I ground out, feeling too much in this moment. I would have been there for the doctor's appointment too, if I'd known. I'm a lot of things, Eve, but I'm not a coward, and I don't run. "I've been trying to ask you for days," she whispered, "trying to work up the courage to tell you." "It's okay." I pulled her close. "It's going to be okay." "I'm going to be the talk of the town, Joe," she admitted in a small voice, looking achingly vulnerable. "Everyone at school probably knows by now. Paul and Danielle will make sure of it. How am I supposed to walk back through the doors of BCS?" "We are going to walk back into school with our heads held high, and if anyone has something to say, then they'll have me to deal with," I replied, hackles rising. "Because fuck them, Malloy."
Fuck them?
"Fuck them," I confirmed. She sniffled.
Kev told Dad.
My heart dropped into my ass. Kev has a big fucking mouth.
I don't want to go home yet.
She worried on her lip.
I'm not ready to face my father. And if I see my brother, I'll kill him.
That made two of us. "Then don't go home yet," I replied. "Stay with me."
What are we going to do, Joe?
I have no fucking idea. We'll figure it out. Sharing a bag of chips at the GAA grounds probably wasn't what Malloy had in mind when she told me that she didn't want to go home, but in all fairness, what the hell else was I supposed to do? I didn't have a car to bundle her into. I didn't have a home to take her to. not one where she would be safe. I had no big-time future ahead of me like her ex, or no family to prop me up like him either. I had a grand total of €13 in my pocket, and the prospects of a gutter rat. Fucked didn't even come close to defying how much trouble we were in. The only thing that I had going for me, that most of the lads I knew who were in similar positions didn't have, was the fact that the girl carrying my kid happened to be my best friend. In a way, that made her being pregnant significantly worse because the guilt was so staggering. My conscience was weighing on me in a way that Drico or any of the lads I knew with kids had never experienced. Because for me, it wasn't my future I was mourning, it was hers. Because I loved her. I loved her so fucking much that I let myself get reckless and ruin her. I didn't meet her on a whim, stick my dick in her after 2 or 3 weeks of messing around and become a makeshift family overnight. I had 6 years of friendship racked up with Malloy. I knew the girl inside out, and she knew me. We'd grown up together. Our lives were tangled up and entwined. She had never been someone to pass away the time with until something better came along. She was the time, the better, the goal, the whole 9 yards. Any future I had ever dared to imagine for myself never veered from having her slap bang in the centre of it. I never wanted to be a parent. Babies were never part of my plan. But if it had been a deal-breaker for Malloy, far, far into the future, then I maybe could have been persuaded. Now it was being thrust upon us both. "Don't even think about it, Houdini," I heard myself warn an hour later as I watched my girlfriend eyeing the towering wall surrounding the GAA pavilion. It was a wall I'd watched her effortlessly scale 1,000 times before. Not anymore. "I mean it, Eve," I warned. "Keep those feet on the ground." "You're being a tad dramatic." "It's called being sensible." She rolled her eyes. "Since when do the words Joey Lynch and sensible go hand in hand?" "Since the words Aoife Malloy and pregnant joined forces," I shot back, holding my school jumper out for her. "Sit your ass on the footpath." Begrudgingly complying, she took my jumper, folded it in half, and then placed it on the concrete before lowering herself down. "Thanks for the food, Joe." With legs for days stretched out in front of her, she placed the warm brown bag of steamy chips on her lap and sighed. "I'm flat broke right now, and I missed all of my shifts at work last week, so I don't have any money coming in for a few weeks." We were both flat broke, but if I couldn't buy my pregnant girlfriend a measly bag of chips, then I needed to be taken out into a field and shot. "Don't worry about money," I replied, doing more than enough worrying for the both of us as I sank down beside her. "I'll figure it out." "What do you mean?" "I mean, if your father can't take me on full time at the garage, I'll find something else to tide us over." I shrugged. "I told you that I would look after you, and I will, okay? Money is the last thing you need to worry about right now. Let me do that for us." "What about school?" "What about it?" Sighing heavily, I hooked my arms around my knees. "Babies aren't cheap, Malloy." "No." She shook her head. "No way, Joe. You need to finish school." "No, you need to finish school," I corrected. "I don't need a piece of paper to bring in money. I can do that now." "You heard my dad," she argued. "He'll agree to your apprenticeship, but only after you finish school and sit your Leaving Cert exams." "Aoife," What am I going to do with a piece of paper? Wipe my ass with it? I shook my head. It's an exam that doesn't mean shit for me. For you, yes, absolutely. But for me, not so much, baby. I'm not due until September, she hurried to add. We can both finish school before we even have to think about anything else. We only have 2 months left, Joe. 2 months, and we're finished with BCS. September. Jesus Christ. You're due in September. She nodded. The 20th. Right after your birthday, she nodded. I blew out a breath. How many weeks does that make, 14 weeks and 2 days, I think. Jesus. You're already in your second trimester, Eve. I know, she squeezed out. I'm terrified. Don't be. I tried to soothe, while I mentally went into panic mode as I struggled to rack my brain around the constant stream of life-changing information that just seemed to keep coming at me. If you're due late September, and it's April next week, then we have 5.5 months to get a handle on this. A handle? Yeah, I nodded. Save up some cash, Malloy. Her eyes narrowed. You're not quitting school? Listen, there's no point in wasting 2 months in a classroom, working for something both of us know I'll never need. Not when I could be actually working for the money that we are definitely going to need. I tried to reason. Come on, Malloy. Think about this. You know I'm right. I have thought about it, she argued back. I've done little else these past few weeks. And it's not happening, Joe. We started BCS together and we're going to see it out together. You still can, I shot back. I want that for you. All I'm trying to do is get a head start on this, Malloy. We're going to need a lot of stuff, and it all costs money. Money neither of us has. The baby's going to need a cot, and clothes, and nappies, and formula. There's a long list of shit we're going to need. And I can't provide that on a part-time wage from the garage. You already work yourself to the bone. It's not enough. Mom said I can stay at home, she offered, like it was something I wanted to hear. We don't have to worry about where to go when the baby's born. I balked. I'm not living apart from you and my baby. Her eyes widened. You're not? Fuck no. I shook my head. I'll get us a flat, Eve. Joe, if it's at the expense of your education, then I don't want it. You just need to let me worry about the money side of things, I argued. I'll take care of everything. Are we together, Joe? I rolled my eyes, obviously. Are we going to do this together? I gave her a hard look. Where are you going with this? Are we a team or not? She demanded. Yeah, fuck. We're a team, I conceded. Then we're both finishing school, she ground out. Together. Listen, I don't want to fight with you about this. Then don't. She cut me off. Because as far as I'm concerned, it's a done deal. You're finishing school and that's that. Apartments and houses can come afterwards. You're not thinking clearly here. You're not thinking at all. Malloy Lynch. Frustrated, I reached into the brown paper bag on her lip, grabbed a soggy chip, and grimaced the moment it touched my tongue. It tasted like shit. With a mouthful of chips, Malloy offered me a sheepish smile. Too much vinegar? I gave her a look that said, always, before asking. How are you feeling? About the vinegar? No, genius. About being pregnant? Anxiety flashed in her eyes, and I watched as a small shiver rolled through her. Oh, I think it's safe to say that I am significantly terrified to my core. You? Oh, I'm right there with you. I'm fine. Fine? She arched a disbelieving brow. Bullshit. Of course I was bullshitting. But I had the wherewithal to not reveal just how panicked I was to the girl who'd clearly gotten the shorter end of the straw in this deal. Are you mad? She asked again, but this time she chewed on her lip nervously before adding, that I'm having it. Having it? I frowned. That's generally how this kind of thing goes. Not always. Don't go there. You know what I mean? Yeah, I did. And I didn't like where this was heading one bit. I would never ask you to do that. But if you could choose... She swallowed deeply. Would you? No, Malloy. I shook my head. I wouldn't want you to do that. There was a hopeful note in her voice when she said, You wouldn't? Never? Relief flickered in her eyes. Really? Really? I confirmed. If you didn't want to have my baby, I'd understand. Hell, I'd hold your hand the whole way over and back. But I know that's not what you really want. Maybe it should be, Joe. I levelled her with a hard stare. Is it? She stared back at me for the longest time before blowing out a breath and shaking her head. I want to keep it. Exactly, I replied, nudging her shoulder with mine. Looks like we're doing this. Yeah. Sighing heavily, she slipped her arm through mine and leaned her cheek on my shoulder. Looks like we are. We've got this, Malloy. I tried to reassure her. We'll figure it out. Just stay with me, Joe. She squeezed out in a small voice. Like you are right now. This version of you. I need this guy to stay. I'm going nowhere. That's not what I mean. Yeah. I knew what she meant. There's too much at stake now. And I can't do this without you, she admitted, nuzzling my shoulder affectionately. Don't lose yourself again, Joe. Shoulders weighing heavily with shame, I dropped my head to rest against hers. I won't. I need you to be done with it, she pushed. Like the way you were after Christmas, that determination and willpower. I need you to find it again, Joe. I need that guy. I know. I ground out, feeling like a piece of shit for putting her in a position where she needed to have this kind of conversation with me. I'll sort that too, Malloy. By stopping, she added. Sort it by stopping right now, Joe. Not tomorrow or next week, right now. You know I love you, right? I heard myself say, knowing that it would never be enough, but knowing that it was all I had. There's nothing I wouldn't do for you in this life, Malloy. Nothing. Then be done with the drugs and the bullshit, she pleaded. Do that for me. I will. You're not supposed to say you will, she whispered sadly. You're supposed to say that you already are. I'll fix it. I heard myself offer up weakly, trying to give this girl everything that she needed from me, but it felt like I was a pouring from an empty cup. I could taste the lie on my tongue, and apparently so could she. I'll sort it. I want to believe you, Malloy replied, shifting closer. I want to believe you so bad. Me too. Feeling too fucking exposed, I untangled myself from her and stood up. Listen. Reaching into the pocket of my school trousers, I withdrew a packet of cigarettes and quickly sparked one up. I don't know how this is going to go. Backing up a few feet to keep the smoke away from her, I inhaled a deep drag before letting it out. I don't have a crystal ball to look into the future with. I wish that I could tell you that everything will be perfect from here on out, but we both know that'd be me sporting bullshit. Feel free to spurt all the bullshit you can think up, she grumbled, dropping a chip back in the bag and wiping her hand on her thigh. I could use a little fabrication right now. Couldn't we both? The truth is that I'm half scared to death here, Malloy. Not helping. I'm not scared of stepping up, Malloy. I'm scared of it not being enough. I forced myself to continue to admit. I'm scared of letting you down. Emotion flickered in her eyes. Joe. I shook my head and turned away, staring out at the empty pitch, needing a minute to gather my thoughts before I could continue. Being there for you isn't the problem. It's being good enough for you that I'm struggling with. I wish I wasn't who I am. Letting my head fall back, I took another drag and stared up at the darkening sky. I wish I was someone else for you. I exhaled a cloud of smoke. Someone better. I don't. Footsteps closed in on me, and I felt her arms wrap around my waist. I wouldn't want you to be anyone other than who you are right now, she said, pressing her cheek to my back. I just want you healthy. I am trying, Eve, I told her, dropping a hand to cover hers. I've been trying. I know, Joe, she soothed, nuzzling my back with her cheek. And I love you for it. I love you too. Heart gunning in my chest, I took one final drag of my smoke before tossing the butt away and turning to face her. I do, Eve. I blew out a shaky breath, hands moving to settle on her hips. I fucking love the bones off you. Sighing heavily, she draped her arms around my neck and smiled sadly. But sometimes I can't control it, I admitted brokenly. It's like something goes off in my head, and I check out. I stop thinking, I stop feeling, I stop fucking remembering all of the reasons I have to keep going and start thinking about all the reasons why I should give up. Joe, I'm scared to be in my own head, Malloy. I croaked out, feeling a shiver rack through my body. I'm fucking terrified of my inability to control my own actions. And what's worse is knowing that at any point I could end up going too far and driving you away. I could push away the one person, the only fucking person, who's even giving a shit about me. I exhaled a ragged breath, feeling torn and exposed to this girl. I don't want to go back to how it was, to how I was. I know what's at stake. I see you. I fucking see you standing right here in front of me, and my heart is screaming at me to cop the hell on and get my shit together. And I want to. I want to so fucking bad, but it's like this. Frustrated, I reached up and pressed my fingers to my temples, trying to get the words out, to make it all make sense to her, which was impossible considering I didn't understand it myself. Still, I tried, knowing that she deserved nothing less. It's like I have this whole other person in my head, a whole other voice, even though I know it's me. It's my voice, but it's a destructive fucking voice that rears its head every time I'm stressed. Which is constantly. She filled in knowingly. I heaved out a breath and nodded. The worse shit gets in my life, the louder the voice gets, louder and louder and louder, until it's literally screaming in my head, and I can't focus on anything other than doing the one thing that I know that will quieten it down. Self-medicating. She swallowed deeply. Losing yourself? You asked me why I fucked up and caved after 3 months. It's because I couldn't take it anymore. I shrugged helplessly. And now there's a baby coming. And I have so much to lose that I'm fucking terrified of blowing it again. I know that I need to get my shit together, and I will. But that's the problem right there. Because I can tell you that I'm going to be good, and I'll mean it when I say it, but I don't trust myself, Eve. My shoulders slumped, and I exhaled a pained breath. I just don't. She didn't shout or berate me. She didn't slap my face or run away either. Instead, she stood there, eyes locked in mine, as she absorbed my painful truth. Right now, she finally said. What are your thoughts right now? My thoughts? Your thoughts? You? I admitted. You and the baby. Shivering, she nodded and tightened her arms around my neck. And your head? Where's your head at, Joe? Same place as it's always been, I replied. With you. I believe in you. The words hurt to hear, and I flinched. Malloy, I believe in you, she repeated slowly. I'm not expecting perfection from you, Joe. Hell, I don't want it, because I'm definitely not perfect. So, all I need you to do is be honest, be faithful, and keep trying. And if I'm not worth it, I dared to ask, if I'm not worth believing in, if this all goes to shit and I end up letting you down again, what happens then? You see, you're not taking into account my feelings for you, she said, stroking my cheeks with her thumbs. And I know being loved is a foreign concept to you, but it doesn't come with strings or conditions. It's unconditional, Joe. I looked at her, feeling at a total loss. I don't get it. I know you don't. Nodding, she leaned up on her tiptoes and pressed a kiss to the corner of my mouth. That's okay. Everyone has their limit, Malloy, I said. One of these days, you're going to reach yours with me. Do you love me, Joe? I pulled back to frown at her. You know I do. Do you plan on lying to me? I shrugged. No more than the usual amount. She cocked a brow before asking. Do you plan on fucking around behind my back with other girls? I rolled my eyes. Be serious. Do you? No, Malloy, I grumbled. I value my dick. Uh-huh. She slapped my chest. Wrong answer. How about I don't plan on fucking around on you, because it takes up all of my time and energy just trying to navigate your many sparkling personalities. Try again, asshole. Fine. I don't plan on fucking around on you because I don't want anyone else, because I don't see anyone else. And? I stared at her. And? She pushed, giving me an expectant look. Blowing out a frustrated breath, I relented and said, and because there's no other girl on the planet as sexy, or as vain, as you. Perfect. Nodding her approval, she asked, and finally, do you plan on dropping me off the face of the earth when the time comes? Do you plan on checking out on me. I gave her a look that told her everything she needed to know. Then you just answered your own question, she replied. You're worth believing in, Joe. You are so incredibly worth it all.
Sound the alarm. Aoife. When the sky grew dark and the cold started to seep into our bones, Joey and I trudged back to my estate. With a whole heap of uncertainty still hanging over my head and my father's interrogation looming, I was glad to have him by my side. The familiar way he had his arms slung over my shoulder somehow meant more tonight than any of the 1,000 other times he held me like this in the past. Because we were in trouble, and he was still here, still backing me up like a loyal teammate. We both knew that whatever my father planned to say about our situation, the blame would inevitably fall at my boyfriend's feet, and still his step never faltered. I was incredibly grateful to him for being the kind of person who followed through on what he said. Joy said that he would be here, and he was. I knew that he was afraid of the unknown, of his ability to get clean and stay clean. He'd opened up more this afternoon than he had in a long time, and even though the demons that plagued him scared me half to death, I was grateful that he was willing to let me in. I was grateful that he had found a way to trust me even when he didn't trust himself. What the actual fuck? Joey bit out when we rounded the corner of my street and locked eyes on a familiar ancient Honda Accord parked outside my house. My heart slammed in my chest at the sight and my eyes widened in horror. Is that my old man's car? Furious, he nodded. I'm going to kill him. No, you're not, I choked out, twisting around so that I was facing him. Hey, Joe. Reaching up, I grabbed his face and forced him to look at me. Shh, just calm down a sec, okay? He's in your house, Malloy. Beyond livid, Joey stalked towards my garden gate, hooking an arm around me and taking me with him when I didn't step out of his way. What the fuck is he playing at? It doesn't matter, Joe. Do you hear me? Digging my heels into the footpath, I pressed my hands to his chest. It's okay. I'm not afraid of that bastard. Well, I don't want him anywhere near you. I didn't want him anywhere near either of us, but I had a feeling his father being here had more to do with my father than anything else. Just breathe, okay? Take a breath. His eyes bulged in outrage. Are you fucking crazy? Don't take that tone with me, you big bastard, I snapped, slapping at his chest to regather his attention. So stop walking and just breathe. Releasing a frustrated growl, Joey reluctantly came to a stop and made a pitiful attempt at reining in his temper. See? He barked, inhaling an exaggerated breath. I am breathing. Yeah, he was breathing flames. If your parents are here, it's because they were invited by mine. I tried to wrangle him in by saying, I need you to be calm, okay? I mean it, Joe. Don't react to him. Please. Why? He demanded hoarsely, throwing his hands up. Why in the name of God would your parents invite my parents over? To talk, most likely. About what? I rolled my eyes. Oh, gee, I don't know, Joe. Maybe about the fact that their children are having a baby. Joey stared at me like he didn't understand a word of my logic, and it made my heart ache for him. He truly didn't understand how parents should behave. He had never experienced a remotely loving act from either one of his. Listen to me, I coaxed, hands drifting to his neck. This isn't an ambush, okay? You're not under attack here. My parents don't know any of it, okay? All they know about your dad is that he's a shitty person and they're about to share a grandchild. That's all this is, Joe. A sit down. He is a shitty person. My boyfriend agreed, voice laced with pain. A very shitty person. Which is why you need to keep the head in there, okay? I can't. Please, Joe, I begged. Just stay calm, okay? When my words failed to reach him, I grabbed his hand and pressed it to my stomach. Feel this? I demanded, eyes locked on his. This is ours. Malloy, this baby is yours, I urged, shivering when I felt his fingers splay across my belly. But this baby is not you, the same way that you are not him. So, we're going in there and we're going to take all of the shit our parents throw at us on the chin, because we both know that nothing they say or do could ever change a damn thing for us. Because I've got your back, and you've got mine. Leaning up on my tiptoes, I caught hold of his chin and kissed him hard. We're a team, Joey Lynch, and that bastard doesn't stand a chance against us. His breath hitched in his throat. Fuck. Are you with me? He nodded slowly. I'm with you, Malloy. Knowing exactly who I would find at the kitchen table made the walk from my front door to the kitchen so much harder. The concept of facing my own father was already sending me into a silent panic attack, without throwing Joey's parents into the mix. Finding immense strength from the boy who had my hand wrapped safely in his, I found myself plucking up enough nerve to walk my ass into the kitchen and face them all. My parents, his parents, my brother. Even Spud was sprawled out, belly up in a food coma, on the mat at the back door. Oh, thank God. My father broke the silence by saying, as he set his mug down on the table and blew out a relieved breath, You're back. With my heart bucking wildly in my chest and tension oozing from my boyfriend, we stood in the doorway of the kitchen, hand in hand, and absorbed the 5 pairs of eyes that landed on us. Trish, Joey acknowledged quietly. Tony. Joey, both my parents said in unison. Aoife, Marie offered in a small voice, gaze flicking from me to her son. Joey. I nodded in return. Marie? Joey stiffened beside me, but didn't acknowledge his mother, because all of his attention was on the man glaring back at him, his father. Well, aren't you every bit the fuck-up that I warned your mother you were? Teddy Lynch sneered, getting right down to business, attention locked on my boyfriend. Just when I thought you couldn't disappoint us any further, you take it to a new level. Joey sucked in a sharp breath, but thankfully made no move to respond. Instead, he remained rigid beside me, locked in a heated stare-down with a man who, as far as I was concerned, was the devil incarnate. That's hardly necessary, Teddy, my mother chimed in, looking uncomfortable. There's no need to berate the boy. You bring us over here to tell us that our young fella is after catching your young one, and you don't think I need to discipline him? I'd say that there's every need. The bigger man snapped. Turning back to his son, he hissed, Are you happy with yourself, you little bollocks? Stupid little cunt, letting your cock do the thinking for you. He shook his head in disgust. You can kiss goodbye to the hurling. You won't have time for it with all the nappies you'll be working to pay for. Teddy, Marie whispered, placing her small hand on her husband's. Please, don't you fucking start with me, woman, he warned, roughly shaking her hand off. It's your fault the young fella is so. Enough! My father barked, glowering across the table at Joey's father. I don't know how things work in your house, Lynch, but you're in my house now and you will keep your tone in check. Whoa, go Dad. Teddy glowered at my father, but he didn't respond, which proved my point all along, which was that this man was only good for beating on women and children. When faced with someone his own size, he quickly climbed back in his box. Dick, I muttered under my breath at the same time as Joey did. We flicked our gazes to each other. I squeezed his hand. He squeezed mine back. Okay, you two, Dad said then, addressing us both. Take a seat. We have a lot to discuss. I want him out, I stated, ignoring everyone except my dad. Put him out. I pointed to where my brother was perched at the table next to Joey's mam, looking like he had every right to be involved in this conversation. This has nothing to do with him. Kev opened his mouth to protest, but Mam quickly cut him off. Go upstairs, Kevin. That's not fair. You either go upstairs or you go out. Dad snapped, turning to glare at my brother. Either way, you're not staying in this kitchen. This is bullshit. My brother grumbled and then turned to me for help. Aoife, come on. You know I didn't mean for any of this to come out the way it has. Yes, he did. The only remorse Kev felt was for the fact that he now found himself on the sour end of our parents' good graces. Bristling like a caged tiger beside me, I watched as Joey's gaze flicked to my brother, and I could feel his temper rising. Joey never said a word, but the look he gave my brother had Kev quickly rising from the table with none of his earlier bravery. Refusing to step aside for my brother to pass easily, Joey remained in the doorway, forcing Kev to turn sideways to pass him. With his face crimson and his shoulders bunched tight, my brother squeezed past my boyfriend, keeping his gaze trained down at the floor to avoid the death glower he was receiving. Ha, fucking ha! I mentally cheered. Go upstairs and change your boxers, you little shit. Only when my brother was gone and the kitchen door was closed did I move for the table, stopping mid-stride when the boy who had a firm hold of my hand refused to move. I knew why, of course. He didn't want me anywhere near his father. Neither did I, but I wasn't going to cower from a creep like him. I would never back down to this man, because he didn't beat me that night and he never would. This was a battle of wills and he would never win. Never. Call it pluckiness or just plain pig-headedness, but I refused to give that man a second more of airtime in my thoughts. Teddy Lynch was irrelevant to me, and by standing there facing him, I was letting him know that. Fighting with him would give him exactly what he wanted. He was a bully, and bullies fattened on fear, tears, and pain. Rising above him was a form of defiance that was alien to him, and whether Joey realized it or not, we could hurt his father a lot more by showing a united front. Giving his hand a hard tug, I tried again, and this time Joey relented. He followed me over to the table where we sat opposite his parents, with my mother and father heading and footing both ends of the table. I'm not happy about this, my father came right out and said, breaking the horrible, strained silence. I'm devastated, if truth be told, but the horse has left the barn, so shouting and roaring about it won't change anything. His words hit hard and I flinched. Dad. I'm sorry, Tony. Joey interrupted me and said, addressing my father, I fucked up. Understatement of the century. Teddy sneered. Bright spark. I could feel Joey's knee bopping restlessly against mine as he thrummed with barely restrained anger. Reaching under the table, I hooked my foot around his and pulled his big, knuckle-torn hand onto my lap, holding onto it with both of mine. Jaw-ticking, my boyfriend did exactly what I asked him to do and ignored his father, focusing on mine instead. I fucked up, Joey repeated, tone thick with emotion, eyes locked on my father while ignoring the muttered rantings coming from his own. I let you down, and I let your wife down, but I won't let your daughter down. Knees bopping restlessly, he swallowed deeply and said, I won't let your grandchild down. Joey, lad. My father's eyes flashed with emotion. I'm not. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. Teddy interjected, sounding entirely unaffected by the sincerity in his son's voice. Talk is cheap. It's grand saying you'll be there now, but you haven't a notion of what's coming down the line, boy. I won't leave her, Joey continued, ignoring his father. I'll be here. For all of it. I won't run, Tony. I didn't run either, his father reminded him. I stayed for all of it too, boy, and look where it got me. I'm not him, Joey strangled out as a vein bulged in his neck from the force it was taking him to not respond to his father's goading. Turning to my mother, he shrugged his shoulders almost helplessly, clearly willing her to believe him. I'm not him, Trish. I know, pet, I heard my mother whisper. This isn't a wham-bam relationship, I decided to interject, desperate to take the heat off Joey and shoulder some of this pressure. Joey's my best friend. I looked around the table, imploring our parents to hear me. We've known each other since we were 12, so when he says that he'll be there for me, I believe him, and all of you should too, because his word is good. Surprised by my words, my boyfriend turned to look at me, green eyes burning with unspoken emotion. It was almost like it hurt him to hear someone speak kindly of him. It was foreign to him, and it broke my heart. He's the best person I know, I added, keeping my eyes locked on his as I spoke, and I trust him with my life. Then you're even thicker than my wife, Teddy dismissed with a shake of his head, because that young fella of mine is a walking disaster. Looking to my father, he said, You know he's off his trolley most of the time, don't you, Malloy? Teddy, his wife croaked out, pressing her small hand to her brow. Please, shut up, Marie. Teddy warned. The man has a right to know what kind of serpent got his young one pregnant. He turned his attention back to my father. It's no secret that I've battled with the drink for most of my life. But this fucker... He leaned back and whistled. This fucker takes it to another level. The boy is grand with alcohol, I heard my father defend. And if you're referring to the bit of grass he smokes, then I'll be talking to him about that. Grass? Teddy threw his head back and laughed. Don't be so fucking naive, Tony. The lad's a full-blown drug addict. Both of our mothers gasped, while Joey's shoulders slumped and he bowed his head, still remaining silent, even when his character was being shredded to pieces around us. No, he's not, I heard myself defend. I heard myself lie, tightening my hold on the hand balled into a fist on my lap. He made a few mistakes in the past, but that's over and done with. I've been in your shoes, his mother said, looking directly across the table at me, with so many unspoken words glistening in her forlorn blue eyes. I know where this is going, and I think... Pausing, she sucked in a shallow breath and tentatively tucked her dark hair behind her ears before continuing, I think you should consider a termination. So you're saying if you could go back in time, you would choose the same? I demanded, furious and unwilling to back down. You would have aborted Darren. Maybe not Darren, but definitely him. Teddy spat, and if any other father said that to his son, I was sure there would be eruptions. But Joey didn't bat an eyelid at his cruelness. He was used to it. He'd heard it 1,000 times before. Kind of like what your mother should have done to you, Teddy. I heard myself hiss. Aoife! Mam gasped, tone shocked. We don't speak to people like that. People? No, I agreed. But he's not people, Mam. I glowered around the table at each one of our parents and said, It doesn't matter what any of you think. I don't care if you agree with my decision or not. I'm sorry, Dad, but that includes you. Joey and I talked about it, and we're keeping our baby. Are you sure? Marie choked out, looking devastated. Yes. I narrowed my eyes and growled. The only thing I've ever been sure of is your son. You're making a mistake, Marie sobbed, dropping her head in her hands. This is a mistake. We've all made mistakes, Mam offered, trying to be the voice of reason. Not one person sitting at this table is perfect, and I, for one, think it's very admirable of our children to stand over. Oh, for Christ's sake, woman, get a grip, will you? Teddy snapped, slamming his fist down on the table in annoyance. There's nothing admirable about 2 teenagers shacking up to Playhouse. You want a preview of how it goes? Take a good fucking look at us. Don't raise your voice to my wife, my father warned in a deathly cold tone of voice. And her name is Trish, not woman. Well, knock some damn sense into her, Teddy argued, looking at my father like he couldn't understand why he was letting my mother lead the conversation. Because her head is in the clouds if she thinks this can work. Knock some sense into her? Dad's face reddened, a bit like, steady up, Tony, love. Mam interrupted, offering my father a knowing wink from across the table. We're here for our daughter, remember? With a pained sigh, my father offered her a loving nod and unclenched his hands from the rim of the table. So, you're keeping the baby? He looked to me and Joey for confirmation. We nodded in unison. I presumed to my father that we looked like a duo of nodding seals, or a couple of deer caught in headlights. Fine. I accept this as your decision, and I respect your willingness to go ahead with your plan, he replied after a long pause of silence. But you both need to be aware that at the end of this pregnancy, there will be a child to care for, and this child will bind you together. Blowing out a heavy breath, he added, A child is not a relationship that you can walk away from, or a marriage that can be dissolved. This is a lifetime commitment. You'll forever be entwined in one another's lives. That baby will need the both of you for the rest of your lives, together or apart. The baby will need its mother and father in equal measures. Right now, you're both 18 and in love, Mam offered up. But you won't always be young, and you might not always be in love either. If you are, then fantastic. You have nothing to worry about, Dad chimed in, giving my mother a knowing smile. But if you fall out of love with each other, if you grow apart, are you sure you're both ready to deal with the consequences? I've loved your daughter for 6 years. Joey finally broke his silence by saying, I can easily love her for another 18. God damn. My heart skipped in my chest. He wasn't trying to sound sweet. He was trying to sound convincing. Still, I was ready to jump his bones. Love, Teddy sneered. You think loving each other is all you need to make this work? It's half the battle, my mother replied in a curt tone. It's bullshit. Teddy argued, dismissing her, making it clearer every time he opened his mouth that he did not care for a woman's opinion on anything. "I'll tell you something, Tony," he continued, looking to Dad instead. "Your wife might have rose-tinted glasses on, but I know deep down you can see this for what it is. A fucking shitstorm. That boy of mine is in no position to raise a baby. He's on a fast track to nowhere, and if you don't want that young one of yours following after him, then you'll put her on a boat to England and have her cut ties with him." "She's not going to fucking England," Joey spat as he erupted on his father. "And you've got a lot of fucking nerve to sit across this table from me, offering up fatherly advice and accusing me of not being able to raise a child." "Joey, son." "No, Tony, let me finish, because this needs to be said," Joey argued, holding a hand up to my father while focusing on Teddy Lynch. "You might have fathered 6 kids, but you sure as shit didn't raise them." "Joey," Marie choked out, looking anxious. "Please don't go there." "And you sure as shit didn't mother us," he snapped, tone laced with accusation as he glared at his mother. "Darren raised me and Shannon, not you, and not him. Darren raised us, until your husband literally drove him out of the fucking country, and then all of the raising was left to me. So don't fucking sit there and pretend that I'm incapable of being a good father to my kid, when that's exactly what I've been doing for yours since I was 12. I didn't open my mouth to stop him, because these assholes deserved to hear his pain. They deserved to hear the truth. "I'm not him, and Aoife's not you," Joey continued to tell his mother. "And you can say what you want about me, old man," he added, addressing his father now, "but you don't know a goddamn thing about the kind of person I am." "I know exactly who you are," his father shot back, unyielding. "You're me 24 years ago. Nothing else he could have said could have hurt Joey more than that comparison, and I felt his hands grow limp in mine as he leaned back in his chair looking winded. "It's not true," I hurried to soothe. "You're nothing like him." And this time, when I said the words, I meant it physically as well as every other way. For a long time I thought Joey bore an uncanny resemblance to his father, and to anyone not looking closely enough, it was certainly true. But sitting here, looking at both father and son in the clear light of our kitchen, the differences were obvious. Beefy and paunch-bellied from years of alcohol abuse, even though he wasn't a fat man, he weighed substantially more than his son. There was a softness to Joey's eyes that his father's eyes were void of. He had his mother's nose, I noted, and her high cheekbones too. Similar to his sister, he had swollen, puffy lips that they had also clearly inherited from her. And sure, while they were both tall, broad, tanned and blonde, Teddy Lynch had cold, dead, emotionless brown eyes, while emerald-coloured embers of fire burned in his son's eyes. Joey might have shared his father's height, hair colour, golden-rich complexion and stature, but the two were like fire and ice. He had a lot more of his mother in him than anyone realised. "Everyone just calm down," my mother interjected, holding her hands up. "We're not here to talk about the past. All of that can be hashed over another day. Right now, we need to talk about this pregnancy, because in a little over 5 months, our children are going to have a baby. A baby that the 4 of us will be grandparents to. If anyone at this table thinks that I'm going to let him anywhere near my kid, then you're all fucking crazy." Joey bit out, glowering at his parents. "Over my dead body." "Joey," his mother sobbed, voice cracking. "Please." "Yeah," I decided to pipe up, for no other reason than to let him know that I had his back in this fight. "What Joe said." "Aoife," Mam sighed with a shake of her head. You're not helping. I gave her a look that said, so? You think I give a shit? Teddy laughed cruelly. I never wanted to see your face, boy. I still don't. So what makes you think that I would want to see anything that came off you? My heart's bleeding, Joey drawled sarcastically. You'll be bleeding all right when I get my hands on you. Jesus Christ, Teddy! Dad snapped, running his hand through his hair. That's your boy you're talking to. Everybody needs to calm down, Ma'am commanded, addressing the whole table. This doesn't have to get personal. You know what? I think it already has, Joey declared as he shoved his chair back and stood. I'm sorry, Trish, I am, but I won't sit here and talk about a baby that I have no intention of ever letting these two fuckers taint. Who the fuck do you think you're talking to? Furious, his father stood up, rounded the table, and roughly clamped his beefy hand around the back of his neck. Sit your hole down, boy, he commanded, forcing Joy to sit back down. Jaw ticking, I watched as my boyfriend kept his hands at his sides, refusing to spill blood in my family home, as he let his father manhandle him. It was degrading. It was disgusting. Hey! Unable to stop myself, the urge I had to protect the boy I loved so fiercely, I clawed at the hand he was using to grip his neck. Get your filthy hands off him! Aoife! Don't even look at her! Joey snarled, rising to his feet to block me from his father's view when he opened his mouth to respond. Joey! His mother sobbed. Please! I'm done talking to you, Joey told her in a shaky tone. I'm done with you. He turned back to my father and said, This isn't me walking away from my responsibilities. This is me walking away from a murder charge. Blowing out a frustrated breath, he tenderly tipped my chin up with his knuckles and said, Are you with me? Out of my chair and up on my feet in seconds, I was moving for the door, with my hand firmly entwined with his. Oh, I am so with you. Wait right there, Ma'am called after us. Don't even think about wandering around town in the dark of night in your condition. Take Joey up to your room while we finish up here. Upstairs? Dad muttered. Really, Trish? What are they going to do, Tony? Ma'am sighed. Get pregnant again? They have to get this one out to put another one in. Jesus, don't give them any notions. He has some goddamn nerve coming here, Joey bit out as he paced my bedroom floor. Sanctimonious bastard, thinking he has any right to lecture me on parenthood. Fucker never changed a nappy in his life, and he sure as hell never paid for one either. Over an hour had passed since we came up to my room, leaving our parents downstairs to hash it out, and he was still pacing around like a madman. His entire side of the family is the same, he continued to rant, as his hair stood up in 40 different directions from the sheer height of pulling on it in frustration. Assholes, the lot of them. Clad in his school uniform and looking entirely too comfortable in my sleeping quarters, Joey stomped around my room like a powerhouse, stopping every few minutes to realign a crooked poster on my wall or to fold one of the many items of clothing I had strewn on the floor. If you ever met his asshole father and scumbag brothers, you'd know what I'm talking about, he grumbled, folding another pair of my discarded jeans. And his mother? He shook his head and shuddered. Don't even get me started on that fucking demon of a woman. Your nanny? I asked from my perch on my bed, as I gave my toes a dodgy French pedicure. I thought she was nice. No, that's Nanny Murphy, he corrected, bundling a stack of neatly folded clothes into my wardrobe. She's from my mother's side. Nanny is nice. You've met Nanny? With the cute perm? Yeah, she's the one who gave me that miraculous medal from Knock to give you for your 18th. Oh yeah, I love Nanny. Yeah, we should go see her, he muttered, rubbing his jaw. Tell her the news ourselves. About the baby? Yeah, he nodded. Nanny's a saint. The witch is my father's mother. He fell back into explaining. She's a tyrant, Eve. You've never met anyone as cold as... Hold up. Should you even be using that stuff? He stopped his rant-induced pacing to swipe up my bottle of nail polish and eye it warily. Doesn't this shit have chemicals that might be bad for my baby? It will be bad for you if you don't back up from my top coat, I grumbled, reaching up to swipe the bottle back. Don't get all anal on me, Joe. Hey, he held up his hands. I'm only asking out of concern for the kid. Such a law-abider. He rolled his eyes. Back to the witch. The witch, I mimicked with a snort. That's a conversation I look forward to listening to you have with our child. Cackling to myself, I feigned his deep voice and said, Hey, kid, so this is your great-grandmother, the witch, and these are your great-uncles, the scumbags. And this is your grandfather, the rapist, alcoholic bastard himself. Groaning, Joey stopped pacing to bang his forehead against the wardrobe door. Poor kid is fucked and she isn't even here yet. It might be a boy. Christ, I hope not. My heart flipped. You want a girl? I just don't want anything remotely like me, he replied, and his honesty broke me. Let it all be you, and I'll be happy. I do, I replied. Want it to be like you, that is. He paused to glare at me. Be serious, Malloy. What? I argued back. You're loyal, you're strong, you're athletic, you're talented, you're beautiful. I shrugged. Why wouldn't I want our baby to be like you? Because I'm a fuck-up. I smirked. Only some of the time. Oh, that's all right then, he shot back, tone laced with sarcasm. If it's just some of the time. Not to mention the fact that you're way smarter than me. He snorted. You're crazy. You're probably the smartest guy in our year. And if you had been born into any other family, you'd be in the brainiac class with Kev and the other swats. I'm barely hanging on in school, Eve, he ground out, looking flustered. I'm passing my classes by the skin of my teeth. But you're passing, which is exactly my point, I reiterated. Because if Kev or Paul or anyone else in our year had to deal with what you do on the daily, then I guarantee you that they would crumble, I replied. Deny it all you want, but there's one hell of a sharp mind inside that thick skull of yours, I mused, as I coated my baby toe with one final layer of nail varnish before resealing the bottle. Now, smiling sweetly up at him, I leaned back on my elbows and wiggled my toes. Blow. Joey looked at me like I had grown an extra head. You are fucking crazy if you think I'm blowing on your toes. Come on, Joe, I whined, toes still wiggling. I'm pregnant. So? He shot back, looking personally insulted. I don't want the polish to smudge. Then don't smudge it. Blow. No. Blow on my toes. Absolutely fucking not. Joey Lynch. Aoife Malloy. You said you'd be there for me. As your boyfriend and the father of your baby, he spluttered, throwing his hands up, not as your personal fucking groomer. There were no stipulations spoken when you made your promises, I argued. Now come here and blow me. That's my line. It won't ever be again if you don't do this for me. Jesus fucking Christ. Rolling his eyes, Joey sank down on the edge of my bed and pulled my feet onto his lap. You have an Egypt made out of me, You're the best, I crooned victoriously. I lucked out in the baby daddy stakes. Joey grunted, entirely unimpressed with me, as he blew each one of my toenails dry before unceremoniously dropping my feet back on the bed and stalking over to my window. Wow, good job, Joe, I crooned, admiring my toes. Next time you can help me paint. Don't push it, he grumbled, shoving the window open and pulling a packet of cigarettes out of his pocket. I need a smoke. Throwing one leg over the ledge to dangle outside while keeping the other on my bedroom floor, he sank down on the sill and sparked up. And you had the gall to lecture me on painting my toenails? I cocked a brow. You should think about quitting. I'm quitting an awful lot of stuff lately. Give me something to cling to, will ya? Came his smart-ass response as he leaned out my window. Do you think they're still downstairs with your folks? Yes. I shrugged. I haven't heard the front door slam. The hell are they talking about? He muttered, looking stressed and on edge. I don't like this, Malloy. Neither do I. It'll be okay, Joe. You're right. Inhaling a deep drag, he leaned out the window to expel the smoke from his lungs before adding, It'll be grand. If the kid is as persuasive as his mother and can throw a punch like his father, then we're golden. I arched a brow. He? She. He waved a hand around aimlessly. Whatever. Do you want to find out? Find out what? The gender. Tomorrow. He turned to frown at me, lips pursed around his cigarette. Because they can't tell this early, Malloy. He leaned back out the window to exhale another cloud of smoke before adding, You'll need to wait for the anomaly scan. Anomaly scan? I gaped at him. What the hell is that, and why does it sound like it's going to be painful? Jesus, you're all drama. He chuckled, rubbing his jaw. It's not painful. It's a detailed ultrasound they give you around the 20-week mark. Where? My eyes widened in fear, because I saw this really horrible documentary where this doctor guy put a condom on this giant dildo-shaped camera and literally rammed it up this poor girl's fanny. They scan it on your stomach. He laughed, cutting me off. Come on, Malloy. You're a girl. How do you not know this stuff? Well, I'm sorry, baby whisperer, I shot back, huffily. We don't all come from families that rival the size of a football team. We're not all acquainted with the harrowing throes of pregnancy. Well, you better get acquainted, and fast, Joey replied, exhaling another cloud of smoke. Because it's coming. Jesus. A full body shudder rolled through me. Hey, Joe? Are you going to still want me when I'm the size of a whale? Malloy, he chuckled under his breath. For fuck's sake. I'm serious. I know you are. With a shake of his head, he tossed the cigarette butt away and climbed back inside. You're not going to be the size of a whale. But if I am, you won't be. I might be. You're having a baby, Malloy, not inhaling a town. But say it happens. Jesus Christ. He rolled his eyes to the heavens. Yes, I'm still going to want you. How? How? His brows furrowed in confusion as he closed the space between us. What do you mean, how? How are you going to still find me sexy when I'm big and round and swollen? I gestured to my body and sighed. Look at me, Joe. Won't you miss this body? He threw his head back and laughed. Hey, don't laugh at me, asshole. I narrowed my eyes. I'm feeling vulnerable here. You are the vainest girl I've ever met. It's not vanity when it's true, I sniped. Then it's just plain honesty. Still chuckling, he shook his head, clearly amused. Christ, I love you. Grinning, he flopped down on the mattress beside me and stretched his arm out for me to join him. As soon as I snuggled into the crook of his arm, he pulled me close and released a contented sigh. Don't ever lose it, Malloy. Lose what? That spark of fire that makes you so incredibly you, he replied, tightening his arm around me. It doesn't matter how your body changes, because I'm always going to keep coming back to you, because I might enjoy touching all of this, he explained, fingers trailing over my body until he reached my face and gently tapped my temple. But I'm hooked on this. My mind? I asked, tone incredulous. Bullshit. It's true, he coaxed. Nobody else can fuck with my head quite like you can, and that has nothing to do with your body, Malloy. Okay, I conceded with a lopsided grin. Twisting onto my side, I slid my hand under his shirt to rest on the bare skin of his stomach. That was ridiculously smooth. I'm known to have my moments, he laughed, rolling onto his side, mirroring me, when I'm not fucking up. We're going to be okay, aren't we, Joe? I heard myself ask. Aren't we always? I'm serious. I reached up to stroke his cheek. Everything is moving way too fast. Yeah, he grimaced. Shit has a habit of going that way when I'm around. Seriously, Joe, my head is spinning from all of the twists and turns. I have no idea how all of this is going to pan out, he admitted truthfully. But whatever way it goes, I've got your back. And I've got yours. Then we'll be okay, he replied with a small nod. Yeah? I breathed, watching him closely. His green eyes burned with sincerity when he whispered, Yeah. A knock on my bedroom door sounded then, and I watched as Joey's entire frame stiffened before he reluctantly slid his arm out from beneath me and sat on the edge of my bed. Come in, I croaked out, really not wanting anything or anyone from the outside world to come into this room and burst our bubble. I only wanted to be with him. All alone, just us. Joey's parents are gone, Ma'am announced when she walked into my room, gaze sweeping over us both, no doubt to see if we were behaving ourselves. Are you all right? You shouldn't have done that, ma'am, I heard myself say, sitting upright now. Brought them over here? Ambushing us like that? I didn't, Ma'am was quick to correct, gaze flicking between us. Your father wanted to talk to Joey's father. Yeah, well, I'm sure you've realized by now that there's no talking to him. Joey replied with a sigh. He only hears what he wants, Trish. Yes, Ma'am agreed sadly. Listen, Joey, if we've made it worse for you at home, it's grand. My boyfriend was quick to dismiss. I understand why he had to talk to my parents. I get it. Standing up, he moved to where his bag was resting against my wardrobe and quickly bundled his uniform inside. I meant what I said, he added, zipping it closed and hoisting it onto his back. I'm not him, Trish. I know you're not, Pet. Ma'am was quick to soothe. Nodding stiffly, Joey flicked his gaze to me. I better go. My heart sank. You could stay? I looked to my mother hopefully. He could stay the night, couldn't he, Ma'am? Ma'am worried her lip. Well, yes. No, I need to go home. Joey cut in, slipping his arms through the straps of his school bag. What time is the scan tomorrow? 1:30. We finish school at 12, so we can go straight to the appointment from there. Retracing the steps back to my bed, he leaned down and brushed a kiss to my cheek. I'll see you in the morning. You can stay, I pleaded, reaching up to grab his hand. Giving my hand a small squeeze, he winked down at me before letting go. I'll see you tomorrow, okay? He called over his shoulder as he moved for my door. I don't know the ins and outs of what happens in your home, my mother blurted out, causing my boyfriend to freeze in my bedroom doorway. But I've heard enough stories and seen enough bruises on your body to know that it has to stop. Ma'am! You should know that I phoned the guards and reported your father. Ma'am! I strangled out, dropping my head in my hands. What the hell? And you should probably know that this isn't the first time that I've reported him either, but I've never had enough proof. Oh my God, ma'am! But tonight, he threatened to harm you in front of me. She continued to say, eyes locked on my boyfriend. And while it might not be my business, I refuse to sit back and do nothing. Jesus, ma'am! I croaked out, feeling my heart hammer violently as I waited for him to erupt. I presume they'll pay a visit to your house before the night's out, Ma'am added, looking red-faced. I'm sorry, love. I really am. But I couldn't have it on my conscience. It's grand, Trish, was all Joey replied, not turning back to look at either one of us. I understand. You can stay, she repeated, tone thick with emotion. There's always room for you in this house. Thanks. With a heavy sigh, he shook his head in resignation and said, But I have to go home, before walking away. Light footsteps sounded on the staircase then, followed a few moments later by the sound of the front door opening and closing shut. I shook my head and glared at my mother. What have you done, ma'am? What's right, Aoife? My mother replied, I've done what's right.
Just this once.
Joey.
By the time I reached the end of my road, the squad car was pulling away from my house. Knowing that the guards in this town didn't need much of a reason to throw me in the cells these days, I slipped into a side alley until they drove past. When they were gone, I flicked the butt of my cigarette behind me and jogged up the footpath to my house, needing another arrest under my belt like I needed a hole in the head. Because that's what would happen. It didn't matter what Trish Malloy told the guards. My father wouldn't be punished for a damn thing. He never was. The blame would fall at my feet, same as always. When I walked through the front door a few minutes later, I was greeted by my father's fist as it connected with my jaw. Jesus! Unprepared and taken aback by the unsuspected assault, I stumbled backwards and landed on my ass in the hallway, feeling a lightning bolt of pain ripple through my face. Christ! You dumb cunt, he sneered, towering above me. Running your mouth to those people, telling them our private business, running to your girlfriend's mammy with sub-stories. What did you think was going to happen? I wanted to get up and fight back. I really fucking did. But the pain shooting out of my cheekbone was so severe, it made my stomach heave. Twisting onto my hands and knees, I hurled my guts up on the floor, unable to mask my agony as fire burned through my face. Fuck you. His boot connected with my stomach next, taking the wind clean out of my lungs. If you don't want to be under my roof, boy, you know where the door is. Nobody's stopping you from leaving if you don't want to be here. Teddy, no. That was Ma'am. I could hear her pleading with him to stop kicking me. He didn't stop. Not until he had a good half a dozen more kicks in. Please, stop. He's only a boy.
Pack his fucking bags, Mary, my father commanded, while I lay in a heap on the floor, trying to breathe through the pain. I want this little prick out. I knew that I needed to get back up, but I just didn't have anything left in the tank. Still, that fire of prideful self-sabotage continued to burn bright inside of me, demanding that I get back up on my feet and not lie down to this man until my heart gave out. You think you're ready to be a father? He roared, and I could hear him unbuckling his belt. It was a sound that I was all too familiar with. Right you are, you little bollocks. Lesson number 1 on being a father. Knowing when to put your little bastards back in line. A pain grunt escaped me when the whip of leather came down on my back. Teddy, no! The belt came down on my back again, harder this time. Please, Teddy, don't! Shuddering violently, I bit down so hard on my lip that I could taste blood, but I refused to cry out or beg this man for anything. Joey! That was Tag. I could hear him crying somewhere nearby. Another crack of the belt sliced through my skin, and a mouthful of vomit spluttered out through my teeth. Get up those stairs to bed, or you'll be next. The metal buckle sank into my flesh, and I choked back a cry. Shaken violently, I twisted onto my side and covered my head with my hands. Daddy, no! Don't hurt him! Ollie's voice infiltrated my ears. I'm fine, I tried to tell them, nostrils flaring, as I forced myself to breathe through the pain. Go to bed. I couldn't tell you how many times he swung that belt down on my body, but I must have passed out from the pain, because when I finally came to, everything was quiet, and my father was gone. Numb to the bone, I remained exactly where I was, too fucking broken to lift a finger, while I took stock of the night's events. Finally, when I couldn't take the cold creeping into my bones a second longer, I forced myself to sit up, hissing out a sharp breath, and my back burned in protest. Joey! Falling off the bottom step of the stairs where she had been sitting, Mam crawled towards me. Oh, Joey! Too weary to fend her off, I let her cup my face in her small hands and pepper kisses to my cheek, while using her sleeve to clean my face. I'm sorry, baby. I'm so sorry. He's gone out. He left. Can I have a cigarette? Her brows furrowed as her eyes continued to spill giant teardrops. A cigarette? I nodded slowly. I'm out. Pain filled her eyes, and she shook her head before choking out a sob and nodding. I'd get you a cigarette. Thanks. Scrambling to her feet, she hurried into the kitchen, returning a moment later with a packet of 20 Rothmans and a lighter. Trembling, she slowly withdrew a cigarette from the packet and put it to my lips before igniting a small flame on her lighter. I leaned towards the flame and sparked up before sucking in a deep drag. Are you okay? I shook my head. Is anything broken? Probably. I inhaled another deep drag before asking. Where are the boys? In bed. Her hands were on my shoulders now, moving over my skin, as she checked the damage. Where's Shan? Bed. She has headphones on. Thank fuck. When she raised the hem of my school shirt, she choked out a pained sob. We need to get you cleaned up. Can you stand up for me? With slow, calculated, rigid movements, I forced myself to get back on my feet and follow her into the kitchen. Take your shirt off, she instructed, moving for the kettle. I need to wash those cuts before they get infected. Jesus.
I didn't even want to see what my back looked like. Balancing my cigarette between my lips, I fumbled with the buttons of my shirt before gingerly sliding it off my shoulders, grimacing when my eyes took in the streaks of blood splattered on the fabric. Is it bad? Ma'am sucked in another sharp breath. Yeah, it's bad. Here, she said, handing me a bag of frozen veg wrapped in a tea towel. Press that to your cheek. It'll help with the swelling. I'm going to need a new shirt for school, I muttered, reaching for my smoke. Fucker ruined this one. There's a spare shirt in the hot press. Her hands were on my back then, pressing a wet cloth over my burning flesh. Just stay still and let me clean this. Am I bleeding? A bit. Do I need stitches? I don't think so. Not this time. Shaking my head, I took another drag of my cigarette while my mother cleaned me up. If he wants me out, I'll go. I don't want you out. But I'm not leaving Shan or the boys here, I continued, ignoring her words. If I go, they go with me. Joey, I mean it. Nobody's going anywhere. That was the problem. I know you agree with him. Agree with him about what? About Aoife? Her hands stilled on my back. I don't want this life for you. Yeah. And I don't want this life for you. Mom sighed wearily. Joey. I'm going to stand by her, Ma'am. She's my girlfriend, and believe it or not, I happen to love her a lot. Repressing a shudder when her fingers probed a particularly tender part of my back, I bit out. I'll stand by her, and I'll do a hell of a lot better job than he did with you. Aren't you frightened? I'm terrified. I'm frightened for you, she said when I didn't answer. I wish it wasn't happening. Well, it is. Wish you both would reconsider getting a... Stop. I cut her off and warned. That's not what Aoife wants. And what about what you want, Joey? I want her to be okay. That's not an answer. Yeah, well, I shrugged and tossed the bag of frozen veg on the counter, before turning to face her, grimacing when my eyes landed on the blood-stained towel in her hands. It's all I have. I need you to keep your head down for a few days, she whispered then, eyes full of guilt. Just stay out of his way until he calms down. Don't tell the boys about Aoife. Don't tell Shannon. Just give me some time to work on your father, okay? Are you serious? Joey, it's complicated. This time, when she reached for me, I took a step backwards. It's always going to be him. You're always going to choose him. I'm not choosing him. I'm trying to keep my family together. She took another step towards me, and I took 3 more away from her. Joey, please. Got anything for the pain? I asked, unwilling to continue a conversation that would end with me being blamed for everything. My face is killing me. There's paracetamol in the cupboard. Ma'am. No, Joey. I'm asking you to help me, I bit out, feeling the desperate hunger for relief steadily clawing its way up my throat. Please, ma'am. Joey. Please, I ground out. I'm in pain. I told you that I have paracetamol in the cupboard. Please, I choked out, resisting the urge to scream, fuck your paracetamol. Just this once, and I'll never ask again. Joey, I'll beg if I have to. Don't beg. Please, ma'am. Fucking please. Fine. Tears filled her eyes. Just this once. What do you have? She sniffled before whispering. Clonazepam. Thank fuck, I sagged in relief. Where? Her face contorted in pain, and she whimpered, My handbag, before walking over to the table and retrieving her bag that was hanging off the back of her chair. You can have one, and that's it. I need more than one, ma'am, I replied, trailing after her. Please, one won't do shit for me. These are very strong. Sniffling, she unscrewed the cap on her prescription bottle and tipped 2 C2s into my outstretched hand. Don't ever ask me to do this again. I won't, I replied, even though we both knew it was a lie.
My heart is inside her. Aoife. Well, you sure know how to make a splash, Podge said on Friday morning when he joined me at our usual lunch table in the canteen for small break. The whole place is talking about you, Aoife. Yes, the entire student body at BCS was talking about me. Some of the bolder ones were even talking to me, asking me for answers to questions that were nobody's business. Hell, even one of the substitute teachers asked me if it was true. Worst of all, Joey wasn't here. He hadn't shown up. Is he here yet? I croaked out, not bothering to acknowledge the obvious. Was he outside when you went for a smoke at the start of break? Grimacing, Podge shook his head. Not yet, but he'll be here. I glanced at the clock on the wall, feeling my anxiety swell. It's 11:10, Podge. He's already after missing the first 3 classes. School ends at 12. We only have 1 class left after lunch. Something must have come up at home. My boyfriend's best friend offered me another uncomfortable shrug. Listen, I know it looks bad, but there's no way Lynchy would leave you to deal with the mob on your own unless it wasn't important. Yeah. Feeling sick to my stomach, I drummed my fingers on the desk and fought back the urge to scream. That's what I'm worried about. Because I had enough faith in my boyfriend to know that he wouldn't skip out on me. Joey was a lot of things, but he was no coward. Never in his life had he backed down from responsibility, which only caused the anxiety festering inside of me to swell. Mam had called the guards last night and reported Teddy. It didn't take a genius to know that his absence at school was linked to it. That's her, a group of baby first years whispered as they hurried past our table, huddled close together. The pregnant 6th year. Is the guy she's sitting with the father? I heard she doesn't know who the father is. Damn Miss Lane for giving Casey lunchtime detention. It wasn't so bad when she was with me during class. She had a mouth like a sailor and an answer for every idiot stupid enough to approach me in the hallway. That mouth had landed her in detention, though, which meant that I was alone and bleeding in the shark tank. I was grateful to Podge for coming to sit with me. Every other one of my so-called friends were treating me like pregnancy was contagious. Aside from Casey, it was the boys in my class who were being kind. The girls were awful. I hadn't been summoned to the office for the dreaded talk yet, but I knew there was only time in it before the rumours of my wayward ways reached our principal's ears. How'd Lynchy take the news? Podge asked, dragging me back to the present. I tried to call him a few times, but he didn't answer. Better than could be expected. I blew out a shaky breath, especially after Howie found out. Shitty behaviour out of your brother, he offered, telling Ricey before Lynchy knew. Jesus, that's low. Don't, I groaned, still feeling sick at the thought. I'm so done with Kev. So what's the plan? I blinked. The plan? Yeah, Podge nodded. Are you going to have it? Yes, I bit out, feeling oddly defensive. Obviously. Good for you. Nodding to himself, Podge scooped up a spoonful of yogurt and popped it into his mouth. He'll do right by you. Yeah, I whispered. I know he will. It's just a huge mess, you know? I don't want to even think about it. I don't blame you. Listen. Reaching across the lunch table, he pressed a hand on my shoulder and gave me a supportive squeeze. You're not the first to have a baby of a lad in school, Eve, he offered, and you sure as shit won't be the last. Just ignore them. You'll be old news soon enough. Yeah, Podge, thanks and all, I mumbled, feeling my cheeks burn from the intense stares I was receiving. But somehow I doubt this is going away any time soon. Hey, sexy legs, I slapped the shit out of your brother just now, Alec declared, sinking down on the table in front of us. Hope you don't mind. My eyes widened. You did? Of course, he winked. Lynchy's on his last warning, so he couldn't do it. And I couldn't have brains doing my favourite girl dirty like that. Where is he now? Who? Brains? Alec shrugged. On the phone to your mammy, I suspect. Oh, Al. I couldn't stop the smile from spreading across my face, thrilled that little shit got put in his place. Thanks, buddy. Anytime, he replied with a grin. And just so you know, even with a big belly on you, you'll still be completely rideable. Smooth, Al. Podge chuckled. What every girl wants to hear. I call dibs on Godfather, Alec chimed in. You can't call dibs on Godfather, asshole. I just did. Well, it doesn't count. Podge huffed. If anyone's going to be Godfather, it's going to be me. Nope. See, Sexy Legs is going to give Devil Tits the nod as Godmother, which gives Lynchy free rein over who his spawn's Godfather will be. Yeah, because referencing our best friend's unborn child as Spawn is something a Godfather would say. Listen, Ginger Pubes, it's happening, so back the fuck off and don't even think about trying to steal my thunder on this. Podge shrugged. Yeah, well, I'd rather have ginger pubes than a crab-infested cock. Alec gasped. I don't have crabs. Anymore. I never had crabs. He narrowed his eyes. I was scratching because I shaved my balls and the itch was fucking horrendous. I laughed. You shaved your balls, Al? Oh, yeah. Al here is big on the manscaping. Podge chimed in as the bell sounded around us, signalling the end of small break. What can I say? Alec jumped up and offered me a lopsided grin. I'm a gentleman. Do you want to walk with us, Eve? Podge asked, rising to his feet. We're all in Irish with Deneen next. I'll catch up with you guys, I said, waving them both off. I need to pee. Keep that head up, Sexy Legs, Alec called over his shoulder as he sauntered out of the canteen with Podge. And keep those legs closed until my godchild is fully cooked. Thanks, Al, I sighed heavily, ignoring the gawks and stares I was receiving. Thanks a lot, buddy. I was coming out of the bathroom on my way to Irish when my brother stopped me in the hallway. We need to talk. Dutifully ignoring him, I sidestepped him and kept walking. Aoife, stop! He caught a hold of my arm and pulled me back to him. Please, we need to talk about this. What's wrong, Kev? I snapped, begrudgingly falling into step alongside him as we walked down the corridor towards my classroom. Are you blaming me for your busted lip too? Your boyfriend's henchman hit me. Yeah, well, snitches get stitches, asshole. I'm sorry, okay? Holding his hands up in front of me, my brother tried to reason with a part of my heart that wasn't there anymore. Not for him, at least. I know what I did was shitty, okay? It was a really bad thing to do, Eve. I get that now. Too little, too late. Aoife, please. He sighed heavily. Come on. No, You've heard what people are saying about me, I replied flatly, stopping outside of my classroom door. You've seen how they've been treating me. You cultivated that, Kev. You orchestrated this whole damn thing. So shove your apology up your ass because it doesn't fix anything for me. What you said yesterday about Joey? You were right, he admitted, scrubbing his jaw with his hand. I don't like him. He does threaten me. I did do it to hurt him. He wasn't telling me anything I didn't already know. But I didn't take into account what my actions would do to you, he added, sounding genuinely remorseful. I didn't think, period. What you did can't be fixed with an apology, I replied, unwilling to bend. You can't detonate a bomb on someone's life and then say, oops, when everything is blown to hell. How's the uncle-to-be? Paul said when he stepped out of our classroom. Slinging an arm around my brother's shoulder, he smiled cruelly at me while addressing my brother. All right, Kev? Looking embarrassed, my brother shrugged awkwardly before muttering, All right, Ricey? Oh, bug off, Paul, I growled, just about done with his bullshit. I'm trying to have a private conversation with my brother. Private? He sneered at me like I was a piece of shit on his shoe. There's not a whole pile of private about you, now is there, Aoife? Glaring up at him, I gave him the finger. Screw you! I told you that he'd ruin you, he pushed cruelly. And now look at the state you're in. His gaze trailed over me, lingering on my stomach before he shook his head. You're already getting fat. Ricey, my brother tried to defend. Leave her alone. It was a pitiful attempt, and once put under the pressure of Paul's stare, he crumbled, shoulders slumping. What do you care, lad? Paul laughed. You said it yourself. Your sister's a fucking slut. I cast a glare to my brother, who had the good grace to bow his head in shame. You think I care about your opinion, Paul? I shot back, determined to defend myself against this asshole's taunting. The best thing I ever did was get away from you. No, that was the best thing you ever did for me, he sneered. It was the worst thing you ever did for yourself, because now all you'll ever be is the mother of that junkie scumbag's little bastard. Say it again. The breath left my body in a dizzy rush when a familiar, menacing voice filled my ears. My shoulders sagged, and I honestly felt like I was about to collapse from the surge of relief that rocketed through my body. Say it again, asshole. Joey repeated, coming up to stand behind me. Tossing his hurley and helmet on the floor, he let his school bag fall off his shoulder and hooked one strong arm around my waist before backing me up against his hard chest. I dare ya. Shivering when his hand smoothed over the small swell of my stomach, I felt like crying when his thumb gently moved up and down. This is the part where you run, I told my asshole ex. Fast. My brother opened his mouth to speak, but Joey got there first. You should listen to your sister. It was almost comical how quickly both boys took off, bolting off in opposite directions. Yeah, you should run, I called after my brother, thoroughly enjoying his discomfort as I leaned against my boyfriend's chest. You little bitch. I'm so fucking sorry I'm late, Joey muttered when they were out of earshot. I overslept. I'm just glad you're here, I replied, turning in his arms. I didn't think you were going to show. What the hell happened to your face? My mouth fell open, and I gaped at the horrific bruising and swelling on the left side of his face. Jesus Christ, Joe! I reached up to touch him. Your cheek. Yeah, I think it's broken. He muttered, gently batting my hand away as he reached for his bag and Hurley. Don't touch it, okay? It's tender as fuck. Broken? I swallowed the lump in my throat as my heart cracked clean open. He took another beating from his father. Another broken bone. Another chip of his heart that would never be pieced back together. He did this to you. My voice cracked. Because of me? Because of the baby? No, not because of the baby. He replied in a soft tone. Because he's a prick. He opened the classroom door and gestured to me to go first. This isn't on you. And what time do you call this? Mr. Dineen demanded when we walked into class. Sorry we're late, sir, I declared before the teacher could go in on my boyfriend like he usually would. We're having a bit of a crisis. A crisis? A morning sickness. Some asshole fake coughed from the back of the class, evoking a chorus of wolf whistles and oohs. Right, well, we'll let you off just this once, our teacher replied, cheeks reddening as he gestured for us to take our seats. Hurrying to the back of the class, I took my seat in the back row and watched as Joey waited at Mr. Dineen's desk for him to sign his red book. On his way back to our desk, his movements were stiff and rigid, and I knew all too well that the marks on his face weren't the only ones his father put on his body. My heart cracked at the thought. Joe, I whispered when he carefully lowered himself onto the seat beside mine. It's all good, Malloy. He tossed his Hurley and helmet on the floor at his feet before turning to give me his full attention. I'm fine. His green eyes were warm and full of affection when he leaned in close and whispered, How are you feeling? I'm fine. Yeah? He slipped his hand under the desk and squeezed my thigh. Well, you look good, baby. How he could be so good to me, so considerate and caring of my feelings when he was going through hell was beyond me. I love you, I whispered, covering his hand with mine. So much. I know. Blowing out a pained breath, he entwined his fingers with mine. I know, Malloy. It's bad enough that you're both late to my class, but you have the nerve to have a full-blown conversation, Mr. Dineen barked, glowering at us. Joseph, would you care to tell the class what you two are whispering about? In your native tongue, if you will, since I have spent the past 6 years attempting to teach you the language. Ciart galore, a one sure, my boyfriend replied, with a nonchalant shrug as he replied in Osgaelga, Vi me ag rá le mola lanam go will gra agumdi. My heart slammed wildly in my chest as I mentally translated his words. Fair enough, teacher. I was telling my sweetheart that I love her. Dort me leave freshen go will comin alin or he, Joey continued to say, not missing a beat. I also told her that she looks beautiful. Shrugging, he added, August go will mo cree ishti inti, and that my heart is inside her. Go hintock, Mr. Dineen replied, arching a brow. Impressive. Go hintock, lehi bukil nok neishtin sarong. For a boy who doesn't listen in class. Sha, Joey smirked. Ta isagam. Yeah, I know.
Plead the fifth.
Joey.
We had barely warmed our seats in Irish when the bell of the intercom sounded. The school secretary's voice pierced through every speaker in the school saying, Could Joseph Lynch and Aoife Malloy please report to the principal's office immediately? Can they expel him for knocking her up? Alec asked from the desk beside ours. And if it wasn't for the fact that he was genuinely serious, I would have decked him. because we have a match coming up, and we're bollocks without him. Don't think so, Al. Podge chuckled beside him. But you never know. Gathering my books, I tossed them into my bag and stood up, ignoring the oohs and the oh shits coming from our fellow classmates. Walking over to the classroom door, I yanked it open and waited for my partner in crime to hurry her ass up and join me. Good luck, Alec called out, giving me 2 enthusiastic thumbs up when Malloy joined me in the doorway. Plead the fifth. What do you think Mr. Nahan's going to say? Malloy asked, reaching for my hand as she fell into step beside me. Is he even allowed to bring it up to us? How the fuck am I supposed to know? Well, you're the one who spends most of his time in the office. Only because you're too sneaky to get caught. Well, I've clearly been caught this time. Funny. What if he shouts at me, Joe? If he shouts at you, I'll break his nose. Don't break his nose, she hurried to say. I need you to not get expelled, okay? Or arrested. Yeah, I'm going to need you to not do both of those things. Fine, I'll try my best. Oh, God, I feel sick, she groaned when we reached the familiar frosted glass door of the office. Can we just sneak out and leave early? No. Shaking my head, I pushed the door open and had to physically lift her inside. Come on, Malloy. Let's just get it over with. Your mothers are in the office with Mr. Nahan. You can go straight in, Betty announced, not looking up from her computer as she tapped furiously on the keyboard in front of her. Good luck. Whose mother? Both of your mothers. My mam's in there. I glared at the secretary, who I was on a first-name basis with. Why? Why don't you go on in there and find out, Joseph? Old Betty shot back, not missing a beat. You know which door it is? Yeah, I did. Third on the right. Good luck, Joe, Malloy whispered, giving my hand a small squeeze. Love you. Yeah. I blew out a breath and held the office door open for her. Right back at you, Malloy. Beyond uncomfortable, I sat at one side of the meeting table next to my mother, while Malloy and Trish sat opposite us. On either end of the table sat Miss Lane, our yearhead, and Mr. Nahan, our principal, who were doing a fantastic job of talking at us rather than to us. It wasn't like Malloy and I were the ones immediately impacted by the pregnancy or anything. Oh, no. It was far more pertinent to address our mothers when asking decisions on our futures. Dicks. Unable to put any amount of pressure on my back, I leaned forward instead, resting one elbow on the table while dropping my free hand on my lap. When our principal asked Mom a question, and she turned to give him her full attention, I took the opportunity to discreetly drop the hand I was resting on my lap into her handbag that was sitting on the floor between our chairs. Barely breathing, I rummaged around inside until my fingers probed the familiar circular pill bottle. Closing my hand around it, I quickly slipped it into my pocket, feeling a rush of relief fill my body at the prospect of not having to face another night of hell at home. Zoning their voices out, and the unsettling urge I had to escape to the bathroom and pop a few C2s, I concentrated all of my attention on my girlfriend, who was nervously chewing on the nail of her baby finger, while her wide-eyed gaze flicked between the 4 adults in the room. By which time you'll be how far along in your pregnancy, Aoife? Malloy's guilt-ridden eyes snapped to Mr. Nahan. Immediately my back was up, She didn't need to feel guilty about a damn thing. This was on me. How far along in your pregnancy will you be when you sit the leaving cert in June? Oh. Her cheeks flamed, and she roughly cleared her throat before casting a nervous glance in my direction. What date in June? The 7th. Oh. Another deep swallow. I think I'll be 25 weeks by then. You think? Yeah, well, you see, I don't know for sure. You don't know for sure? Well, I haven't had my dating scan yet, she hurried to explain. It's today, actually. Why are you pushing her on this? I snapped, irritated that he was interrogating her. She's already answered you. Give it a fucking rest, will you? Jesus. Joey, Mam snapped, nudging me with her elbow while Malloy gave me a grateful smile. Choosing to ignore my outburst, which, to be honest, I was mildly disappointed about, Mr. Nahan turned his attention to Mam. I know you and Teddy have your hands full with this one, Marie, and I hate to bring it up during such testing times, but I have to ask about Shannon. I sincerely hope that she is settling in well at Tolman. She's doing very well there, thank you, Mam replied quietly. And as for my son, he's doing a lot better at school since Christmas. Yes, well. Not bothering to finish his sentence, he turned back to Trish. Please know that while here at Ballylagan Community School, we strongly discourage student relationships. We will not turn your daughter away in her hour of need. Turn me away? Malloy choked out, brows furrowing. What does that mean? Her hour of need, I chimed in, shaking my head. What the hell kind of statement is that to make? Joey, Mam snapped again. Enough. She's not riding into school in a donkey looking for shelter, I growled. She's looking for an education, not gold, frankincense, and myrrh. Mam dropped her head in her hands and sighed wearily. Oh, Joey. There's a lot to be taken into account here, Joseph, Miss Lane interjected in a haughty tone. First and foremost, there's the matter of whether or not the school's insurance covers having a pregnant student on school grounds. What are you saying? Aoife croaked out, paling. Insurance not covering me? She looked to her mother. Am I being expelled? You are not kicking her out of school. I snarled, sitting straight up. This isn't the 1950s. There's no goddamn way that I'm going to allow you to shun her like she's some sort of scarlet woman. If anything, I'm the scarlet fucking man. Joey, seriously. I'm as pregnant as she is. Joseph, please. What? I demanded. It's true. I'm the father. I put that baby in her. If you want to lay blame, lay it at my door, not hers. She has just over 2 months of school left, and she's finishing it out. Over my dead body, you've taken that away from her. Joy, calm down. Aoife, just breathe. Nobody is kicking anyone out. Trish tried to soothe, eyes locked on Mr. Nahan. It's discrimination, not to mention completely against the law, to exclude a student from attending school on the sole basis of her being pregnant. Isn't that right, Eddie? Well, yes, of course it is. The prick tried to backpedal. Nobody is suggesting that your daughter be removed from school. Just like nobody suggested that Samantha McGuinness be removed from school, or Amy O'Donovan, or Denise Scully, all the girls from my terrace. I sneered, giving him a look that said, yeah, asshole, I know how it works. If that's the case, then explain to me what her angle is when she says the school's insurance won't cover Aoife being here.
I didn't say it wouldn't. I was just saying, you were just trying to intimidate my girlfriend into going quietly without making a splash for the school, I corrected, cutting her off. Yeah, I know your game. I didn't come down in the last shower. I know how much easier it is for the school board when pregnant girls disappear from the roll book. Difference is, those girls had to do it alone. I paused to point at Malloy before adding, Aoife has me, and I have no intention of going quietly. If I could do nothing else for her, then I could stand in front of her and take the pressure, the disappointment, the pain. I could take the blows for her, and I would. I sat there, back poker straight, muscles locked tight with tension, and took their disappointment on the chin, knowing that she was in no fit state to take another blow. Joey. Mam placed a hand on my bopping knee and squeezed. Please settle down, will you? Yes, Mr. Nahan added, giving me a glaring look. There's no one fighting you on this, only because I made a preemptive strike, I muttered under my breath. What are we even doing here? I looked around at their faces. Aoife's pregnant, I'm the father. She's due after we finish school, so I really don't understand the need for this bullshit meeting.
Go to war for you, Aoife. If I had any doubts about Joey Lynch's willingness to stand by me before this meeting, they were long gone now. Because, as I sat in the office listening to my boyfriend go to war for me against our year head and principal, all I could think was, thank God he's mine. Having my name added to the dreaded list of girls who got pregnant in secondary school was, by far, one of my most shameful moments. But I could feel nothing but pride when it came to who I was having this baby with. Haunted and beautiful, Joey sat across the table from me with his mother by his side, looking like he was seconds away from flipping the table. Yes, he was brash, and yes, he was cursing like a sailor, but his words meant more to me than any well-rehearsed speech ever could, because he was speaking from the heart. Every word he uttered he meant, and that sentiment soothed something deep inside of me. Maybe we were going to be okay. Maybe I could actually do this. With him. The situation I found myself in was beyond terrifying, but unlike the other girls from school that had fallen victim to the same hormone-ridden, 9-month-long affliction, my partner in crime was standing by me. In a weird way, I felt like Rose from Titanic, when all of the other girls were drowning, but Jack kept her afloat. While Joey was no angel, he was loyal and accountable, and a better man than anyone in this room gave him credit for. I felt better just being in his presence. That's the kind of person he was. I listened to our mothers talk back and forth with Mr. Nyan and Miss Lane for another few minutes, talking about restrictions around me taking part in PE and so on, but to be honest, Joey had been dead on the money. This meeting was pointless. All I had taken away from it was high blood pressure and a dodgy stomach. Do you want to go for coffee? I heard Mam ask Joey's mother when we reached the school car park afterwards. There's a lovely little cafe at the corner of Main Street. We could have a little sit-down together, mother to mother. Both Joey and I, who were walking a few feet behind them, hand in hand, turned to gape at each other. Coffee? He mouthed. What the fuck? No clue. I rolled my eyes. Maybe it's an olive branch? Or we could go back to my house. I have a lovely fresh Madeira cake in the bread bin, Mam suggested, unlocking the driver's door of Dad's transit van. What do you say, Marie? Coffee and cake while we dissect the prospect of grandmotherhood. Joey's mam looked like she had just been asked to explain Fermat's last theorem. Coffee? Her mouth opened and closed several times before she whispered, I don't know. Did you drive here? No. With wide, uncertain blue eyes, she looked up at my mam and shook her head, and the move made her look a lot like her daughter. I walked over here from work. Well, hop in, Mam instructed, climbing into the driver's seat of the van. You can come over to mine for a cuppa and I'll drive you home afterwards. She looked to Joey and shrugged helplessly, almost as if she was looking for permission. What do you want to do, ma'am? Voice trailing off, she glanced around nervously before taking a step towards the van. She straightened her frail shoulders then and reached for the passenger door. Thank you. You too, Ma'am called out as she rolled down the window. Straight home after the hospital, you hear? You're not out of the woods by any stretch of the imagination. I haven't even started on the lectures. I don't know how I feel about that, Joey noted, watching as our mothers drove off in my dad's van. That makes me feel really fucking uncomfortable, Malloy. Yeah, I know, I agreed with a sigh, as I slid my arm around his waist. But do you want to know something that made me feel really comfortable? You, Joe. I smiled up at him. What you did back there in the office with Mr. Nyan? What you said? It meant a lot to me. He looked down at me, brows furrowed. I didn't do anything, Malloy. Yes, you did, I replied, leaning into his side as we walked over to my car. And it meant everything. I don't know what to say, he replied, still looking confused. You driving, baby? Nah. I shook my head and tossed him the keys. Can you do something for me? Name it. Stay with me tonight. He sighed heavily. Malloy, don't say no. Sinking into the passenger seat, I tossed my school bag over my shoulder into the back seat before turning my attention to Joey, who was cranking the engine. Say yes. What about the kids? What about you? I shot back, flicking on the car stereo and nodding my approval when no doubts underneath it all drifted from the speakers. This one's you, Joe. Give it a rest with the songs, he muttered. And I'm grand. Your face tells a different story. Aoife. Joey. I reached across the console and covered the hand he was resting on the gear stick with mine. Please. He didn't answer me until he had pulled away from the school and was on the main road. Only then did he release a sigh and turn his hand over. You win, Malloy. He entwined his fingers with mine. Again. Yay! So, are you ready for this? He asked, attention flicking between my face and the road ahead of us. To see the baby. No, I admitted quietly. Are you? No. He squeezed my hand. But we've got this, Malloy.
Maybe we should have changed our clothes.
Joey.
Joe, it's me, Shannon. I'm on the way to Dublin with the school. I won't be back until late tonight. Can you tell Mum? He has my phone, so don't call it. Okay? You won't be able to get a hold of me, but I'm okay, Joe. Don't worry about... I replayed the voicemail my sister left me for the third time and contemplated how the hell I was going to soothe this over at home. Deleting the message from my phone, I slid my phone back into my pocket and ran a hand through my hair in frustration. Mam was going to hit the roof. The old man would blow a fuse if he found out. Maybe we should have changed our clothes. Malloy, whisper hissed, drawing my attention back to the present. We were sitting in an overcrowded waiting room at the maternity hospital, surrounded by heavily pregnant women and their husbands, any number of which could have been mistaken for our parents. "It's grand," I replied, resting my hand on her bouncing knee. "I've got you, Malloy." "Yeah, Joe, that's the point," she mumbled. "Everyone here knows just how well you've got me." I laughed, because in all honesty, what else could I do in this moment? She wasn't wrong. We were sitting in our BCS uniforms and attracting an array of different looks from the people around us. Pity, disgust, sympathy, surprise. The list went on. "Fuck them," I told her, casting a warning glare to a particularly pervy father-to-be who was eyeing my girlfriend's legs. "They don't know us. Joe, we're the only teenagers here." She continued to ramble, tone panicked. "That girl over there looks like she's in her early 20s, but that's it. All these women are way older than me." "It doesn't matter, Malloy," I tried to soothe. "Age is just a number." "You're right," she agreed, smoothing down the hem of her pleated skirt. "You're absolutely right, Joe." Reaching for my hand, she shifted closer, welding her side to mine. "God, I need to pee so bad." "Just hold it," I replied. "You read the form. It said you need a full bladder." "Yeah, but it's so uncomfortable." She squirmed in discomfort. "Distract me? How?" "Tell me who was on the phone." "Shannon," I replied, sighing heavily. "She's gone to Dublin with the school." "Really? You never mentioned it." "Because I didn't know," I admitted. "Yeah, that'll be fun to explain to the old man when he gets wind of it." "No." Her hand tightened around mine. No. You don't need to explain anything, okay? You need to just stay away from that asshole. Let your mother handle it." "Malloy, I'm serious, Joe," she choked out, pulling my hand onto her lap. "I can't cope with knowing he's hurting you, Aoife Malloy." A frazzled-looking nurse called out, thankfully putting an end to the conversation. "You're up, sweetheart." "Oh, Jesus." Looking like a deer caught in headlights, Malloy sprang to her feet, dragging me with her. "Don't leave me, Joe," she whispered, with a death grip on my hand, as we followed the nurse. "Don't leave my side." "I won't," I promised, letting her pull me into the dimly lit room with her. "I'm not going anywhere." "My name is Margaret, and I'm the ultrasound technician." The woman introduced herself, closing the door behind us. "You're here for your dating scan, is that right?" Yeah," Malloy croaked out, and then reluctantly let go of my hand when the woman led her over to the examination table. He's the father, so can he stay with me?" "Sure. Dad can sit on the chair next to you." Dad. Holy fuck. "Joe?" Malloy squeezed out, eyeing me meaningfully from her perch on the table, as she laid on her back and held out her hand. Shit, yeah." Shaking my head to clear the panic, I closed the space between us and sank down on the chair next to the table and grabbed her hand. "According to your notes, this is your first pregnancy," the technician stated, as she lubed my girlfriend's belly with a bottle of clear gel. "The first day of your last menstrual cycle was December 14th, is that correct?" Yeah." Malloy croaked out. That's right. I had some spotting at the end of January, but my friend was saying that might be implantation bleeding. The technician filled in with a knowing nod. Aha. And you're a half-twin, is that right? Stuffing a wad of tissues under the waistband of my girlfriend's skirt, she fiddled with the ultrasound machine next to the table, tapping buttons and typing on the keyboard. Fraternal? Dizygotic? Uh-huh. Malloy looked to me and shrugged, having no fucking clue what any of it meant. Yeah, sure. Okay, well, let's just have a look. Retrieving the wand from the machine, the woman rolled it over my girlfriend's stomach. You'll feel lots of pressure on your lower abdomen and pelvic area, but it shouldn't be painful. Attention riveted to the screen in front of us. I watched as it transformed from darkness to a weird pale orb, with a strong pulsing movement coming from the middle of it. Lovely, the technician said, gaze flicking between the wand and the screen as she tapped on the keypad and changed angles. Yes, you are definitely pregnant. Oh, fuck. Malloy and I choked out at the same time, as we both shifted closer to get a better look at the screen. That's it? Malloy asked, squeezing my hand as we both eyed the tiny alien-shaped creature floating around on the screen. That's the baby? Yeah. And listen to this. Pausing, the technician pressed a few buttons on the screen, causing a galloping noise to fill the room. That's a beautiful, strong heartbeat. That sounds like a racehorse, Malloy breathed. That's really the heartbeat? Uh-huh. And judging by the size of this little being, you have your date spot on. You are 14 weeks and 3 days gestation, giving you an EDD of 20th of the 9th, 2005. Congratulations, Mom and Dad. Oh, Jesus, Joe, Malloy choked out, swinging back to look at me. It was the Toman party? Yeah. I managed to get out, though I was sure my heart was thundering 10 times faster than the kid housed in my girlfriend's womb. Fucking Gibbsy and his spliffs of mohair. And the champagne. Fucking champagne. I beg your pardon. Nothing. We both chorused in unison. Shaking my head, I asked, So, what happens next? Well, Mum here will be given an appointment with a midwife to go over medical history, family history and whatnot, and we'll go from there. She continued to scan Malloy's stomach as she spoke. As you can tell from the crowded hallways and waiting room, we're pretty swamped this afternoon, so an appointment will be sent out in the post for the next week or so. What are you checking for? Malloy asked, tone weary, as she watched the technician move the wand over her stomach. You're a twin, so I'm just making sure we don't have any little surprises hidden away from view. What the fuck? I demanded, heart gunning in my chest. There's more? I glared at my girlfriend. There's more? No. Malloy chuckled nervously, pushing the technician's hand away. One surprise was quite enough, thanks. Don't go looking for problems, damn it. Don't worry. I can only see one fetal membrane sac. Thank Jesus for that, I strangled out, sinking back on the chair and pressing my hand to my chest. Don't do that to me.
Sold on you, Aoife. Are you okay? Joey asked when we parked up at the footpath outside of my house later that afternoon. The drive back from the hospital had been spent mostly in silence while we both mentally reeled. He had his eyes locked on the road ahead of us the entire time, while I had been unable to tear my gaze away from the strip ultrasound images the technician had printed off for us. It was real. I heard the heartbeat. There really was a little baby growing inside of my body. Malloy. Killing the engine of the car, Joey unfastened his seatbelt and turned in his seat to face me. Are you okay? I wasn't sure. It all felt so surreal. I didn't know what to do or how I felt. Are you? He shrugged almost helplessly. She called me Dad, Malloy. I know. Relieved that he seemed to be reeling too, I nodded eagerly and turned in my seat and mirrored his actions. She called me Mom, Joe. It sort of just hit me when we were in there, you know, he mused, rubbing his jaw. We're going to be parents. To a person, I agreed, chewing on my nail nervously. A literal human being. This time next year, there's going to be a kid back there, he added, gesturing to the back seat of my car. One we made. Never mind next year, I choked out. We're going to have a baby this Halloween. My eyes widened. Halloween, Joe. We're going to have a trick-or-treater. And Santa at Christmas. And the Easter Bunny in spring. And I don't have a house or a car or a fucking qualification. He scrubbed his face with his hand. We are so out of our depth here, baby. You're fine, I accused. You're amazing with babies. I'm the one in trouble here. The only infant I've ever held was my cousin's pet baby gerbil, and guess what happened to it, Joe? I dropped it. Uh-huh. That's right. The poor thing nose planted its cage when I was left in charge. Okay, comparing your ability to mother our child to caring for your cousin's pet rodent is not the same thing, Malloy. Maybe not, but I'm not exactly the responsible mother type, am I? And I am. Oh, please, I rolled my eyes. You've been a dad for your entire life. You even have that, don't make me come up those stairs, dad threat down to a fine art. Wow, thanks. I'm serious, Joe. You've got this. I'm screwed. Give me another look at that, he muttered, snatching the baby scan out of my hand and holding it up to my face. Oh, Jesus, I think I see a dick. What? No, you don't. Gaping, I snatched the picture back and studied where he was pointing to. That's not a dick, that's a leg. No, that's a leg, he corrected, tapping the picture. That's another leg, and that is a dick. That's the baby's cord. That's a dick, Malloy. Dropping his head on the steering wheel, he muttered something incoherent under his breath and groaned loudly. It's a boy. But you said it's too early to tell. Yeah, well, I don't know what to tell you, because that's a dick. But how can you tell? Trust me, I have seen too many of those fucking sonograms down through the years. I know a dick when I see one. What if you're wrong? I hope I am. Joey! I slapped his arm. Don't say that. Don't give him my name. He whispered, head still resting on the steering wheel. Please, Eve, just give him yours and break the cycle. His parents. It always came back to his parents. There's nothing to break, Joe, I replied, stroking his hair. You are not him, and I am not her. Please listen to me. I don't want you to give him my name, he admitted quietly. Not my first name, and definitely not my last name. I don't want that kid to have a single thing passed down to him that came from me. Joey, come on. We don't even know if it's a boy. It's a boy, he mumbled, pulling back to look at me. Regardless, you need to make that baby a Malloy. Don't give him my name. Joey, my heart sped up. You're this baby's father, and I'm proud of that. I reached up to stroke his bruised cheek. I'm proud of you. I have never been ashamed of who you are or where you come from, and neither will our baby. Emotion flickered in his green eyes. What if I turn into him? You won't. But what if I do? What if I already am? That's impossible. How can you be so sure? Because I know him and I know you. I stroked his cheek. He's a bully and you're a man. There's no comparison. You are polar opposites. You and Teddy are not the same person, Joe, I whispered. You're not even close. I'll never hurt you. I know. I mean it. He snatched my hand up and held it to his bruised cheek. I will never put a finger on you, Aoife Malloy. Never. Not on you or our kid. I know, I repeated, leaning in close to press my forehead to his. I'll do right by you, he vowed gruffly. I swear I will. You don't need to convince me, Joe. I leaned in and pressed my lips to his before whispering, I've been sold on you since I was 12 years old. He looked at me for the longest time before blowing out a pained breath. I love you, Eve. I love you too, Joe. Can I keep one of these? He asked, holding up the long strip of sonogram images. Of course, I replied, heart bucking wildly in my chest as I watched him carefully tear one off the strip and place it in his wallet. It's your baby, Joe. Yeah. Nodding to himself, he placed the sonogram in the picture slot in his wallet and smiled. He is.
Put your hand in my hand.
Joey.
Give me a song, Joe. A song? It was a little after 10 o'clock. We were holed up in our room, keeping a low profile from Tony, who was banging around downstairs like a bear with a sore head. And Malloy had somehow managed to rope me into watching another horror movie from her collection. Tonight's chosen number was Final Destination 2. Completely fucking reeling from the events of the last 24 hours. I was doing everything I could to take the pressure off my girlfriend, to make her feel like she wasn't in this alone, because she might be the one currently housing our baby, but the responsibility of parenthood was coming for both of us. Just thinking about it caused my heart to catapult around in my chest. The fuck was I going to do? I had a girl and a baby to look after, but I still had Shannon and the boys, and Mom. Jesus Christ. What do you mean, give you a song? I asked, slotting another pillow behind me to take the pressure off my back and ease the pain coursing through my flesh. I don't sing, baby. You know that's not what I mean, she replied, nestling between my legs, with her back to my chest. Give me a song for us. For us? I repeated, mulling it over, as I hooked an arm around her middle and drew her body closer to mine. Yeah, for us. I don't have a song. Well, find one, because I need a song. Fine. Dropping my hand to rest on her stomach, I said, Madonna. Like a virgin? Papa don't preach. She snorted. Nice. I smirked. Thanks. For real, though. Breaking free from my hold, she twisted around until she was straddling my lap. Give me something real. You're putting me on the spot here. So? Leaning in close, she nuzzled my nose with hers. You're excellent under pressure. Sighing heavily, I loosely clasped her waist. Malloy, please. Fine. Shaking my head, I racked my brain for something, anything to appease the girl, before finally coming up with Divine Inspiration's The Way. From the rave in Kerry? Recognition flashed in her green eyes, and she beamed at me. You remember that? That surprises you? No, I just... Shaking her head, She scrunched her nose up before admitting, "It's just that you were pretty buzzed that night." I was worse than buzzed that night. I was out of my fucking mind. I can still remember the way you looked when you were dancing in that field, with her yellow wellies and tiny denim shorts. I heard myself say, remembering the moment clearly. The clearest of my memories involved nights with her. The only nights I ever wanted to remember were the ones I spent with her. You had that little bra top thingy on. Your tits were spilling out. I continued to tell her, needing her to know that she was forever on my mind. The cheeks of your ass were on full display, and I swear to Christ, I was driven half mental from watching you. Really? Really, really, I confirmed, mirroring her smile. And you danced? She teased, snaking a hand out to playfully pinch my good cheek. The boy who refuses to dance was throwing shapes like a raver. I didn't have much of a choice, did I? I shot back. It was safer to join the madness. You had that neon body paint all over you. Oh my God, the body paint! She squealed out a laugh. So had you? Yeah, because she caked me in it. Every time the strobe lights flashed around us, you lit up like a firework. I did. Yeah, Malloy. Releasing a contented breath, I reached a hand up and tucked her hair behind her ear. I was high that night, but you sent me soaring. Smooth. Not smooth, just honest. That was an epic summer, Jo. Wrapped up in you. Her eyes lingered on mine for a long moment before she released a wistful sigh. I guess all that's behind me now, huh? No, Malloy. My heart gunned in my chest, twisting and morphing between sorrow and guilt. We'll do it again? Yeah, she replied, but it was a half-hearted mumble. With a baby on my hip. We'll do it again, I repeated, catching her chin with my hand and forcing her to look at me. Yeah? She whispered, tone hopeful. Yeah, I confirmed gruffly. And you'll be just as reckless. Leaning in, I burst a kiss to her lips. And I'll be slightly less high.
Easter break. Aoife. Where are you going? I asked my father on Saturday morning, watching from my bedroom doorway as he thundered down the stairs with a furious scowl etched on his face. Dad? Work! My father roared over his shoulder. So you better tell that boyfriend of yours to get his hole out of your bed. Oh, crap. Joey's not here. I know he stayed over. True. He left a while ago. Well then, let's hope he's at the garage, because if he's not, then he better start looking for somewhere else to work, because I'm done with the bullshit. Dad, wait! Hurrying down the stairs after him, I chased him all the way outside to where he had parked his van. Don't hit him, okay? I'm not going to hit him. You swear? If I was going to hit the lad, I would have done it the other night. My father grumbled as he climbed into his van. Go inside out of the cold before you get sick on top of everything else. Don't fire him either, I pleaded, holding onto the door of his van so he couldn't close it. Please, Dad, he needs his job. Of course he fucking needs his job, my father snapped. He has a child on the way to pay for, doesn't he? Clearly sleeping on the news had done my father no favours. He seemed angrier now than when he found out. But you were supportive the other day when the lynch... Because you're my daughter, damn it. Of course I support you. I'll always show a united front for your benefit, but I'm not happy about it, Aoife. He growled, cranking the engine. My child is having a child while she's still a child with another fucking child. I am not okay with any of this. But I don't exactly have much of a say in the matter now, do I? Not when the horse has already bolted. No point in wringing the lad's neck after the fact now, is there? Can't exactly go back in time and put a condom on the little prick's dick now, can I? I didn't have an answer for him, so I let go of the door and watched as he slammed it shut before tearing off. Hurrying back inside, I raced up the stairs to grab my phone and warn my boyfriend that my father was on the warpath. Code red, avoid the garage at all costs. Dad's out for blood. Sorry, I bounced without waking you. Had to check on the kids before work. How are you feeling? Kiss. Me? I'm fine. It's you I'm worried about. Are the boys okay? Joe? All good. And Shan? Still not back from Dublin. Kiss. Aw, crap. Yeah, I know. Kiss. Just steer clear of your house, Joe. You can crash at mine for a few days. I don't want you in harm's way. Joe? Joey! It's all good. Don't worry. I'm at work now, so I'll talk to you later. Kiss. Seriously, Joe, about my dad. I saw a pair of rusty pliers on the passenger seat of his van. I think he might be considering castrating you. I can handle Tony. Just mind yourself, okay? Don't go climbing any walls or any wild shit like that. I'll see you tonight. Kiss. I love you. Kiss. I love you back. Kiss. Well, I have to hand it to him, Mam said when she walked into the kitchen after dropping off my father's lunch at the garage. Your baby's father is brave. I sprang off my chair. Joe? Mm-hmm. Mam nodded. He actually showed up to work. In one piece? Mam grimaced. Relatively. Oh my God, Mam, please tell me that Dad didn't hit him. According to your father, he threw a wrench at Joey's head, but had no hand in the black eye he's sporting. Oh my God, I cried, sinking back down and dropping my head in my hands. Kill me now. Your father will calm down, she replied, tone assuring. They'll be okay, love. They'll patch it up in time. They've been working together for a very long time now. They're practically an old married couple. You should have heard him this morning, Ma'am, I groaned, watching my mother as she whizzed around the kitchen. He was so hostile. Your father's not hostile, love. He's heartbroken. Well, that's even worse, I strangled out. I broke his heart. That's why he avoided me like the plague when he came home from work last night. He hates me. Can we talk? Kev asked, walking into the kitchen, hands in the air. Civilly. Kev, Mam sighed warily. I don't think now's the time for that. We need to sort this out, Aoife. He pushed, ignoring our mother. Come on. Let's just sit down and hash it out. We can't go around ignoring each other. You can talk to him all you want, I told Mam, as I jerked to my feet and grabbed my car keys off the table. I'm going to Casey's. Aoife, Kev groaned when I brushed past him. Please. Fuck off, Kevin.
Fathers and grandfathers.
Joey.
Aching in places I never knew could hurt. I took Tony's bad mood on the chin at work and navigated the extremely dangerous waters I found myself in, while trying not to collapse in a heap from the pain coursing through my body. The pain in my back had worsened to the point where I was half afraid to take off my t-shirt and look in the mirror. I didn't want to see what kind of damage that belt had done the other night. Knowing that stripping off would only stress my pregnant girlfriend out further had been the reason I slept in a t-shirt and sweats the night before, much to her suspicion. Sleep had come easy, with the help of a couple of my mother's prescription benzos that I popped in the bedroom after Malloy dozed off. But by morning I was feeling everything again. Still, I scraped my ass out of bed and made it to the garage on time, knowing that I had to prove myself to Tony Malloy now more than ever, because for the first time in my life, I was on the outs with my boss, and it was not a good feeling. Not one word had he spoken to me since the night we sat around his kitchen table with my parents, and the pressure was mounting. When he pulled up at the garage this morning and found me waiting at the door, I wasn't entirely sure how it would go down. When he didn't outright tell me to go fuck myself, I stuck around and dodged every spanner, wrench, and ratchet he threw my way. And when I said threw my way, I meant at my head. The man was beyond livid with me, and I didn't blame him. Worse than disappointing him, I'd taken his daughter down with me. Enduring his silent treatment and flying missiles, I kept my head down, ignored my phone, and worked through lunch, unwilling to give him another reason to toss my ass to the curb. Whatever way he wanted to handle it was fine by me. It wasn't like I had a leg to stand on. I'd fucked his daughter's life up. If the baby Malloy was growing turned out to be a girl, and she fell in with a scumbag like me, I would take leave of my senses, just like Tony. It was a little after 5 in the evening when he finally breached this standoff by slamming a mug of coffee down on the trolley next to me. Not daring to say anything to piss him off further, I raised the mug to my lips, only to halt in my tracks and eye the rim warily. "Relax. I didn't poison you," he grumbled, taking a sip from his own mug and then swapping it with mine to prove it. "Can't believe in my grandchild without a father." He was saying the words, but the look on his face assured me that he had thought about it. "Thanks," I muttered before taking a sip. "What happened to your face?" "Walked into a door." He shook his head but didn't push, choosing to take another sip of his coffee instead. Thankful for his small act of mercy, I swallowed down another mouthful of coffee. "So, are we going to do this?" "You want to do this now?" "No time like the present." "Fine," he said, giving me a hard look. "Fine," I replied, giving him the respect that he deserved by keeping eye contact with him, while my conscience screamed it's showtime. Get ready for the pain. "You let me down, Joey." Christ. Hearing him say it out loud hurt worse than I thought it would. "I know, Tony. But worse than that, you let my daughter down." "Yeah." Jaw ticking, I nodded stiffly. "I know that too." "What are you going to do about this mess?" "I'm going to step up." "Step up?" I nodded stiffly. "Do whatever Aoife wants me to do." "What about what Trish and I want you to do?" "That too," I shrugged. "As long as it aligns with what your daughter wants." "You're going to stick by her?" "I am." "Are you going to marry her?" "If that's what she wants." "What do you want?" "Her." He stared hard at me for a long moment before blowing out a frustrated breath. "God damn it, Joey. This would be so much easier if I didn't like you." "Yeah, I know. She might be having your baby, but she's still my baby," he snapped.
She will always be my baby. I would die for her. I would kill for her. I know you're a good lad, but I'm telling you now, man to man, if you ever consider laying so much as a finger on my daughter or that child, you won't have to kill me, Tony. I cut him off and said, I'd do it myself. I'm not saying that I think you would, but you know why I have to say this to you, don't you? I have time for you, boyo. You know that, and I know you love her. But the home you come from, and the man you were raised by... His words broke off, and he dragged in a sharp breath before levelling me with a warned look. Do we understand each other? Sick to my stomach, and feeling like I'd taken a knife to the back, I forced myself to swallow down the bitter taste of betrayal and nodded stiffly. Yeah, Tony, we understand each other. I'm not saying that I think you'd do it, he offered. But I'm my father's son. I filled in flatly. I get it. Well? Malloy demanded down the line as I walked home from work that evening. How did it go? Was he horrible? Are you okay? Did he hit you? Tell me that he didn't hit you. Malloy, take a breath, I'm grand. I cut her off by saying before she could launch a full-blown interrogation, I'm almost home. I'm going to grab a shower and check on the kids. I'll swing by your place afterwards. So you're really okay? Not even close. Yeah, Malloy, it's all good. What did he say? He asked me if I planned on marrying you. Oh my God. She groaned dramatically. What did you say? I told him that we already got married in secret, and that you got my name tattooed on your ass instead of a wedding ring. You did not say that to my dad. No, I didn't. I chuckled. How are you feeling? The same as I was when you last asked, she mused. Chill, Joe. I'm still me. Thank fuck for that. Well, I'm literally down the street from your house, she added. I have the car, so just call me when you're ready and I'll come get you. You're at Casey's flat? Yep. I'm putting highlights in her hair. I had to get out of my house or I was going to stab my brother with a spoon. If you're going to stab him, use something sharper. Like a knife. Maybe just a fork. We don't need you having that kid in prison. She laughed down the line. I'd look hot in stripes. You definitely would, I agreed. Listen, hang up, and I'll call you later. Love you. Love you back. Ending the call, I slid my phone into my pocket, only to retrieve it once more when it started ringing. Not bothering to read the display screen, I clicked accept and put the phone to my ear. No, Malloy, stripes don't make you look flat. And no, you haven't put on weight either. And yes, even if you do put on weight, I'd still want you just as much as I want you now. Joey, come home. Come home quick. Ollie screamed down the line. Please come home. Daddy's going to kill her. Who, Ollie? I demanded, as my legs broke into a run in the direction of my house. Is it Mam? My heart jackknifed in my chest. Is he hurting Mam? Shannon! Ollie screamed down the line. He's killing Shannon! Him or us 2.0.
Joey.
Running faster than I ever had in my entire life. I sprinted the rest of the way home, with my heart gunning in my chest and my mind freewheeling into overdrive. It's okay. It won't be that bad. Just breathe. I could see Ollie at the front door when I rounded the garden, waving wildly at me to hurry.
I knew he was screaming and tears were spilling down his cheeks, but I couldn't make out a word of it. The only sound in my head was the thundering roar of my pulse in my ears as I staggered through the front door and followed a trail of blood into the kitchen. It took me a moment for my brain to absorb what my eyes were seeing. Blood smeared on the kitchen tiles, Shannon limp on the floor, Tag covering her body with his, blood on his face, Mam standing in the kitchen screaming, and him, standing in the middle of the carnage, was our father. My gear bag slipped off my shoulder, and the noise of it, when it clattered to the floor, seemed to awaken me from the trance-like daze I was suffocating in. My throat felt like it had closed up. My heart shriveled up and died in my chest. My gaze flicked to Shannon once more, and the pain I felt when I took in the sight of her mangled body was too much to take. It was all too fucking much. "You fucking bastard!" The words tore from my lips like a battle cry, and I felt myself moving, barreling straight for him, my heart demanding vengeance. "You dirty fucking animal! Joey, wait!" I didn't wait. I couldn't. "Hit me!" Taking him to the ground with more force than I knew I was capable of, I slammed his head against the hard tiles before quickly climbing back up and dragging the worthless piece of shit with me. "Come on, asshole. Hit someone your own fucking size. Joey, please don't. Shut the fuck up." I roared, losing my fucking mind when she tried to speak to me. My sister was lying in a heap on the floor, and instead of going to her, she was trying to protect him. "You are the most pathetic excuse for a mother that ever walked the earth." Spitting piss and fire, he reared back and socked me in the jaw with his beefy fist. "You little shit! Did you see that?" I demanded, not even feeling the pain now, as I glared at our mother. I knew it should hurt. His fist was like a goddamn bulldozer, but adrenaline was flooding my system, giving me strength I had no right to possess. "Did you see him hit me?" "I'll put manners on you yet, boy." Dad slurred, throwing another punch, but this time he missed, giving me ample opportunity to return the gesture. "Can you see what he's doing to your children?" My fist connected with the bridge of his nose, causing blood to spray all over the both of us as he collapsed in a heap on his ass. "Are you fucking blind?" "Joey, stop," I heard my sister strangle out, but it was too late for words. "He's not worth going to prison for." Because I couldn't stop. Not until I made him stop. Forever. He needed to be stopped. I needed to make it all fucking stop. "Joey, stop," Mom begged. "You're going to kill him." "Good." My fists kept swinging of their own accord, in a frenzied blare of reckoning, as my knuckles ripped open and bled all over the both of us, as I let my heart do the thinking for once and finished him off. If I did time for it, so be it. Someone had to end this. It had to be me. "Joey, you promised." A small hand pulled at my arm, breaking my concentration. "You promised you'd never leave me." Shannon's voice broke through the red haze in my mind, and I jerked backwards, letting my hands fall to my sides as my sister's voice continued to seep into my fucked-up brain. "Shannon. Thump, thump, thump. Shannon. Thump, thump, thump. Shannon. Thump, thump, thump." Numb to the bone, and with my mind reeling, I abruptly climbed off my father and stepped away. "Teddy, oh God, Teddy," Mam cried, rushing to his side. "What have you done?" And there it was. There she was, running straight to him. It broke me. Whatever held me together these past 18 years splintered and spliced. eyes wide. I looked around me, trying to make sense of the war zone we had been raised in. The war zone I was standing in. Blood and tears, pain and pressure. It was too much. Ollie. Turning my attention to where he was cowering beside Shannon, I crooked my finger and beckoned him. Go upstairs and get Sean. Because I had no doubt that the baby was hiding under my bed. I didn't blame him. I wanted to be under that bed with him. Why? Because we're leaving. Trembling from head to toe, I said, we are not staying in this house with that piece of shit a day longer. Thankfully, Ollie did as I asked, making a beeline for the stairs without the hint of hesitation. Tag, go with Ollie. But please. I strangled out, chest heaving at the sight of the blood smeared all over his face. Go upstairs and pack your bags, kid. After a 10-second stare down, he relented and hurried for the stairs. Only when the smaller children were out of sight could I focus on my sister. I didn't want to. I wanted to run away and hide, but I forced myself to take in the sight of her mangled body. You're okay, I lied, dropping to my knees beside her, feeling more broken in this moment than any other in my living memory. I'm here. I gently lifted her into my arms. I'm here, Shan. She slumped against me like a rag doll, and panic seared me because I just knew that this time was worse. This time. He damaged her worse than ever. You're bleeding. Mom was wailing. Oh God, Teddy! That was all it took. Those words were all it took for me to lose a hold of the small shrivel of self-restraint I had managed to garner. Are you fucking blind? She is bleeding. Shannon, your daughter. Shannon. Blinking rapidly, like she was coming out of some sort of haze. Mam's expression caved. Oh, baby, your face. Don't you dare, oh, baby her. I snapped, carefully lifting my sister to her feet. She wobbled and slumped against me like a newborn baby foal, and her lack of balance and coordination only increased my panic. Because this was bad. This was so fucking bad. You're okay, I continued to coax, as I carried her over to the table and set her down on a chair. You're okay, I'm here. Snatching up a tea towel, I pressed it to the side of her face where most of the blood seemed to be coming from. I'm right here, Shan.
Shannon, I didn't mean to.
Don't fucking speak to her, creep, I roared, taking a protective stance in front of the chair my sister was slumped on when that bastard tried to speak to her. I will kill you. Do you hear me? I'll slit your fucking throat if you so much as look at my sister again. How dare he look at her? How dare he fucking say he didn't mean to hurt her? Everything that man had ever done had been orchestrated with intentional malice and cruelty. He was only sorry now because he knew as well as I did that he had gone too far this time. He did something in this kitchen that couldn't be hidden or buried. It was over for him, and the bastard knew it. Instead of feeling glad about that, I felt on edge, because Teddy Lynch was never more dangerous and unpredictable than when he was cornered, and right now, the bastard was backed in deep. The boys returned to the kitchen a few moments later with their backpacks laden down with clothes and toys, and I sagged in relief to see Sean's unmarked face. He was okay. The baby is okay. Now, here is how this is going to go, I said when all three of my brothers rushed to stand behind me. Either you find some maternal instinct deep inside that cold fucking heart of yours and put that bastard out for good? I said, addressing our mother. I'm taking these kids out of this house, and they are never coming back. Joey, I'm so sorry. Don't apologise. I cut her off and snapped. Protect your children and put him out. Joey, I... Make a choice, ma'am. I mentally willed her to do the right thing for once in her life. I knew she was scared, and so was I. But these kids deserve better. She needed to be better, damn it, because this version of a mother wasn't good enough to keep a litter of kittens safe. Him or us. Joey, if you just calm down for a moment, don't you fucking dare try to talk your way out of this. I seethed, feeling my heart crack with every second that ticked by that she didn't choose us. Just do the right thing for once in your fucking life and put him out. Joey, can we just... Him or us? I bit out, teeth chattering from the pain, clawing its way up my body that I was desperately trying to ignore. Him or us, ma'am? Silence. Blank stares. Nothing. She just continued to sit by his side, staring vacantly up at me. I want you to know something, I managed to say, fighting back the tears that were trying to fill my eyes. I want you to know that I hate you right now more than I ever hated him. I want you to know that you are no longer my mother. Not that I ever had one of those to begin with. Please, no. Sniffling back a sob, I shook my head and said, from this moment on, you are dead to me. All of your shit, handle it yourself. The next time he hits you, I won't be there to shield you. The next time he drinks all the money, and you can't feed the kids or get the electricity switch back on, find some other asshole to get cash from. The next time he throws you down the staircase or breaks your fucking arm in one of his whiskey tantrums, I'd turn a blind eye just like you did right here in this kitchen. Joey, from this day on, I won't be there to protect you from him, just like you weren't there to protect us. Don't talk to your mother like that. Climbing unsteadily to his feet, the prick attempted to threaten me. You ungrateful little... Don't even think about speaking to me, you scummy piece of shit. I roared, unwilling to dance a tango with him another second. I might share your blood, but that's as far as it goes. You and me are done, old man. You can burn in hell for all I care. In fact, I sincerely hope you do. You think you can talk to me like that? He seethed, wiping blood from his face. You need to settle the fuck down, boy. You're calling me boy? I threw my head back and laughed, humorously. Me? The one who's been raising your fucking kids for most of my life. I gestured to the 4 children hiding behind me. The one who's been cleaning up both of your messes, taking care of both of your responsibilities, picking up the slack for 2 worthless piece of shit parents. These were the very people who decided that I wouldn't make a good father. Fucking hypocrites. I might be only 18, but I'm more of a man than you'll ever be. Don't push your luck, Joey. I'm warning you. Or fucking what? I sneered, glaring back at him. You'll knock me around, hit me, kick me, get your belt out, take a hurley to my legs, bust a bottle over my head, terrorise me. Guess what? I'm not a scared little boy anymore, old man. I shook my head in utter fucking contempt for the man. I'm not a defenseless child. I'm not a scared teenage girl. I'm not your battered wife, so whatever you do to me, I can promise you that I'll return tenfold. He knew this. He knew that the only way to keep me down was to kill me, because I would never back down from him. As long as there was air in my lungs, I would continue to stand my ground. I would always fight back. "Get out of my house," he demanded, letting me know that he heard me loud and clear. "Now, boy." "Teddy, stop." Ma'am hurried to intercept him. "You can't." "Shut the fuck up, woman. I'll break your face for you. Do you hear me?" "You can't throw him out," she whimpered, cowering for him. "Please, he's my son." "Oh, so now I'm your son." I shook my head in disgust. It was too little too late. "Don't do me any favours." "This is your fault, girl," Dad accused then, turning his whiskey tantrum back on my sister. "Hoeing around the fucking town, making trouble for this family. You're the problem in this." "Don't even go there," I seethed, blocking her from his view. "Keep your goddamn eyes off her." "It's the truth," he continued to goad, focusing on Shannon when he wasn't getting anywhere with me. You see, the blood I shed was the physical kind, but our father wanted more than that. He was starved for evidence of the mental anguish he inflicted upon us. It was something he would never drain from me, so he took it from my sister. "You're a waste of space, and you always have been. I told your mother about you, but she wouldn't hear it. I knew, though. Even when you were small, I knew what kind you were. A fucking runt. Don't know where you came from." "That's a lie, Teddy," was my mother's pathetic attempt to protect her. "Shannon, baby, that's not—" "We never wanted you. Did you know that? Your mother left you for a week in the hospital, debating whether or not to give you up, until the guilt got the better of her. But I never changed my mind. I couldn't even stand the sight of you, let alone love you." "Shannon, don't listen to him," I warned, feeling her wilt at my side. He was getting into her head, just like he intended, and it was crippling me. See, he mightn't be able to hurt me, but when he hurt her, it fucking shredded me. It's not true. The bastard's unhinged. Just block it out. Do you hear me, Shan? Block him out." "I didn't want you either." He tried again with me. "My heart's bleeding," I spat, words dripping with sarcasm. He couldn't hurt me with his words. Only the woman standing beside him could do that. "Well, we feel the same about you," Tag tossed out. "None of us want you." "Tag, be quiet," I warned, feeling my panic rise when my little brother put himself directly in the firing line. "I've got this." "No, I won't be quiet, Joe," he argued. "He's the fucking problem in this family, and he needs to hear it." I wholeheartedly agreed with him, but he needed to keep quiet and let me do the talking. I could take the shit our father threw. I could take the blows. Tag was just a little kid. He needed to stay in his lane and, more importantly, stay unharmed. "Get him out of my sight," our father roared, gesturing to my brother. "Now, Marie, get him out before I do away with the little bastard." "I'd like to see you fucking try," I snarled, roughly shoving the mouthy little fucker behind me before he got himself in deeper. "Try it, old man." "No." Mom stepped between us. "You need to go." "What did you say to me?" he snarled. "What the fuck did you say to me?" "Leave," Mom whispered breathlessly. looking like she was seconds away from face-planting the floor. "It's over, Teddy. I'm done. We're done. I can't. I need you to go away. You're done. You think you're leaving me? You're mine, Marie. Do you hear me? You're fucking mine. Think you can throw me out? Walk away from me? Just go. I want you gone, Teddy. Get out of our lives. You need to go. I want you gone. Get out of our lives." She was directing the words at my father, but I didn't feel a thing, because her words didn't mean shit. They were meaningless. It was too late. Too late. The damage was done. The time to stand up to him had long since passed. Whatever move she made now was out of fear for herself, not fear for her kids. "You think you have a life without me?" he continued to taunt her. "You are nothing without me, bitch. The only way you're leaving me is in a box. I'll kill you before I let you leave me. Do you hear me? I'll burn this fucking house to the ground with you and your cunts in it before I let you go." "Stop," Ollie sobbed, clinging to my leg. "Make him stop, please." "Are you a girl now?" Dad sneered, glaring at his second youngest son. "Toughen up, Ollie, you little bollocks." "That's enough, Teddy." Mom tried again. "Get out." "This is my fucking house." He doubled down and roared. "I'm going nowhere." "That's fine," I said in a strangely calm tone of voice, considering I felt anything but calm in this moment. "Ollie, go outside and take Sean with you." Reaching into my pocket, I grabbed my phone and handed it to him. "Take this and phone Aoife, okay? Call her up and she'll come get us." I hated dragging Malloy into this. Fucking despised myself for dragging her back to this house. But I didn't have a choice. I didn't have anyone else. She was it. My entire lifeline. She was my ride or die. And whether it was right or wrong, I knew she would come. "No, no, no. Please, Joey, don't take them away from me." Panic-stricken, my mother rushed for me. "I told him to go. I told him, Joey." Eyes wild with fear, she pulled on my hoodie, pleading with me to do something we both knew I couldn't. Of course I choose you. Please don't do this. Please, Joey, don't take my children." "What good are you to them when you can't keep them safe?" Every inch of my body shook and trembled as I fought against the desperate urge that I had to comfort her. I couldn't do it again, not this time. "You're a fucking ghost in this house. You're wallpaper, ma'am, a mouse. You are not good for us." "Joey, wait, please, don't do this." Grabbing onto my hands, my mother dropped to her knees in front of me, and the move made me want to die. "Don't take them from me." "I can't leave them here," I choked out, feeling too much for her, as my heart gunned in my chest. "And you've made your choice." She had. Whether she denied it or not, she chose him. She would always choose him, but this time I was choosing my siblings over her. "You don't understand," she wailed. "You don't see." "Then get up, ma'am." Tears filled my eyes, and it honestly felt like she stuck her hand through my chest and wrapped it round my heart. "Get up off your knees and walk out of this house with me." "I can't," She shook her head, eyes pleading. "He'll kill me." "He'll kill them too." I wanted to scream. What part of that didn't she get? How the fuck could she justify keeping them in this house? This wasn't love. This was sick. She was as sick as him, and I wanted no other part in this. "Then die," was all I replied. "Let him go, Marie," my old man commanded. "He'll be back with us, tail between his legs. Cunt is useless. Won't survive a day on his own." "Shut up." Throwing her hands up, my mother screamed at the top of her lungs. "Just shut up. This is all your fault. You've ruined my life. You've destroyed my children. You're a fucking madman." He struck her so fast that I didn't have time to react. His fist connected with her face, and I watched as my mother hit the ground like a sack of spuds, crumbling onto her hands and knees just like a million other times in a million other arguments in the same damn kitchen. "Think you can talk to me like that?" he sneered, towering over her. "You're the worst of the lot. You fucking whore." "Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Keep your fucking hands off my mother." I heard myself roar, reacting on a lifetime of instinct. As I shoved him away from my mother's broken body, I moved straight for her. "Ma'am." I could feel myself breaking, my voice, my self-control, my heart. All of it was just shattering into a million pieces. I knelt down beside her, hating that she feared my touch almost as much as his, when all I ever tried to do was shield her. Just walk away from him. Pushing her hair out of her eyes, she looked so much like Shannon as she looked up at me, so frightened and childlike. "We'll figure something out, okay? We'll sort this, but we can't stay here. I'll take care of you." "Who the fuck do you think you are?" he snarled, clamping a beefy hand on the back of my neck. "Think you know it all, boy? Think you're better than me?" His touch brought with it a lifetime's worth of horrendous memories and flashbacks. "Think you can take her away from me?" Overpowering me with strength, he forced me to my knees. "She's going nowhere." Increasing the pressure on the back of my neck, he pushed me onto my stomach. "I told you, I'll put manners on you, you ungrateful little bastard." The weight he was pushing down on me was unsurmountable, and rendered me completely fucking helpless against his assault. "Think you're a man now, boy?" His knee dug into my back, and I had to bite back a scream when pain scorched through my already mangled back. "Show your mother what kind of man you are. Crying on your knees like a little bitch. Stop it." Ma'am begged and pleaded. "Get off him, Teddy." "I'm more of a man than you," I forced out, desperately trying to keep my face off the tiled floor he was intended on crushing me into. "Oh, you think so?" Laughing cruelly, he knotted his hand in my hair and snapped my head back before roughly slamming my face into the tiles. "You're a piece of shit, boy." Everything inside of me was eerily calm for the briefest of moments before the sudden rush of heat and pain coursed through my face, bringing with it the familiar metallic taste of blood in my mouth. Forcing myself to fight back against his hold, I spat out a clump of blood and heaved against the tiles, desperately trying to buck him off my back. Relentless, he reared my head back and smashed it back down again. again and again, over and over.
Get off him, Teddy. You're going to kill him.
Dizziness engulfed me.
Good. And you're next, you turncoat whore.
Pain ricocheted through me. I could feel the bone in my nose twisting sideways from the brunt of his blows. In a way, I was relieved because I thought this might finally be it. It's finally over. Is that all you got? I snarled, still fighting against his unbreakable hold, because I would never give in to this man. He would have to stop my heart from pumping first. You're losing your touch, old man. It was only ever going to go one of two ways. Either he was going to kill me, or I was going to kill him. At least, if he finished it, I could rest. I could just have peace. Don't you dare stop. You've got a girl and a baby dependent on you. Get the fuck back up on your feet. Don't you dare leave her alone in this. Furious, I kept fighting, kept goading, kept fucking going, until somehow managed to twist my body sideways and drag him onto the floor with me. But I was too weakened, my body too worn to fight him off. Desperately fighting for my life, I tried to inflict as much pain as I could on him, but my hands felt like concrete blocks. It was so hard to lift them, let alone throw a punch. Getting the better of me once more, my father straddled my chest and clamped his big hand around my throat, sealing my airways and restricting my lungs. I could hear the kids crying. I could hear Mam wailing. I knew Shannon needed help, but all I could think of in this moment was my girlfriend. All of the bad shit I'd done, all of the horrible fucking situations I'd put her in down through the years. I could feel the tears trickling down my cheeks as my body weakened. I love you, I mentally told her. I'm sorry. I gave it a fucking shot. I wanted to close my eyes, to just stop. But something caught my eye in the haze. Shannon caught my eye. I could see her. At the other side of the kitchen, slumped over and bleeding from her mouth. Panic clawed at my gut. She's dying. She's dying. Get up. Get the fuck up and help her. Help her. I tried to scream, but my words were barely more than a whisper. Fucking help her. Get off my brother. Tag's scream infiltrated my mind moments before the pressure of my throat eased. Gasping for air, I pulled and tore at the hand still wrapped around my throat. He wasn't choking me anymore, but he hadn't released me either. Tag, put down the knife. I heard my mother strangle out. Please, baby. Fuck you, he screamed back. Get off my brother.
Don't be stupid, boy.
I'm not stupid. And I'm not Joey. I won't stop just because Shannon says so. Lightheaded and exhausted from the exertion it was taking to keep my heart beating, I swung my bleary-eyed gaze to where my little brother had a knife pressed to our father's throat, with the sharp tip pressed precariously close to his jugular. Tag. I choked out through splutters, when the old man's grip loosened further. It's okay. Just take it easy. It's not okay, Joe. With tears streaming down his cheeks, he shook his head. None of this is okay.
What are you going to do, boy?
The stupid prick taunted. Stab me? Yes. The old man moved for the knife, But my baby brother doubled down and stepped closer, still wielding the knife. Jesus Christ, Tag! Dad yelped, hands moving from my throat to his, as blood trickled from the nick the knife had given him. You cut me. This ends now, Tag growled, holding the knife a lot steadier than any boy of 11 should. Get off my brother, and get out of this house for good, or I'll slit your fucking throat.
Highlights and heartache. Aoife. You are the queen of all things hair and makeup, Casey declared, doing a 360 twirl to get a good look at herself. Insane, Aoife. Your skills with makeup are un-freaking real, girl. With her bedroom stereo turned up full blast, my best friend bopped around to Casey and the Sunshine Band's Give It Up, while striking different poses in the full-length mirror glued to the back of her bedroom door. After spending most of the day at her mam's flat, I felt better. Casey had this innate ability of making me feel like my life wasn't going to shit. It wasn't that she was overly optimistic. She just happened to possess enough crazy to complement mine. We just fit together like bacon and cabbage. Or vodka and Coke. I'd like to thank the Academy. I took a dramatic bow before tossing my makeup brushes back into my bag. And myself because, I'm so amazing and all that jazz. You could make some serious side cash doing makeup and up styles. Yeah. I flopped down on her bed and sighed heavily. That's the plan, Case. I hope we have a girl, she said, so we can instill on her a lifetime of contouring wisdom and fashion knowledge. Joey wants a girl. He does? Yep, and that's the one, I declared, watching as she readjusted the skimpy black dress that she was modelling for her date tonight. Seriously, Case, you look fierce. Sounding unconvinced, she studied her appearance in the mirror for a long beat before shaking her head and whipping the fabric over her head. I'm going with the pink dress. You're making a mistake, I chimed in. The black one makes you look like you have legs for days. But the pink one makes my boobs look epic. So? I snorted. Alec's seen your boobs 12 times. He already knows how epic they are. I'm not going out with Alec tonight. My eyes lit up. Mac? Nope. Rambo? Nope. Charlie? No one from our year, Eve. Who then? Patrick. Patrick? My brows furrowed in confusion. Who the hell is... Oh my God! My eyes widened to saucers. That lad from the Tommen party. Grinning, she bit down on her lip and nodded. Not too shabby for a girl from Elks, huh? Wait, I choked out a surprised laugh. Isn't he like a 4th year? He's 17 and in 5th year, and like you can talk. She laughed back. Isn't your baby daddy younger than you? Oh yeah, by 3 whole months. I rolled my eyes. I'm the ultimate cougar. Yeah, well, enjoy sitting your ass on the couch tonight growing your cub, because I am going on the prowl. Hey, don't diss the couch life, I grumbled. Where's he taking you? The back seat of his car if he's lucky. Wow, make him work for it, why don't you? Stem the bitchy pregnancy hormones on virginal Mary. I'm more virginal than you, I huffed. At least I've only had one dick inside of me. Yeah, she snorted. One unprotected, overproductive dick. I grinned. I'd take his dick any day over Sticky Dicky. Hey now, don't knock Sticky Dicky. She waggled her brows. It's not all about the size of the boat, Eve. It's about the motion in the ocean. Whore. Blasphemy. She feigned a gasp. Who's the one living in sin here? For shame, Malloy. What would Sister Alphonsus say if she saw you now? Tut, tut. There's something seriously wrong with us, isn't there? Probably, she agreed with a laugh. I blame you. And I blame you. So Joey was really okay about the baby, huh? She asked, sobering her features as she toed on a pair of 6-inch heels. He was supportive. He took it so well, Case. I blew out a breath. I was so scared about how he would react. Nah, I knew he'd stick by you. She waved a hand around aimlessly. Say what you want about that boy, but he's good with kids. He is good with kids, I agreed with a sigh. He practically raised his youngest brother. Well then, at least one of you guys will know what you're doing, she replied, flopping down on the bed next to me. So, any idea about what you're going to do about your brother? Don't, Case, I grumbled, feeling a swell of anger rise up inside of me at the mere mention of Kev. I'm so done with him. You can't be done with him, Eve, she replied with a wary sigh. Not only is he your brother, but he is your twin. You guys shared a womb. I know, and that's what makes it worse, I bit out, scowling. He really screwed me over, Case. My phone rang then, and I was glad of the reprieve. Unwilling to talk about Kevin, much less consider forgiving him, I reached into my jeans pocket and smiled when Joey's name flashed on the screen. It's Joe. Springing to my feet, I grabbed my bag and threw it over my shoulder. He's ready to get picked up. Fine. Casey rolled her eyes and waved me off. Abandon me for your baby daddy. Enjoy your date, I called over my shoulder as I swung her bedroom door open and hurried through her tiny sitting room kitchen to the flat door. Text me all the details tomorrow. Will do. And use a condom. I always do, she sang out. I'm not you. Laughing to myself, I closed the flat door behind me before clicking accept and putting my phone to my ear. Hey, stud. Aoife! A young voice came down the line, followed by the sound of sniffling. Aoife, can you come get us? Alls? Is that you? Frowning, I readjusted my bag on my shoulder and hurried down the communal stairwell to the ground floor of the building. Are you okay? You sound like you're crying. Where's Joey? You got to come get us, he cried down the line. Please, Aoife, please, you got to come quick. Okay, I'm on my way right now, I tried to coax, panic setting in as I hurried outside to my parked car. I'm getting into my car right now, Alls. I'll be at your house in 2 minutes. When I pulled up outside Joey's house a couple of minutes later and climbed out of my car, I honestly felt like my heart was trying to beat its way out of my chest. I didn't want to go into his house, but the terror in Ollie's voice had me doing just that. With sweaty palms and a racing pulse, I moved for the front door, feeling my panic climb with every step I took. Aoife! Trip-tumbling off the front doorstep, Sean came barreling towards me with tears streaming down his cheeks. Aoife! Oh God, this was bad. This was so fucking bad. Hey, Shawnee Boo! I strangled out, hoisting him into my arms as I kept moving for the door. Are you okay? Aoife! Sniffling, he burrowed his face in my neck, and the feel of his small body trembling caused my heart to seize with dread. Oi! I called an ambulance, Tig choked out, greeting me at the front door. I think she's dead. He killed her! Ollie was screaming from the hallway. Daddy killed Shannon! Feeling faint with panic, I stumbled through the front door with Sean in my arms, only to be greeted with a scene right out of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. There was blood everywhere. "Joey!" I called out, feeling lightheaded, stopping in the kitchen doorway with my eyes clenched shut, almost afraid to see what was beyond the doorway. If anything had happened to him, I wouldn't cope. I couldn't think about it. "Joey!" My voice cracked and I clung tighter to his baby brother. "Joey, please tell me you're okay." "Malloy!" I heard him call back, and the sound of his voice gave me the courage I needed to cross the threshold of the doorway and step into the kitchen. I knew what I was about to witness would be bad, but nothing could have prepared me for the sight of my boyfriend, bloodied to a pulp, slumped on the kitchen floor, cradling the lifeless body of his sister in his arms. The fact that Teddy was nowhere to be seen gave me little comfort in this moment, because I knew that he had been here. This brutality had his name written all over it. "What's wrong with her?" I demanded, almost dropping Sean from the fright I got when my eyes absorbed the carnage in front of me. "Oh God, why is she bleeding out of her mouth?" "She's dying!" Tyke screamed, shaking his mother's shoulders. His mother, who was sitting on the kitchen floor, holding a bag of peas to her daughter's chest like it was the solution to everything. "He killed my sister and you're doing nothing." "Shannon, breathe," Marie sobbed. "Breathe, Shannon, breathe, baby. The ambulance is on the way." It's okay, Isha. I've got you." Ignoring his mother, my boyfriend continued to whisper in his baby sister's ear. I love you, Shan. Just hold on for me, okay?" "Shannon! Jesus Christ, Shannon!" I'm here. I'm right here, Shan." Joey continued to cry as he rocked her back and forth in his arms like a mother would a small child. I couldn't tell which one of them was bleeding more. I suspected Joey. But Shannon was just limp. "Is she breathing?" I jumped into action and asked, setting Sean down as I hurried over to them. I don't know. Joey choked out a cry, and it was the worst sound I had ever heard come from his mouth. He sounded so young, so frightened, so utterly broken. "Can you hear me?" he sobbed, holding her bloodied face between his hands. "I'm going to get you out of here, okay? Shannon, can you hear me? Shan, come on, talk to me." "Get that away from her," I warned Marie, roughly tossing the bag of peas away from her daughter's small frame as I felt for a pulse. "You'll send her body into shock." I'm sorry, their mother cried. "I'm trying to help." "Okay," I sagged in relief when I felt the faint thrum of her pulse against my fingertips. "She has a heartbeat, but it's faint." "I don't know where the ambulance is," Marie cried, dropping her head in her hands. "It should be here by now." "Stop crying and do something useful," I ordered, battling down a surge of fury directed entirely towards her. Because this woman... Yeah, I couldn't even go there with this woman. I would snap. "Just get out of the way, Marie. Go and hold Sean or get a blanket or something." Waiting until she had moved aside, I shifted closer to my boyfriend, who was still cradling his sister's limp body in his arms. "I'm going to get you help, okay?" Joey was whispering in Shannon's ear as he pressed a kiss to her bloody forehead, smearing and mixing the blood on his face with hers. "Don't leave me." She stared back at him with a blank glazed-over look in her eyes, and the horrific gurgling noise that came from her throat, along with clumps of blood when she tried to answer him, was something that would haunt my nightmares for the rest of my life. "Eva, Sniffling, he pressed his cheek to his sister's face and mumbled something incoherent to her before exhaling a ragged breath and kissing her cheek. "Give me your keys." Sucking in a laboured breath, he grunted out a pained snarl before hissing, "Fuck waiting for the ambulance, I'll take her myself." "Joey, don't move her," I tried to instruct, knowing that neither one of them was in any position to be moved right now. Shannon looked like she was dying, and Joey didn't look like he was far behind her. "She could have internal." "Give me the fucking keys, baby." He cut me off and roared, voice breaking as he stumbled unsteadily to his feet with his sister in his arms. His face was beaten so badly he was barely recognizable in this moment. "Help me." He was moving for the front door before I had a chance to answer him, before I could beg him to sit down before he passed out. Panic swirled inside of my stomach, spiraling my heart into a frenzied flush of fear and dread. As I hurried after him, I knew that it was a bad idea, but went with him anyway because he needed me. Because for the first time in his life, he had asked for help. 2 words: help me. I'd never heard them come from his mouth before and knew there was a chance I'd never hear them again, but I had to help him. I couldn't not. Rushing around to the driver's side door, I swung it open and pulled the seat forward for him to climb inside. He didn't. "I'll drive." "Joe, no." I shook my head. "That's not a good idea. I'll drive," he choked out. "I'm faster and I can't." His voice broke and he sucked in a quivering breath. "Please just hold her for me. I need to not, I need to just..." Staggering, he leaned against the side of my car and clung to Shannon's small body. "Malloy, I'm really scared." My heart cracked clean open in my chest. "It's okay, Joe, baby. You drive." Scrambling into the back seat of my car, I held my hands out and gestured for him to pass her to me. "I've got Shan. I'll keep her safe. I promise." Part 6.
Breathe, baby. Just breathe.
Joey.
Joe. I could feel her hands on my face. Joey, baby. Her smell was all around me. Breathe, baby. Her hands were on my face. Just breathe. I couldn't feel my body. I couldn't feel anything. I knew I was trying to sit up. I could feel my legs kicking the blankets away from my waist. But my head wasn't complying. My brain wasn't working. Everything was fucking broken. Malloy. My voice was slurred. My lips brushed her neck as I spoke. Where is she? She's okay. She pulled me in tighter, wrapping me up in a tight cocoon of heat and warmth. Shannon's okay, Joe. She's just out of surgery and everything went great. The boys are fine too. It's all good, baby. Slumping forward, I let myself lean against my girlfriend, knowing that I needed to not put my weight on her, but unable to stop myself. The baby's fine. Her lips were on my forehead. We're both fine. She was the only thing that felt real in this moment. She was here, and she was real. I could smell her, touch her, feel her. Just her. What time is it? It's about 6:30. What day is it? It's Sunday morning, Joe. Oh, my head. I groaned, burying my face in her neck when pain spliced through me. My eyes. Shh, it's okay. Don't try to stand up. I felt her lips on my temple, and then her hand was on the back of my head, fingers gently stroking my scalp. Just stay on the trolley. I got you, Joe. The trolley? I couldn't remember getting onto a trolley to begin with. Where am I? You're in your own private cubicle in the A&E. Another kiss found my temple. You've been in and out for a while now. I have? Uh-huh. You've had a lot of tests done. A CT scan, some x-rays, and an MRI. Her breath hitched, and I could hear the cry she was trying to bury. But you're going to be fine, okay? I won't let anything else happen to you. Don't cry, Malloy. Nuzzling her neck, I tried to raise my hands to her face to comfort her, but they felt so fucking heavy that I only managed to hook them loosely around her waist. You know it kills me when you cry. I'm not crying. Sniffling, she pressed another kiss to my head before cradling my face to her chest. It's all good, Joe. Shannon? She's fine. Malloy was quick to soothe. I already told you, remember? Nah, I didn't remember shit. I love you, I slurred. That's all I remember. I love you too, she replied, voice thick with emotion. More than you'll ever know. Oh, fuck my eyes. I groaned, wincing when the brightness around me became too much. Where's Shawnee? He's at home with Nanny Murphy. Another kiss. So are Ollie and Tag. They're all fine. Tag was, shaking my head. I gripped at her waist, needing to hold on to her in this moment because my body felt like it was falling apart. He had a knife. He's not hurt, Joe, she whispered. Shh, baby. Don't say anything else, okay? Just wait until you feel better. We'll talk about it then, okay? Nodding weakly, I groaned when the pressure in my head grew to epic proportions. Am I wearing pants? No, baby, you're not. You're wearing your boxers and a hospital gown. They had to take off your clothes for the MRI. Oh, fuck. Why? I have a nodge of hash in my jeans. I mumbled drowsily. I could really use a smoke. Oh, Joe. A broken laugh escaped her. Trust you to think about getting high in your condition. Can I come in? A strange voice asked, and suddenly we were bathed in an abnormal amount of light as the sound of a curtain moving filled my ears. Are you the next of kin? Yeah, I am. Is his mother or guardian around? No, it's just me. I can come back when his mother... He's over 18. I heard her say. I'm down on his paperwork as next of kin. He's my baby's father. We're a family. Cupping my face between her hands, she lifted my face to hers. Can you see me, Joe? Wincing from the pain the bright lights were causing me, I forced myself to focus on the only face I'd been able to see since I was 12. Malloy. The doctor's here, Joe. She smiled, and my vision blurred in and out before settling on her green eyes. We're going to talk to the doctor, okay? Okay. I forced myself to nod and then winced in pain. Whatever you say, Queen. His MRI results show 3 separate linear fractures to the skull, the voice was telling her. He has a nasal fracture, an orbital fracture, and hairline fracture to his left zygomatic bone. Zygomatic? I heard Malloy croak out. In plain English, please, doctor. Aside from 3 hairline fractures on Joseph's skull, he also has a broken cheekbone, a broken nose, a broken eye socket, and a grade 3 concussion, I heard the man say. His MRI also showed up several old concussions, extensive damage to his humerus, not to mention signs of multiple epiphyseal fractures that seem to have healed remarkably well without causing any major deformation or debilitation to his skeletal frame. I don't know what any of that means. I heard my girlfriend strangle out. What do you mean they have healed remarkably well? May I be frank? Yeah, be frank. Joseph, may I be frank? Be whoever the fuck you want, Doc. I'm not your keeper, I mumbled. Enjoying the feel of Malloy's fingers in my hair so much, I leaned in closer and rested my chin on her shoulder. You be Frank, and I'll be Joey. No, Joe. He meant... Never mind. Go ahead, Doctor. In cases like Joseph's... Joey, I grumbled. It's Joey, Frank. In cases like Joey's, when patients present under these kinds of circumstances, there's generally a long history of domestic violence. And to break it down for you, your partner's test results reveal a pattern of child abuse that clearly stretches back to infancy. A pained sob escaped my girlfriend. Infancy? No. I tried to coax, nuzzling her. Don't be crying, Malloy. I'm okay, Joe, she whispered, stroking me. How can you tell, Doctor? The results of his scans clearly show evidence of malunion fractures that went untreated and healed improperly. There's very clear evidence of a poorly healed midshaft fracture to his right humerus. Unfortunately, this is something commonly seen in infants under the age of 18 months who have been exposed to physical abuse. In your partner's case, while his bones may have healed over time, many of the injuries his body sustained left residual shadows, or blemishes, if you will. You're saying this has been happening since he was a baby? I'm saying there's evidence that leads me to believe that your partner has sustained a tremendous level of physical abuse over an extended period of time. That leads back to when he was a baby. It's possible. Oh my God. Malloy heaved out a sob and pulled me closer. Oh my God. Quite frankly, it's a miracle he's sitting here.